yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the slide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at? What they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my signs, it came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty on to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life is sucked like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my Delilah, don't you know my
Hi, my name is Davai and I play for PPGL and my name game role is Flex and we are from SGMY region. I would say our expectation for the APAC challenges this time is to qualify for Masters 2 and I hope we'll be able to qualify again this time. I would say our competitors for this time would be Zerja and Fleet. From the chosen rival teams, I would choose Carry from Zerja, and I think he's a very good player, like very consistent. And for Lead, I would say Danny. If we're able to play our game just like in practice, I think most likely we're gonna beat anyone in this competition. So I hope that we'll be able to play just like how we play in practice. I would like to thank all the fans that have been supporting us from day one, and don't forget to watch our games in the upcoming matches.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace.
Get your morning coffee brewing, folks, because you won't want to miss what's coming. We've got 6 teams today, including the teams everyone's been keeping their eyes on. More eliminations coming too, so keep your eyes peeled because this could be the last time you could see some of these teams here on APAC. The competition here is rough, and that's how we like it. So this is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Use the drone information. Patience. On the board! And it's gonna fall. Win is not done. The Oma. Your Loma.
They'll gamble and answer. And we call clear it, Tim! 后续 DBR 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Welcome to day number 5 of the group stage of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Quite an adventure we've gone through over here. The whirlwind of emotion and the adrenaline, just so striking. I will be your host, Likeable, and I'm being joined, of course, by our lovely panelists, Tash Bunny and Trix. Hey Tash, we missed you. Aren't you happy you get to witness some of the Paper X and Order action today?
Oh heck yeah! I think Paper X as well as Order is a match that I am truly excited about. From the debut of Order on APAC a few days ago, I have just been absolutely stoked by not only their talent, but also just their sheer teamwork coming in from each of them. And I have to say, for a long time here on APAC, I have yet to see a team come so close to Xerxia as well as Paper X.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close couple of games up ahead. And before we head on over to that match, why don't we take a look at what happened yesterday, because all of the games were just so good. And I know that Trix can agree with me there, starting with the first series of the day, which was FW Esports versus Team Secret.
Team Secret honestly being a little inconsistent in my opinion, but I like how they found their footing, really got back into it, especially in their second map. FW Esports doing a great job, but Team Secret just kind of waking up near the end of it. We could see that the aggression was finally taking place, that both teams were really improving, but ultimately FW coming a bit short.
I agree, and I did see a bit of the comfortability that we were looking for in Team Secret, especially since when we compare them from the first debut that they had here in APAC 2, they were trying out new compositions. But hey, Cash, look at Onyx G over here versus Gaimin Gladiators. Such a sight to behold.
Honestly, I was really hoping for Gaimin to bring this one home. But at the end of the day, Onyx is a team that has a lot of experience. And Gaimin, as we mentioned before, is still fairly new here to the APAC stage. They're very familiar with how Malaysia, Singapore plays. But as I always say it before, once you move away from your country league, going into a bigger pond like APAC is when you really gotta be not only consistent, but also you have to be aware and ready for the different sort of styles and gameplays coming through. And I was just also talking to Trix about how certain teams can come up on top a little better. I have to say, out of the performance of Onyx every single time, I have to say every year the consistency from Onyx has just been mind-blowing. Not only the consistency, but also how to adapt to different teams, different players. And I have to say, in terms of all of that, Onyx still comes up a little bit ahead. But Xerxia, though, one of my favorite teams, is just definitely a team that I want to talk about with Trix.
Xerxia, I love seeing them play, and I can't say that enough, and I think they really showed everyone exactly why I'm always excited to watch them. Just the kind of discipline that they have. Alter Ego, though, also doing quite a good job. You could see that on their second map, it seemed that they took a little bit longer to come online, but Xerxia being able to do those executions, those split-second decision-making abilities, I just felt they really understood their agents, they understood their lineup, they were able to play off each other with that fantastic teamwork.
Yeah, not to cut Alter Ego out of the blue over here, but they're also really good. I mean, that Ascent map, insane. Like, it was so neck and neck, and I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. But again, that was yesterday's highlights. For today, we got a lot to talk about, but why don't we begin at taking a look at the tournament format, because I know that Mika Fabs covers all of the know-hows from the play-ins all the way to finding out how these teams can qualify for VCT Masters. So here it is, Mika Fabs with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 Playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
So now that we have a better grasp of the tournament format, I think it's only fitting that we head straight for the brackets. I mean, this is the way that we actually get the full picture of how the tournament's been so far. So we're going to be starting off over here at Group A, Trix. What an insane group over here. Onyx G already qualifying for the playoffs.
I feel like those 2-0 scorelines don't really tell the story of exactly how all of those matches went. You know, also that unexpected, at least for me, it was unexpected Myth's performance against Griffin. Griffin just doing so fantastic. Being able to knock Myth out, going against Gaimin Gladiators for our first rematch in the group stages, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, Onyx just so good though. The dominance that they show on the maps, the comfortability, that control that they had, and just the quick decisions to go back and like just give the site kind of thing.
Yeah, but here on Group B, Tash, see anything you like? It's been an amazing group as well so far.
I mean, personally, I like that Zerja is maintaining the consistency that we saw all the way from stage 1 to here. The fact that they managed to go 2-0 against Alter Ego tells a whole different, not a whole different, but just the whole story altogether. We know that Alter Ego is one of the strongest teams in Indonesia, and for them to 2-0, it just really shows that Zerja is not only always consistent, but also adapting and also evolving to a different way. And I think this is the reason, the tenacity that we saw back all the way in stage 1, and they want to bring it back here. And I think that it's safe to say that this team is a team that is really, really hungry for more. But talking about today, though, our first match, the Order and PaperX, I mean, as we talked about this one, I think this is literally what Komodo, what Conkers, me, you, as well as Trix are always talking about. This is the match to see. It already feels like a grand finals, and even this morning, I think Komodo said that this is something that we might see a rematch of over in the grand finals.
That's something to look forward to. Wow. Wait, I don't even know where to begin dissecting that. Basically, you're saying that these two are just above and beyond amazing, and you're expecting them to make it through and through to the very end.
Yeah, I agree with Komodo for that. I mean, it's been a long time since I got super excited seeing a team on APAC. I mean, for a long time, that was Zerja, PaperX. There are teams that are, above and beyond, like, say, Onyx, but I wouldn't say they're on this stage where Zerja and PaperX is. What do you think, Trix?
I think, you make a great point there as well, but looking also at Group D's teams, you got Bleed, Fancy United, and Team Secret. I think they've got a solid shot at it. Bleed Esports as well being so consistent in terms of their growth as well. So I'm hoping that later on in their matches they're going to continue that kind of consistency that they've been showing us, that understanding of their team and the identity that they have and how they want to approach Fancy United coming into their upcoming match today.
Well, speaking of upcoming match today, we're going to be facing the match schedule right now on our very screens. So the girls have already touched up on this a little bit. We're going to be seeing PaperX versus Order. We've got Bleed and Fancy United. As much as the hype is around PaperX and Order, I'm also looking forward to Bleed and Fancy United because Bleed has been showing such a great performance. We've said this before, it feels like a completely different team out here. They're just so good. And of course, Trix, Griffin Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators.
Yes. I think that it's at that point again, but as it has been all APAC, where all of the matches are things that you really want to look out for. I feel there are very specific things and lines I'm looking for, PaperX and Order. I want to see how Order is going to do being an Australian team against PaperX, which is known to be a formidable opponent in APAC. But I'm also excited to see Gaimin Gladiators against Griffin Esports because it is that rematch that I'm wondering how the teams have adjusted and adapted to one another.
I absolutely agree. So the thing is, we've been monitoring, or like, monitoring is such a weird term, but we've been watching all of these games. from the very beginning, especially you and Nitrix, we've been here since the play-ins. We've seen how they evolved from the play-ins, stepping into the group stages, and just owning the competition out here. And I think that's where the disparity comes from, is that sometimes we have this notion that, hey, these guys came from the play-ins. I don't know how they're gonna fare in the group stage. And then you have these teams that are proving us completely wrong. And I'm talking about Paper X. I was talking about Bleed Esports. Sorry,
yes.
I was reading the teams over here. And I got it's the way the brain functions, you know. But again, all groups settle down over here. Why don't we add some movement over here? I think that we need the earth to shake a little bit as we go into series number 1 today. First up, today is a team that everybody looks forward to meeting. You watch all of the player interviews and you hear the players say, hey, I want to compete against this team. I think that they're the team to look out of. I think that this is the player that I'm really looking forward to meeting in game. So I guess this is it. This is finally the time that more players get to meet this team. Get ready, get set, go, because here they are, Paper X.
Yes, as Laika said, here it is, Paper X, the current top in APAC. A lot of teams finding Paper X to be that team to beat. Also, they had a great opening series against Boom Esports on Haven and on Fracture, really showing their dominance. We've got Benkai, Davai, Forsaken, Jing, and Mindfreak. I know a lot of players in the APAC stage are keeping their eye out for Jing and Forsaken in particular, but I find that everybody on Paper X has been proving to be phenomenal. They're coordinated, they don't seem to, overcommit to duels and aggression, and I think they're fantastic at denying information on the attacker side. Don't you think so?
I mean, this is actually really funny. You all talk about how like every player is like, we want to go against Forsaken and Jing. But remember, in contrast to last year, everyone's saying the player to beat is TenZ from Sentinel. What a change happened in 1 year. And honestly, seeing Forsaken and Jing as well brought up in terms of how the conversation goes compared to before really shows how aggressive they are in terms of playing their roles, whether it be initiator, whether it be duelist. I really like how flexible they can be, whether to play defensive and aggressive. Most of the time we see them on aggressiveness, but when push comes to shove, and they're always ready to say, okay, let's take a step back, rethink this, and then try and find another way. It comes down to how they play as a team, but also when it comes to situations where you have to shine individually, each of these players are able to do it so perfectly. I mean, in Malaysia, Singapore, over on Fracture, we've seen what Mindfreak can do by just anchoring B-side on Fracture all alone. His teammates didn't even need to be there 1 versus 5.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Stop hyping me up too much. I haven't had my coffee and this is waking me up. But on the other side of Paper X is a team that caught us by surprise, at least us here on the SEA region. On the first day of the group stage, they're explosive, they're fantastic, and so entertaining to watch. Contrast to their name, they're here to cause absolute mayhem. So let us welcome Order.
Order is a team that I feel really caught my eye throughout this entire tournament. Why? Because last stage we saw another Australian team, Bonkers, come through, and we were just talking to Komodo earlier, and they said that the reason why Order couldn't make it to APAC last stage was because Bonkers was just too random in terms of how they played. It was so hard to predict them. But for now, they fixed up everything, and here they are back new and improved coming back into this tournament. So each one of these players, I mean, this is what Trix and I were talking about the other day. When you see a team that doesn't really have a star player, but they do really well, it means that every single one of these players are not only doing their jobs, but also shining in terms of how they play. Individually, they're great. We saw some 1 versus 3, some very aggressive pushes, as well as some great isolations on how they play it. And they are definitely a team that can bring not only just speed, but also these really intricate, very clean sort of plays.
It's true, their plays really are fantastic. I find that when they go on those aggressive plays, they also change it up depending on how the opponents are reacting to it. So I'm excited to see how they're going to face against a team like Paper Rex that tends to read the opponents, play accordingly as well. If their aggressive plays are going to work, or if we're going to finally see Order slow it down.
I mean, we've talked about that here before, Trix, right? About the reactivity versus the proactivity. There's always a lot of factors to consider. But when you have two giants facing off, that's when it matters the most, because both of these teams have their own strats incoming, and they really need to step it up and have a good read of the other team in order for them to become the victors at the very end. Now, we're going to be heading over to our head-to-head, but people have no idea how much of a struggle it was for us here on the panel to actually decide who was going to be featured, because again, as both of these girls have just mentioned, all of the players from both of these teams are just too good. But at the end of the day, this is it, Trix. This is who we decided on, and I have no regrets. They're both very good players.
I do not have regrets. Disco fantastic on that KO, just being able to understand what his team needs and when they need it. Davai, on the other hand, also playing a more flexible initiator role that has been popping off. The fact that, you know, he gets that information that the team needs, and he's able to dictate where the rotates are going. But what do you think, Tash?
Personally, I think that what's really great about both these players is the fact that they are able to thrive on their own. They are very creative when it comes to utility usage. I mean, we remember that Davai was one of the pioneers of that fake pop flashes from Sky, but at the same time, when we look at Disco, he is a player that I would say, like, a lot of teams, how they use KO can be pretty predictable. They have the same lineups, and they're not very flexible when it comes to it. I like the fact that sometimes he doesn't even have to knife so early. He just waits and kind of gets an idea where he has to use it, instead of using a util and not getting an impact out of it. Disco's plays on his KO has been high impact, really enabling his team and allowing them to take space even with the fragment.
I mean, we talk about this all the time, about how we want the KOs out here to really have an impact in the games, because it's so important. Your flashes, your fragments, all of it, just so much importance when we get into the games. And you know where the importance really lies when you have these initiators is which map they'll be initiating on. That's very important, because depending on the map, obviously, that is where your composition adjusts as well. But here we are, Order versus Paper X. What maps are we going to be seeing, Tash?
Personally, I've seen Paper X run Split, I've seen Paper X running Fracture. They are definitely a team that's not too shy away from these sort of maps, but at the same time, we all know that Icebox is the map to ban against them. And I think they saw their performance against teams, was it Oasis on Breeze, and Paper X was like, nah, we're not dealing with that again. So both, they're really great maps that I'm really excited to see for both teams are now out of the way, but Haven will be the pick, and I've seen some really impressive plays from Paper X, and I'm curious to know how exactly Order will be running this map.
I also want to just say the fact that Paper X is choosing to start on attacker side on Haven is something I love to see in teams, meaning that they're so confident in their attack, just as confident as they are that they're going to close those rounds on the defender side, is showing to me how much Paper X is ready for this matchup. And then we've got Bind, which I always love to see, and I think you also love to see. right? Like,
of course, it's Bind.
So much Bind this season.
I know. Well, I think I'm just blessed. That's all that there is to it. But I have seen Forsaken on the Yoru here on Bind, and I want to see those effective Yorus. We don't get a lot of Yorus these days, so if I do get to see it, I want to see it. You know, I want to see it actually shine. Now, we are going to be having Ascent as the decider over here, Tash. What can you say about Ascent?
Ascent, I feel like a lot of teams either thrive or struggle on Ascent, but for some reason, through these, a lot of, oh my god, I'm just seeing Laika as well as production do these puns, and I'm just hoping I don't hear it. But anyways, coming back to what I'm talking about, Ascent is a map where I feel like a lot of teams seem to struggle on defense. I'm not entirely sure why, but every time we see maybe overtimes and stuff, we can go over and over again about how some teams just don't really make it on defense but just thrive on attack.
Absolutely. I mean, yesterday was the complete example for that. The final series of the day were in Sersia and Alter Ego. Why do I keep messing up these teams? There are so many teams that keep coming back and just showing such stellar performances that I always get confused. But yes, that series last night was just something else. Their attack on Ascent, it was just a tug of war. If you missed it, Tash, it was just overtime over overtime, and then it was always the attacker who would get the win. So the win condition was whoever won in defending would win that specific map.
Yes.
And that was it, right? Trick?
Yes, I do think that was the win condition. But speaking of win conditions, I'm actually racking my brain thinking about how this Haven map is going to go, because I'm wondering what the win conditions are for both of these teams. They're both explosive. They know how to deny the information. We've seen that they're fantastic with their teamwork, with their ability to support each other, as well as make those solo plays work. I'm just so torn as to what possible win conditions could be for either teams to be that deciding factor.
You know what's even more crazy is the fact that we were talking about predictions earlier, and you know, it was so hard. This is the first time. Every time I saw Paper Rex before, I'm just like, okay, go for Paper Rex, go for Paper Rex, go for Paper Rex. Mostly because we have a Malaysian player in there, as well as Malaysia, Singapore, which is where I'm from. But in general, they are just a fantastic team that's gone all the way to Masters. But coming back to predictions this morning, this is the first time in a long time that I'm actually struggling, where I thought to myself, I am sure Paper Rex will win. We've seen the trends, but at the same time, I really, really want to see Order come up on top, just to see how the Kings can also bleed.
Yeah. But you know what, Tash? Since you already brought up the predictions, might as well, you know, go through with it. Who are you predicting that's gonna win this series?
It's a 50-50. It's a 40% to 51% from me. I'll give that 1% extra to Paper X just because I've been following their performance for a long time. But at the same time, it's a high win percentage as well for Order.
I would have to back Tash up here. I think that Paper X has been proving to be a team that really performs and steps up when they need to be stepping up. Order is not something I am too familiar with, but I am happy to start familiarizing myself with them because they have been phenomenal. But at the end of the day, I think Paper X might take it.
You know, I agree with you. Order is not something that we are all too familiar with. But the thing is, Honky and Komodo are incredibly familiar with Order.
Oh yeah.
They've spoken so highly about them. So despite me not knowing them all too well, I do think that they're kind of like a dark horse in this scenario. So I'm going with Order.
I mean,
I think they can make it. If Honky and Komodo believe that these guys are going to make it to the grand finals, then they might as well start over here in this series. This is possibly the team that they're going to be facing at the very end, right?
I mean, when you think about Order, I mean, the only player that I was very familiar with was RDW. And I saw his name being highlighted a lot on the last stage during Bonkers. Now, when you put I thought that his performance was great last stage, but now when you put him in a team that is more capable, very similar playstyle like it's been phenomenal for him. And despite, I have to say that this Australian team is not only explosive, but they're very adaptable. And it is going to be very interesting seeing these teams really just duke it out, because when you look at Paper Rex, you don't really see the pure strats coming through until the second half of APAC all the way to Masters or Champions. But this is when I think they really think about it. And I don't doubt that Paper X will be having something in mind per se, because when I saw that Bankai had already lineups for Fate so early, you can really tell how much homework and how much practice this team has put in just to get ready for VCT.
Yeah, but how ready are they to go into Haven? Now, these are one of the default maps of Valorant, right?
Cypher!
Everybody's played this, and there you go, Tash. You already reacted, so I know you have something to say about Bankai Cypher.
Bankai Cypher is a 300 IQ mastermind play. You think of a guy behind a tall, dark chair, just moving chess pieces behind the scenes. That is Bankai on Cypher. Okay, so now Jing running the Reyna is already very interesting. During Game Changers, I always talked about how I am not a big Reyna fan at all. She plays very selfish. She plays in a way that it's just very beneficial to her instead of the rest of the team. But this time around though, I'm surprised that Forsaken will be taking the role of Jet. I'm not really sure how exactly Jing is planning on taking space. Perhaps it's Forsaken first, followed up by the Jing, or perhaps we'll be seeing Jing and also Forsaken kind of like take both sides at the same time, kind of similar to what they do on Icebox.
Can I just say that I don't know why Jing did this to me, because last time that they were up here and we were paneling, they're up against Boom Esports. They're like, yeah, I've seen them play the Reyna before. I've seen them play the Reyna. They did not pick the Reyna, and now I didn't say anything about it. They actually picked it. Hello!
But let's talk a little bit about Order's lineup tricks. What do you think that Order can bring to the table?
With their lineup, you've got so many flashes. You have that Omen flash, you have the Sky flash and the Breach flash, that overwhelming ability.
You see absolutely nothing, you're legally blind.
Yeah, you're pushing all of the opponents back, and I really am hoping that PaperX is going to understand this and play those good crossfires, have that anti-flash setup. And we've seen a lot of teams kind of fail at that, sometimes getting caught off guard. And I'm wondering if Order is going to be able to get that timing on PaperX and force them to be looking.
It's a very bully heavy team when you have so much flashes. And I hope we're not seeing that situation like in solo queue where you just have one person in a corner just like, hell, I just can't see anything. And it's flash on flash on flash.
What a bully team over here. Wait up. Girls, bring out your sunglasses. We're gonna need them. I'm trying to look for mine right now. Can't find them. Alright then, so last notes before we pass you guys onto the casting desk. Keep your eyes peeled, preferably with sunglasses, for something different. Keep your mind open, because at this level of caliber, so many things can happen. With that said, casters, take it away.
Sa inyong lahat at Happy Father's Day nga. Pero dito pa rin tayo sa VCT APAC Group Stage. Ako si Ray, kasama ko ngayon si Vil, at ihahatid nga namin sa inyo ang set of matches ngayon, which is particularly PaperX versus Order. So guys, note nyo lang na walang PH teams ngayon. Bukas pa ang RRQ together with Team Secret.
Happy Daddy's Day sa inyong lahat, mga kaibigan. Syempre, I mean, sa mga fathers, sa sa mga stepfathers, and syempre sa mga single moms out there. Kayo ay ang mga bayani. Tama ba yan? Kayo ay ang mga bayani ng ating mga anak. Inyong mga anak. So, umaga pa lang, Bill, kung ano-ano na yung mga pinag-asip mo. No?
Happy Sunday pa naman ngayon.
Ay, Sunday ba ngayon?
Oo.
Dapat nahiga na lang tayo. Pero syempre, hindi naman natin gagawin yun. Kaya natin ihatid ang mga mainit na laban ngayong araw na ito. Kasi, once again, ang maglalaban ngayon is Order versus from MOSG, syempre PRX. Pero Ray, bago natin pag-usapan ito nangyayari dito I mean, ang Order is nasa Thailand daw sila. Lumipad sila ng Thailand para makalaban and syempre para wag magkaroon ng ping deficit yung mga players dito. Kasi if ever na you're in Thailand, I mean, for sure, 'di ba? Parang yun yung halfway ng Riot servers dito sa Asia. So talagang that is the best. Tsaka yun yung pinakamalapit sa sa Australia. So it's a good thing na talagang lumipad talaga sila. Para silang yung global esports dito, bes. Lumipad pa talaga all the way from India to Singapore to compete with these players. Pero 3v1 nangyayari ngayon, mga kaibigan, sa RGS. Nakakuha siya ng isang headhunter, pero yun nga lang, that peak is actually huge. Dapat nakapatay si RG doon. Kasi ganito, alam na ni RG yun, kung hindi siya nakapatay dun sa last na swing na yun, imposible maka-clutch pa siya. Yun. Pero if ever nakapatay siya dun sa last swing na ginawa niya, there's a chance for him to pull off a 2v1 clutch if ever he can do that. Pero at the end of the day, this is actually the MOSG powerhouse. This is the team na nakita na natin ilang beses na sa Masters, sa Champions, lalong-lalo na si kaibigang Benkay. Siya yung makulit sa Masters no?
Oo, ano pinagsusot. Pero alam mo kung saan talaga panalo si Benkay?
Oo.
Sa Bebe Buff.
Oo. Alam mo ba yan si Benkay? Nagkaroon ng press conference ng VCT. Tapos, ang andun, syempre mga iba't ibang region, mga iba't ibang players. Tapos si Benkay, andun din. Tapos nung tinanong si Benkay, ang sabi ni Benkay, no English. Gumanon, nagtahimikan lahat. Tapos biglang sinabi, no, I'm kidding, I understand English. Bigla siya gumanon. Wala. Isa yan sa pinakakuwela sa mundo ng Valorant Wala lang, share ko lang. Pero ano mapapansin natin dito, Bes talagang parang nakikita ko ang Jin tsaka Gian Sanity connection dito kay Jing tsaka kay Forsaken.
Nakakamiss nga din no? Kapag kinakas mo yung mga PH teams. Kesa sa minsan nga ito, Order Paper Rex. Pero totoo yan, yung Gian versus Gian Sanity. Pero ngayon, mukhang advantage lang ng Order ang kanilang mga baril, kaya natrap lang ang mga taga Paper Rex. Pero itong composition ng Paper Rex, kahit double duelist, kung si Jing naman tsaka si Forsaken yung mga players, kung ako mismo, ayaw na ako Pag ito nakakalaban mo sa Radiant Elo daw, sabi ng mga usual Radiant dito sa Pilipinas, pag kalaban mo sila, alam mo nang mabibigay mo yung RR mo sa dalawang to kay Jing tsaka Forsaken.
Pero
kapag counter mo sila, instant RR ka naman. Ganun naman daw yun.
Siyempre, shoutout nga pala sa mga taga Baguio, mga kaibigan, yung mga nasa Panorth.
Solid North.
Bus yun, may yung solid North. Mga Panorth yung mga bigla. Ito naman tayo no? Pero yung nga for second, 1 orb away for that Blaze Storm. Hindi ko alam kung ba't hindi pa niya kinuha yung orb dun sa dulo ng sea. Pero nasa akin naman yun I mean, at least nakakuha naman siya ng Phantom dito. At least nakakuha siya ng baril para syempre makabawi kahit paano. Pero problema na din talaga is wala na siyang armor ngayon. Yes, meron pa siyang half HP, 1 orb for that for the Bladestorm. Pero ang importante lang din talaga dito is lamang ang Paper Rex. Nanalo ang order dun sa buy round nila. And Paper Rex, they need to make the most out of every gun that they have. Pero at least RG, with that close peak, we're gonna take down Mind Freak right now. At least wala na silang main smoker dito. They have that, they have Benkai. Para lang syempre makakuha sila dito ng mga cyber cage or anything or whatnot. Pero nga si Forsaken, let's see if ever he's gonna be really aggressive. Kaya si RG, nandito din sa may sewers though. And now RG slowly peeking out of this area of the map right now for him to take down these players. Pero nga lang, Disco is in the top spot because Forsaken is right there for him to take him down. Merong tao nagpa-flank, which is si Texta. So this is gonna be a tough one for PRX for sure. At least nakapatay sa Forsaken, pushing it to a 2v1 right now. Forsaken charging up the dashes na meron siya. Check out the spike and probably gonna go here and B already. But yun nga lang, not B because he's gonna go here in A. Forsaken. This is actually a really good plant na ginawa ni Forsaken. This is planted for CT, mga kaibigan. Planted yan dun sa may arches na yan. Pwede rin siya pumunta ng heaven, pero yun nga medyo mahirap. Pero nga paikot-ikot sila, mga kaibigan ng Forsaken. Naghahanapan lang sila, pero ngayon napik na nga yung spike. Pero sinabayan ni Forsaken yung pag-ikot ni Texta. Napakatalinong galaw na ginawa ni Forsaken dito. He knows it already na nag-smoke si Omen, so pwede na talagang ikutan yan kahit anong gawin niya.
Talino ni Forsaken doon. Ang ganda. May 9 games din. Sabi niya, hindi mo ako malalamangan pagdating sa mga gantong bagay. And looking at it, si Arju, ang dami niyang tinigil na pagiging aggressive. Pero in this one, after that single top, even with 8 bullets, we all know that Forsaken can actually save the round sa side ng Paper Rex. And now, 1-3, advantage nga ito ng Paper Rex, pero still makakapag-buy din ng mga taga-order.
Yeah. And on his case right now, Mind Free popping off already. Texto is gonna be down for the count. Ito sinabi ni Tash kanina na hindi siya fan ng Reyna kasi nga parang wala siyang skill na talagang sobrang naka-combo with the team. Pero si Jing kasi, yung pagka-duelist niya, nasa support si Jing ngayon. Siya muna yung umi-entry, siya yung una. Why? Because of the clear na pwede ng iba to. Then after that, pagka-clear, bigla magda-dash in sa Forsaken. Yan ang isang role ng Reyna, mga kaibigan, to support the main fragger, to support the person kung sino pa talagang mag-e-entry, which is Forsaken naman talaga. Kasi ano ba yung ginagamit lagi ni Jin? Ni Jing, minsan nag-sentinel siya, minsan nag-sage siya, which is nag-support din siya kahit papano. Tapos ngayon, na Reyna na, diba? Duelist siya, pero more on support duelist yung ginagawa niya. Sino-support niya? Si Forsaken dito, mga kaibigan. Kasi one thing is for sure, hindi naman sila papasok ng isang site without Jing ang nauuna. At kung napapansin mo, si Forsaken lang lagi ang nasa likod, si Jing ang nasa harapan. Dami mong alam, Vil?
Pwede ka na mag-panel, Vil.
Pwede ka na mag-panel, Vil? Dami mong alam?
Okay na madaming alam, bes. Kesa sa walang alam.
Oo, syempre. Shoutout nga pala kay Wamos. Pinapa-shoutout ni Rere.
Kasi naman yung si Wamas. Shoutout po sa inyo. At ito. Uy! Kala ko maplatamaan din to mga taga-order, pero kumuha lang naman pala ng orb. Broski. But as for Paper Rex, taking full cover na naman sila ngayon. Akala na mga taga-order pwede mag-push to sa kanila, pero Mind Freak! Buti na lang, napitas na kagad to si Arjo, or else it might be different. Pero Paper X still kalmado pa rin naman sila. Tumitingin ng pick-offs, and now Forsaken knows na may isa namang gagaling sa mismong A site as they try to go into B. Pero mukhang after making those necessary signals, patatakbuhin na nga na kagad ang kanyang mga teammates. Dito tayo, best, sa A. Mas okay ngayon at alam naman natin kasing ang mga taga Paper X, they pick off kagad na katulad ni Maple. Mananalo sila sa round na to.
Hindi alam ni Maple nandun lang si Jing sa Gedli. And for the side of order, all the possessions of their team is now compromised. They have an idea kung saan ba talaga nagpa-plant ngayon ng Paper X, pero kay Mind Freak, all they gonna do is smoke up every entry point na meron dito sa may A side. You have 2 entry points only, probably 3. Pero yung nga lang Ronski all the way from up top right now, and that is Ronski popping off already, cashing Mind Freak dun sa may A long, plus that flick dito sa may head with a right click onto that laser, mga kaibigan, to finish them all. 42, well, PRX, they have a lot of money to spare, and for Order, they're in need to get points, desperately. Pero yun nga, I mean, there's actually a bad thing na talaga na nangyari ngayon na hindi rin talaga alam talaga ni Jing na nandun si Maple sa gilid. Parang ang nangyari kasi, merong tao din sa may backside, which is siya yung first contact. Yung nasa backside, lagi, kahit anong mangyari, siya lagi yung first contact para hindi makita yung mga nasa gilid. Kumbaga, bait yun.
Inunahan. Inunahan na nila kagad. Kaso sayang dito sa side ng Paper X, panalo na sana sila. But I mean, being too careless sometimes, 'di ba? Yun din nagiging problema din nila. And alam naman natin na ang mga Order members ay napaka-consistent. Pero oy! Nako po! Davay! Pangalawang beses ko na nakita naggaganto si Davay kaya sila natatalo.
Spike down
You need to check everything around sewers. Hindi basta-basta yung gano'n na position kasi pwedeng ma-compromise yun. But as for Benkay, malaking impact din pang meron siya.
Kumbaga, Rere, nag-ano sila, nag-dry peak talaga sila dito. And now, Ronski needs one more kill for that ace. Ang tanong, are they gonna give the ace for Ronski? Or probably not. Arjo, mga kaibigan, ng taga-agaw ng hashtag mood challenge. Oo.
Ano lang, no? Oo, di ba? Ganyan kapag gusto mong dumikit ang laban. Kaya, pati si Pico.
Oo nga eh. Narinig mo ba? Oo. Ako naman! Ano?
Ala, sumasagot pa rin siya.
Shoutout nga pala kay Pico, mga kaibigan ng aso ko.
Sabi dito ni Coach Gabriel, di kasi explosive ang Reyna. Roll ng Reyna taga-blind before the dash-in. Tama. Sabi
Tama naman talaga. Tama naman talaga. I mean, ganoon naman, talagang support lang din talaga. Kaya if ever may nakakasama akong Reyna, syempre, kahit anong mangyari, Reyna talaga muna talaga ang nasa una lagi. Ang Jet nasa likod. Kasi you gotta dash anyway. Kumbaga ganito yan ano ba ang lineup ng Paper X? I mean, ganito yan mga kaibigan Si Davai, of course, siya talaga nasa likod minsan kasi syempre magre-recon bolt siya. Tapos si Reyna ang nangunguna, pangalawa si Mind Freak, tapos pangatlo si Forsaken. Ganun yung lineup nila if ever mag-e-entry. If ever magra-rush ganun lagi yun. Tapos si Benkay, syempre, pwedeng, lalong-lalo dito sa Haven, ang ginagawa lang ng mga kaibigan is mangulit sa iba, mangulit sa dulo, mangulit sa nagfa-flank. Ganun yung ginagawa nila all the time. Kasi, if ever you are a Killjoy or a Cypher, yun talaga ang gawain nyo, yun talaga ang trabaho nyo. All the time, ganun talaga. So, if ever na tipong papasok ko talaga lagi, talagang maaasahan nyo ang Cypher nila sa dulo lang din talaga. Pero hold that thought. Magugulat lang din tayo na si Forsaken nagpo-pop off, nakatatlo na pala.
Sobrang daldal natin, bes. Andito na sila.
Sorry guys. Maingay kami.
Kung may mood challenge si Ronski, may challenge na si Forsaken Gagawa ng highlights pang post sa YouTube. Ayun, na 350 na lang. At ngayon, Paper X actually pops off at kailangan lang nila siguro tanggalin yung mga usual pog style nila in a way. Kasi mas okay pag disiplinado eh. And
Oo.
kita nyo naman yung mga trades nila, very prepared sila. And the order didn't expect that push coming in from Forsaken and actually cut off yung manggagaling sa mid. And that's pretty important. 'Di ba? Sobrang laki ng impact talaga na binibigay ni Forsaken every time.
Sabi ni Christian, pag Pinas, Vil kahit isang kill lang sigaw na. Hindi naman Pinas. Ito sisigaw. Sino ba sila?
Tong araw na to guys ay puro feeder matches lang.
Oo, man. Kumbaga sa concert, bukas pa, isipin mo naman, di ba? Monday, Valorant, let's go! Pero si Benkay, ayan na nga sinasabi ko sa inyo. Yan ang galawan ng Cypher, yan ang galawan ng Killjoy dito sa Haven. Merong isang mangungulit. Knowing na 3 ang sides nito, pero Diyos ko po, Forsaken, muntik na makita si Maple dito. Pero, like what I said, first contact, lagi yun nasa backside. First contact, lagi si Reyna dito, mga kaibigan. But Reyna will gonna fall down to the hands of Maple right now. Ronski, oh no, nalikuran na ngayon ni Ronski si Benkay. Pero, can they still win it or not? Pero si Disco best mahirap si Disco. Kompleto, may fault line, may aftershock, may flash, lahat kompleto. Pero nga Ronski, with the wall bang, they know it already, nandun lang sa backside si Mindfreak. Pwede siya mag-shadow step paalis, pero wala eh. Kumbaga, mala Spider-Man yung pwestuhan ni Mindfreak, no way home na din talaga. Wala ka na magagawa kung di mag-commit. Pero ang problema, masyadong marami kang kalaban doon, men. Si Forsaken, he tried to move away, tried to back away. But it's just ang kalaban mo, Vandal, men. 3 ang kalaban mo naka-Vandal, tapos naka-off ka. Diba? Baka makaalis, diba? Buti sana dati kung hindi na sinacharge ang dash. Pwede sana siya makaalis doon. Yung dash palikod, tapos updraft, tapos smoke, tapos smash on your keyboard. Smash on it, man.
Sabi dito, naninibago ako kay Vil. Sobrang kalma. Tapos sabi ni Carl Rodriguez, ano daw yung AUS? Asus.
Ayos yun, bro.
Kalma daw muna. Oh, guys, pagpahinga nyo naman kami.
Oo. Pero, Oz is Australia. Pero they're actually playing in Thailand right now. Pero yun nga, Ronski from up above, gonna catch one, pero that is Empress from Jing right now. Pero siya makakuha ng isa, plus that dismiss or devour, depende sa kanya kung ano gagamitin niya ngayon. But they need all these flashes dito sa side ng order. They still have the breach. They still have Maple for that flash, pero yung nga lang, hindi na nakapag-dismiss si Jing dito. But they know already karaman si Benkay, pero yun nga lang, kaya pa ba niya? 10 bullets onto that Vandal right now. Oh, what a beautiful clutch that Benkay did. I mean, nagkamali sila eh. You know why? Napatay na si Sky sa kanan. Tapos biglang bumaba si Arju sa kaliwa. Pero ang problema, hindi tumama si Arju. Hindi tumama. I mean, tumama siya. Pero the damage is not enough. I mean, trim yung gagawin ni Benkay ngayon ah. Tayo mo lang. Tayo mo lang ah. Tayo mo lang. Ayan o. Ayan o. Pababa si Arju sa kaliwa. Bam! Tignan mo, hindi tumama oh. Sayang. Kasi kung tumama yun, type sa academy talaga yun. Kasi pag tumama na yun, contact na yun eh. Tapos, ang gagawin mo, mag-isang bullet ka pa. Sure na yun, patay na yun. Pero wala, hindi siya tumama nung una, and he knows it already. Na-type na siya. Yun ang pinaka-importante natin, dapat makuha yung first shot. Check lang. Dahil mo alam, bit. Analyst ka lang kaya.
Panel na nga, sabi sa'yo.
Oo, kalma ka lang. I mean, pag hindi laban ng Pinoy, nagiging matalino tayo. Ano ka ba? Pag hindi laban ng Pinoy.
Pag laban. Panalo naman tayo sa maraming sinasabi last time pag Pinoy team eh. Tatandaan nyo guys, kailangan manalo ng Paper X dito. Dahil yung order, silang nagpatalo sa Oasis.
Oo, tama. Ay, hindi ko nakaskin eh. Ito, 6-4 in favor of Team Secret and RRQ.
Spike down A.
That is a blaze storm coming in from that jet right now, which is C Forsaken. Yes, Divine Jing is down.
30 seconds left.
But Benkay, Benkai doing Benkai things. Or Benkai doing Cypher things. Ito lang yan. Waiting for the rotation that they can do. Waiting for the rotation that they can make. Pero yun nga lang, all the way from A, mga kaibigan, Omen took that spike for him to go here in C. Pero nga lang, he's up against RG right now. Pero that wallbang will give him that really painful damage in order for him to take down all these players. Pero Benkai catches one from the backsides of the map right now. Disco, can he defuse a spike? Pero yun nga lang, mga kaibigan, napakahirap. Alam mo kung bakit? Kasi sobrang open. Napaka-open plant nung ginawa dito ni Mindfreak for them to swing out everyone na pwedeng mag-defuse dito. 47, I think there's a lot of instances na pwede natin makita para sa Paper next na manalo sila dito. There's no way that Papers will lose this map.
And yung comp nga eh. Pagdating sa Paper X, ito yung comfortable sila na ginagamit nila up until now, yet hindi sila matalo. Puro dahil nga, na-maximize eh, yung pagiging mechanically skilled nila. Tatandaan nyo, pumili nitong mapang ito in order This is one of their few sticks. Ang talino ni Jing doon para di siya mapunish. May follow-up pa mula kay Forsaken, pero they're finally cutting off ang flank ni Ardu. At Disco na lang natitira. And that's gonna be 8 for a good half mula sa side ng Paper X. Kala ko may sasayo, kala ko may magko-control ng madami. Nagka-crouch eh.
May nagsabi. Ang sabi ni Marco Miranda, sana finals APAC or Q versus TS. Eh di tatahimik lang ako niyan. Tahimik lang ako niyan. Guys, hindi ako pwede magpakapal. Kasi maraming makagalit sa akin. Gusto niyo ba yon? Tahimik lang ako. Pag ako nagcast ng dalawang PH team ko, ano naririnig nyo ngayon sa akin ngayon? Ganon din na maririnig nyo sa finals if ever ganon yung mangyari. Di ba? Pero sana nga ganon talaga. Pwede rin. Para dalawang PH team nandun. Let's go!
Yun. Lilipad na sila Nexi. Di ba? Tsaka sila Wits muli.
Tawa ako sa tawa ako dito kay Angelo eh. Dash out tapos I miss you. dash out ka tapos bigla ka magme-message.
Bakit? Miss ka ba niya? Di ka na miss nun.
Oo. Kasing dumadash out. Guys, nagugutom ako.
So just naman na pwedeng makain.
Hindi, parang gusto ko magpa-shoutout today. Shoutout nga pala kay Miss Yam Yam na pinadala ako ng 1,000 Gcash kahapon.
Grabe naman si Miss Yam Yam. Napakabait na tao.
Sabi nila pag nanalo daw ang secret, padadala daw niya ako ng 1K. Okay, pinadala na ako guys. Hindi nagka-breakfast ako na masarap ngayon. Ay.
Ano sa Twitch, mainit ang ulo ng mga tao.
Talaga?
Oo, tignan mo. Ayan, di ba? Mainit yung tao. Mainit yung tao. Mainit yung ulo ng tao ngayon. Chill muna kayo, guys. Wala nga PhD.
Asan?
Ayun o. May naban. Yan. Happy watching ka muna, ha?
Bakit?
Oo.
Ba't ka nagka-away?
Oo. Binantuloy kayo ng ni Tofu.
Oo.
Ano kayo?
Kaya mag-away, guys?
Chill lang kayo, guys.
Wala naman PhD, you don't need to fight one another. Yeah. Shoutout nga pala kay Amaranth. Pero, Steam siya ngayon. So, on to this game right now.
Parang wala na akong marinig sa sounds. Ako lang ba yun? Ayun, mahina lang.
Ayun, meron.
Mahina na.
Oo.
Uy! Trades. Kaso, 4v3. On a retake ang mga taga-Paper X, pero ang layo ni Texta. May kasama pang paranoia. Pero sisilipin? Nope. Haharangan lang. Pero si Disco was able to take down Jing.
Disco.
Have you been mad, Disco? Ayun lang, nakita ni Mindfix na naman na din ng paranoia. Pero time is ticking. Sino ba ang mapipitas nila? The Vite takes down one, pero si Disco, kailangan na ikaw pa swing. Ay, yun na lang puti. Frenzy ang dala-dala ni Benkay. And Paper Rex goes for a defuse. Wins the
I told you
pistol sa
already,
second
man.
half.
Told you already. There's no way that PaperX will lose this map. Legit, there's no way, man. I mean, nung nakalaban ng secret tong mga. Nakalaban nila secret, di ba?
Yung
order.
Paper. Ay, order? Hindi pa.
Oh, hindi pa ba?
Hindi pa. Sa
Hindi
playoffs
pa
na
ba?
siguro sila magkikita. Depende sa seeding.
Sino ulit nung lumaglag sa ano? Sa
Jid.
secret. Bleed. Okay. Pero kay Australian team, sorry. Nalito ako, sorry.
Okay lang, best at namin teams eh. PH teams na yung focus ko eh. Joke lang. Pagalitan.
Gulat na ako si Pico. Kumakahol.
Mas magulat kapag nagsalita yun. Good morning sa'yo.
Last player standing.
Hi, Dad.
Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. Salamat sa mga pinapakain mo sa akin all the time.
Bill, nasaan ka daw? Gusto daw nila ng maingay.
Andito lang ako, guys. Kalma lang. Ba't ba gusto ko mag-ingay?
Pag nag-iingay tayo, may iba nagko-complain din.
Oo.
Guys, tao lang din kami. Hindi unli yung boses namin.
Oo, kailangan namin kumalma.
Oh.
Kasi meron pa kaming gagawin ni Ray mamaya.
Kalmado lang kami.
Meron pa kaming proyekto na gagawin mamaya. Matinding proyekto naman to.
Lilipad kami. Papuntang Sanok.
Pero lilipad ang amin din papuntang Vikendi. Pero yeah, I mean, as you can see, yes, mananalo ulit ang order doon sa panahon na wala namang full buy ang PaperX ngayon. Yes, they have all the Vandals on hand, pero ano pang pera meron ng PaperX? Oh, si Jake naka-Vandal siya, pero naka-Vandal siya. Kasi pero masuspect.
Talagang advantage lang ng order yung round na yun. Dahil nga, barel. Nakikita naman natin eh. Maparating silang nilang masya-shutdown ang PaperX kapag naka-specter lang sila kasi yung hirap mag-contact din na play mula sa side ng PaperX. But all in all, let's see what can possibly happen pa ngayon dahil tatlo na lang before PaperX can win ang Haven. And dito sa Vine, I think this is more of a PaperX-sided map din against Order. But as Order tries to play for something, magpapayanig na nga sila kagad. And now, dalawa na kagad ang bumagsak sa PaperX. Ayun lang. Ouch. Bigate. Sadness.
The fight the only man remaining right now here in this game, but on Texas will get shut him down. I mean, comeback it is. Comeback. Okay, Order. Pwede kayo mag-comeback. Pero tingnan natin if ever nakabawi na ba yung mga players ng PRX once na meron sila mga pera. I mean, isipin nyo from 10-4, 10-5, 10-4 to 10-6, yes. And pwede pa maging 10-7 to if ever. Isipin mo, tatlong round yung mahahabol dito kay kay PaperX.
Talagang itong si PaperX, mamomoblema to pag naging unstoppable ang Order. Kayang mag-shutdown ng Sky tsaka ng Breach comp nila eh. And even if we don't see much from Ardu, as at least sa side ng Order, it's been Ronsky and the Maple that has been popping off so far. Si Texo. May kamukha siyang artista dito sa Pilipinas, di ko na lang sasabihin. Pero habang kumukuha ng information ang mga taga-order, looks like Forsaken is gonna bow down. Sumunod na din kagad si Benkay at 3 na lang kagad natitira sa Paper X sa isang iglap.
Yeah, we're gonna see like ano ba mangyayari dito mga people. Maple and Ronski gonna do the job done. We're gonna take down everyone right now, and Mind Freak will gonna go down as well. 10-7, yeah, like I said, 10-7. Pero if ever hindi pa rin manalo ang Paper X dito sa gun round na to, makukuha na ng order ang momentum nila. I mean, they need to stop the possible push of order. Yun din ang problema rin kasi Ray. Ang Reyna, hindi naman talaga siya pang defending. Hindi naman talaga pang defending yan. Mas pipiliin ko pa ang Phoenix pang defending. May molly, may wall. Diba?
Sabi dito, baka mukha daw RRQ versus Order. Guys, yung RRQ ay Alter Ego ang mga kalaban nila. Ba't yung pinapalitan? Yung bracket ito na dito yung Oasis, pero nga nilaglag na sila ng...
Sinong next na pwede makalaban ng Secret?
Yung mga kalaban nila bukas? Anong team to? Kalimutan ko na.
Check ko nga.
Fancy United versus diba? Kahapon.
Fancy United versus ano? Versus Secret?
Hindi, kasi naman mananalo ngayon sa Fancy United tsaka sa
Bleed.
Sa
Kung sino matatalo, best. Kung sino matatalo.
Kung sino matatalo, yan.
Mga po. Eh di makakalaban ng Fancy United ng Team Secret.
Most likely.
Easy win, kayang-kaya.
Oo. 2-0 yun. Kita ko na yun eh.
2-0 yun, man. Sila
yung
ESI
sa Bleed, medyo nagulat lang din siguro yung Team Secret, pero overall, ready na si Team Secret versus FW kahapon eh, no? Pinakitaan ng tutok ng Pinoy eh.
Of course.
Dito, di nag-check ng corners. Boom! Patay kay Mind Freak. Kills. Dash in, dash out challenge naman doon. At 2 na lang before the guys of Paper X can take this. Pero marami kasing pairing order kasi they've been winning consecutive rounds earlier.
Pero dito ngayon sa mga games natin ngayon, Paper X, one more point for them to get that match point already. Pero yung nga lang, Jig, with that Empress right now, muntik na. Diyos ko po, napakabilis ang daliri ni Jig, mga kaibigan, nakapag-dismiss out agad. And now, Jig, we're gonna get the 2K right now. Arju and Maple, the only man remaining, which is Arju na lang din talaga. Pero Arju, saan ka pa pupunta? Probably here in B. Pero yun nga lang, may tripwire dyan, kapatid. May tripwire dyan. Pwede ka mag-rendezvous papasok, pero yun nga lang Mind Freak will... Oh my God! Hindi tumama si Arju! Lumiko yung bala, mga kaibigan. Biglang lumiko.
Match point.
Ay, gusto ko lang pala i-shoutout ang isa sa mga boss na taga-Defy PH, si GT. Shoutout sa'yo, GT. At nanonood siya sa Twitch ngayon sa atin sa PH Broadcast. Diba, GT? Dito talaga mas okay sa PH Broadcast.
Sino?
Si GT, yung isa sa mga boss ng Defy Gaming PH.
Hello.
Maangas yan. Naglalaro din ng Valorant yan. Pero isa na lang, Paper X can win this against Order. Kaso biglang nag-iba ihip ng hangin. Onting reset lang pala sa side ng Paper X, pero nabati ko ata dahil si Jing ay bumagsak ulit.
Pero tingnan natin, sana makabawi pa rin talaga sila kahit paano. Pero nga na Forsaken, mga kaibigan, let's see. But he's gonna fall down to the hands of Maple right now. 4v2, Benka and Mind Freak, only my remaining right now. Pero nga na si Mind Freak na lang din talaga matitira dito all the way here from their spawn. Walang nakita yung 7 Lions Sky. But that is a push. Arju not really performing that well dito sa game na to, Bes. He's not really performing that much. Pero 1v3, well, the spike is beeping, but the time is ticking. Mind Freak, marami pa naman siyang pera, sa totoo lang. Pwede pa siya mag-drop, pwede pa siyang bumili. Pero wala siyang choice kung hindi mag-save na lang din talaga and get these exit frags if ever. Pero let's see if ever that would happen though. Kahit 10 HP na lang si Maple, pwede sila magkita ngayon dito sa May C. Pero yun nga lang, Mind Freak will catch you off guard first. Disco. Oh, he took the operator, pero yun nga lang, bigla siya masaswingan na disco. Nilakaran ng matindi ng order ang Paper Rex. Order.
Ayun naman tayo sa mga kantahan ni Bill.
Pero to, I mean, ang order kasi, bes, I mean, isa yan sa pinaka-solid. Alam mo ba, naiinis ako sa the order.
Bakit?
Tinalo nila yung Team Bobo.
Kaya,
paano
kaya kung yun yung nakapasok mo? Ano sasabihin natin?
Dito. Wala tayong magagawa. What we see is what we say. Diba? Alam mo ba, sa lahat to, si Ronski, alam mo tagasan? Tagalaos.
Ay, oo nga pala. Tagalaos nga pala siya.
Oo.
The rest are, galing mismo sa Australia.
Yeah, tama. Mga Aussies. Aussie. Pero, once again, Paper Eggs in a match point already. Let's see if they would get this. Alam mo, actually, medyo mabilis yung game.
Kaya nga eh.
30 minutes pa lang. Let's go. Tapusin na guys. Let's go, Paper Eggs.
At, kung saan kayo comfortable, Paper X, pero mas masaya kasi bind the next game. Kaya pumili nun eh. Pero to, sinashot. Uy! Hindi man na Uy! Wala tumitingin sa camera na yan.
30 seconds left.
Pagtitipang ka lang yan, ako nakita na. Ayun, hindi siya na timingan. May di na siya ma-pick off eh. Ayun, sa iba nag-flash. GG na kagad yun. Alam mo na eh. Alam mo na, may info na rin. Ayun lang, Mind Freak. Bakit? Pero 13
wala silang oras.
seconds.
Oh my God!
One enemy
Ay! Yay!
It's over. 4 seconds. Okay, it's over.
Defenders win.
Na-trap sila sa chess game ni Benkay bilang panapos sa first map between Paper X and Order na pinili ni Order yung map. And still, I think the best team in APAC so far, ang Paper X, ay mananalo nga against on the first map, against the best sa Oceania, which is ang mga taga-Order. Uy, hi Pico!
Hi Pico. In-adjust pala ni Derek yung camera ko. Pero yeah, once again, you've seen it already and that is actually the win. Talagang ginawa ngayon ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. And syempre, for the side of Order, all they need to do is win it. No matter what, just game number 2. Ang problema din talaga, natalo mong Order sa mapa pinili nila. What more sa mapa pinili ng Paper Rex, diba? So we're gonna see it if ever talaga magiging 2-0 ba to, mga kaibigan, because once again, Paper Rex is apparently the best here sa buong Asia Pacific region. Ilang beses natin sila napanood internationally, si Masters, and syempre si Champions, and syempre si Pico, ilang beses na rin siya napanood. And for the side of this team, mga kaibigan, lalong-lalo na nila sa Paper X, talagang sobrang nag-work yung support tray na ginagawa nila. Pero next map, tingnan natin kung ano ba yung composition nila dito, if ever. For sure, ilalabas nila dito si Riz. Kaya, yeah, we're just gonna have a very, very short break. Once again, you're watching VCT APAC Group Stages. We're your casters, Villain Ray here. Catch you later.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the frequency, the heart of the world beat. me, it beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time.
Oh, wait. The match is over. I don't need these anymore. Not right now. Oh, wow. It's a lot brighter over here. We are back over here at the panel. This is still VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Group stages, by the way, not the grand finals, if you guys were a little bit confused, because all of the action we were seeing was just so amazing. It was so phenomenal. Tash, Trix, what did we do to deserve such an amazing game?
I am not sure, but oh my god, just the way that both teams are playing. You know, at the start they were so explosive, so aggressive, and then you could see Order kind of switching onto that, slowing down their pace a bit. And I feel if they had continued that, you know, early aggression, take that initial peak, fall back, play those passive sites, because I feel like Order had those crossfires going for them. They had the positioning, they had the off angles, the surprising angles, but for some reason they started just going for that aggressive pick against Paper Rex while Paper Rex is on the attacker, and I feel like that kind of put them on their downfall.
Yeah, they really got punished for that, I believe. I really gotta say the Order was good at picking up that early plays from Paper Rex. I was actually surprised that they actually calculated so perfectly how aggressive and how much space Forsaken wanted to take. And in a lot of situations though, I just talked about how each player in Order was just as good as each other. I want to kind of bring us back a little bit and just say that there is two particular players that really caught my mind today. I have to say it has to be Ronski. Ronski was just so aggressive, take up so much space, and in a lot of situations those thrifty rounds were made so good as he got maybe 3 to 4 picks perhaps, and it made their economy work so well. But at the same time, we also saw Disco really picking up the idea that Mind Freak and Bankai likes to play the flanks, likes to play lurks, and they put him in the backside just to kind of clear angles, make sure they weren't being followed by from behind. And in a lot of situations they actually really punished Paper Rex for it. Meanwhile, in a lot of those clutch play situations, I really gotta give it to Benkai. He was able to really isolate maybe 1 versus 3 situations, no problem at all. He's really smart with how he uses his utilities to get information. And heck, we saw that camera in sewers that Maple wasn't able to pick up at all.
And then you could see that the moment he tagged Maple, right? Maple turned around
He was
and
so
get it. That
confused.
guy just gave it to him, and then just triggered his trap. Was waiting for Maple to push up with the angle
But look at this
advantage on
timing.
Maple.
Look at this
It
timing.
was, that one was so
This
smart.
was so
It
good.
really was, and I really think it was actually Benkai talking behind the scenes, like, don't peek, just wait here, he'll come back. And in a lot of situations, though, I think me and Laika are just talking about timings in general. These are very, very minuscule timings that are timed so perfectly by both teams.
It's not just even the timing, like you could see that the game sense was also triggering for all of them, like where they expected the opponents to be, they knew the kind of positioning, where to isolate the angles based on the situation that was going on. As we see Benkai there with that 3K, you can see that he pushes up expecting a drop from heaven, so he wants to isolate the angle on the right first before wide swinging back to the left side.
Wow, I mean, I cannot imagine exactly what kind of like thoughts are going on in Benkai's head as he plays this. But honestly, you know, in a lot of situations, whenever I go on Twitter, everyone's just like, oh, you need to switch up, you need to change on Cypher. But sometimes, end of the day, it's more of just like how you play it. Sometimes in terms of Benkai, we always talk about 300 IQ plays, but his traps weren't necessarily the most complicated, yet it worked out so well. Even if players were not caught in his trap, even if he catches the guiding light through, it gives him the information he needs, and you immediately see those reactions coming in from the rest of his teammates. Also, the shift in pacing as well as their aggression was also something that I really want to point out from both from PaperX as well. It felt like when playing too aggressive didn't work and they weren't rewarded for it, all they did was wait, and then they swung in together. It's rare that we see them just kind of like go alone.
And just like the last point real quick, I wanted to add to that, you know, it felt that Order just had to switch on faster. You could feel that they weren't used to that mid-game adjustment as much as PaperX is.
Yeah, so I know I really let the ladies just take on over because I know that they had so much points to say. So with that, with everything that we just talked about, I need you guys to tell us a story. Tell us the story of your favorite round or something that really caught your attention as this game was just going on. I know that Tash always has a lot to say, so I'm gonna go with Trix first.
Favorite? It's just so hard to pick a favorite round. If I could, I guess I would pick that last one because I thought that the camera from Benkai was brilliant. And the way that he positioned around it, the way that his teammates came in, you saw that the Omen also TP'd later on, and then he didn't really get the kills in a connector, but it was that kind of round where I thought, wow, PaperX is really so good. If not the round with the Breach ultimate and Jing just uses his dismiss instead, like it was really good.
The reason why I'm asking you guys about the rounds is because it's not always about the macro for this specific game. There were a lot of micro things happening and a lot of adjustments happening, which is what led to what happened over here. But Tash, your turn as we talk over the map selection or the agent selection over here.
My favorite round will have to be the round that we saw this really in sync situation from PaperX, where we saw Jinga up pick, dismiss out, and then we saw Forsaken come up and up. Like I would say that was just a great sort of synergy from the team, where they come in from both sides, not giving them not the information per se, but the ability to get those shots at the same time, punishing them for kind of like waiting for them to come back out, like a jack in the box situation. But coming back to the agent select here, we are seeing both teams run Fade, which I'm very excited about. I've already seen how to clone again, but this time around, I think it's the chamber will be for Forsaken. We've seen Forsaken play it. Before this, I would question, like, Forsaken, you love playing aggressive agents. I wouldn't say that chamber is aggressive, but at the same time, his playstyle really, really suits him. He's the type of player that is really good at popping hits, and that's what chamber is good at.
I'm sorry, I'm about to sneeze. Allergies getting the best of me. But anyway, they did it again. PaperX did it again to me. I said that I wanted to see a Yoru, no Yoru. So I've never given that satisfaction when it comes to the agent selection. But hey, it just goes to show how innovative and unpredictable these teams can really be. Because I was expecting it, they did not give it to me. But again, Order and PaperX really putting on a show for us. I'm really pleased. I know that you guys are too, so you know what? Let's get into the games. Order and PaperX map number 2 starting now.
finally tayo here between Paper X and Order. Ako sa Rayday, kasama ko si Vil. Pupunta tayo sa bind and let's see if it's gonna be the clean 2-0 mula sa Paper X or talagang itong Order magmamanifest pa rin ang kanilang kapangyarihan ngayon. Pero kasi dito, Vil, na-shutdown talaga din sila pagdating sa Haven. Although close, but this is a map where Paper X wants to explore more sa kanilang composition. And nakita naman natin on how they are actually working things sa nila ngayon, sa composition nila so far pagdating sa Bind. Bind nga is one of their best maps with a win rate of 67%. But as for Order, sila ay malakas din naman dito sa Bind, 75%. Pero experience-wise, ang dami na talagang nakalaban ng Paper X pagdating sa mapang to.
Ayun, sorry. There's a lot na rin talaga na nagawa na talaga na sa mga mapa na to, like what you've said. Pero syempre, it's gonna boil down who's gonna win dito sa series na to. Kasi this is actually really crucial sa mga players na to. Kasi kahit naman matalo kayo dito, meron pa naman kayong chance. Kasi this is not the end for these players. To. Meron kayong chance, in a way, na pag nanalo kayo dito, pasok na kayo sa APAC. Ay, pasok na kayo sa Malaw, ito nga sila, diba? Ay, pasok na kayo sa playoffs.
Sorry, natawa din ako. Uy!
Sorry, maski ako. Andito na pala sila, pinapasok ko pa sila, diba?
Pala desisyon ka, bes.
Sorry, ako.
Kawawa.
Sorry, Kawawa talaga. Pero ngayon, ginagamit lang nila ang teleporter. Saan ba talaga pupunta dito ang mga players ng Order? Disco. Pero ito na, Ronski with a swing. And Maple will get that kill instead. A 2v2 onto this game right now. Benkai just waiting patiently inside the teleporter. Pero muntik nang mapatay si Benkai dito. Diyos ko po, na-debate. Medyo na-debate ata sila ni Benkai. Akala nila lumabas sila pero joke lang yun. Hindi pa.
Mahilig mag-joke time tong Paper X.
Joker to eh. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala talagang tao dito sa sa site. Kasi lahat sila nasa hookah. And ang gagawin lang nila, syempre, is mag-crossfire sa Valorant. 1-0 already. Sa mapang pinili nga ng Paper X.
Tatandaan natin dito sa side ng Paper X, double controller sila. Tapos, instead of having a Sky as your main initiator, isa lang. Which is going to be the Fade. Tapos Sentinel. So, very unique na naman. Yung global controller on na tayo. Pero, wala silang flasher. And that's something about Paper X. Kasi alam naman natin, tutok okay na eh. Pero how will you get that Fade, diba? Kasi usually, wala naman tayo nakikita talaga na ginagamit ang Fade as their main initiator. Pero dito sa Paper X, ang ganda ng nagiging, nila dito, creativity and the confidence that they have when it comes to their agent comp against Order.
Pero if ever lang din naman talaga ng nagagawin dito ng Paper X, talaga itutuloy-tuloy lang talaga nila yung momentum nila dito. I mean, for Order, all they need to do is syempre, i-match nila yung momentum ng ginagawa talaga ng Paper X. Pero knowing na it's just all these rays lang din talaga ang mag-pop off, knowing na muntik nang muntik nang tawag dito? Mag-mirror match to. Ang pinagkaibahan lang is Viper and a Brimstone. To be honest, I'd prefer Viper. Every time, anytime. Lalong-lalo na pag nakuha na niya yung kanyang Viper spit ngayon.
One enemy remaining.
That's it. Paper X winning the first 2 rounds against Order here in Bind. Almost the same pala yung comp nila, sadyang hindi double controller itong mga taga-Order. Na tuloy ako sa pa-Order na kanta. Makanta yun ulit, talimutan ko na yung title. Pero that's just it sa side ng Paper X and Order. with this comp that they have, I'm also excited kasi Disco, alam naman natin na magaling din talaga siya mag-sky. But then, PaperX, once they already know the capabilities na pwede nilang i-show off dito sa Bind, that's gonna be over sa order. But uy, si Jing na-punish kagad with that Vandal mula kay Ronsky.
For V5, Jing is low. Jing is dead right now. Pero for order, yes, they have all these battles so they can actually easily do a big win dito sa round nito for sure. They're up against the two Spectres of PaperX. Pero yung nga lang for Forsaken, that operator buy is actually huge na ginawa niya. Ang laking buy niyan, man. Hindi pwede mamatay sa Forsaken dito. Kailangan niya magpaka-safe play na sobra. As in, sobrang safe play. Pero at the end of the day, the spike is planted already. Pero yung nga lang, Mind Free catches one. Trying to go for the second one right now. And Forsaken catches someone with that Headhunter though. Pushing it to a 2v2. Once again, this is a 3v5 situation mga kaibigan. Ronsky with a swing. Kailangan talaga mawala yung Forsaken dito in order for them to get that win. Pero yun nga lang, that operator buy is really expensive, man. What a really semi-expensive round for PaperX. Lalo na kay Forsaken.
Pero kahit pa rin nga na ganun na nangyari, at least nakabawas pa rin na 3 miyembro ang mga taga PaperX. Pero ito lang yung meron about sa utility series. Minsan pag too much, talaga mapapunish ka ng nasa defender side eh. Pero ito sayang sana for Mind Free. Kung di na siya siguro low on HP at kung di nila alam kung saan siya manggagaling, siguro you could have gotten that clutch. But still, PaperX, full buy pa rin sila sa round na to. Instead, medyo maggastos pa nga eh sa order dahil nga na-punish yung tatlo sa kanila.
Pero dito naman ngayon si PaperX, at least meron sila mga pera dito. Si Forsaken nakabay pa rin kahit papano. Pero yung nga ng Texta playing close already. They know it already na merong judge yun. Narinig ng PaperX yung judge ni Texta dito sa hookah. So, they need to be really careful and alam nila na hindi na talaga sila dapat mag-peek. That is one tap, man. I mean, hindi nga one tap eh. One huge bang of that judge.
Bam! Sorry.
Oh.
Saya ko lang. Oh, pero Jing, showstopper, will it actually connect to anyone? Wala. Pero at least si Benke on the other hand takes down Ronsky. At isa-isa na nga na lang nakikita pero oh no, Ardu na lang kagad natitira with that operator ko. Ako sa kanya, save ko na lang dahil alam na nga rin kagad ng mga taga-PPRX kung nasaan siya. And as Mind Freak goes for a plant, it's up to Ardu to actually make this clutch. Pero mahirap na to. Kung ako sa kanya, isa-save ko na lang tong operator. Malay pa natin, mat-thrifty pa nila kagad ang PaperX.
Matindi ang thrifty ang pwede natin makita dito, best if ever. Pero Ardu though, the only man remaining, yeah, there's a huge possibility this is gonna be a 3-1. Ano yun? Hindi narinig ko.
Ko alam. May... Pero, sa side ng order. Uy! Shout out nga pala kay sa isa nating kasama ngayon. Si Taylor.
Ayan. Maingay yan. Hindi.
Daldal pala yan.
Daldal yan.
Kahapon nga eh, sa Team Secret, talo na nga yung yung FW. Talo pa sa casters.
Oh!
Kawawa eh.
Wala sila nagawa sa amin eh. Pero yan mga kaibigan, ito na. 3-1 already is the score right now. And walang pera ang order. Si Arju lang with that operator. That is not enough for you to take this win, my guy. Knowing na attacking pa ang may pera. Oh no.
Oh no. No way. Pero, pinuntahan ni Jing. O, diba sabi sa inyo, malaki yung pag-asa na nanalo yung order ng round na ganito eh. It's up to Benkay na lang to actually get it. Pero wala siyang marinig. then Maple gets him.
So much for their elite.
Ay, nako! Nabati na naman ng Paper X, pero it's okay. Those recklessness talaga is gonna be the weakness nila minsan against Order. And Order pa yung makakapag-igib ngayon. Sila pa yung mag-half buy sa Paper X. Ay, hindi pala sila mag-half buy. May full buy pero may isang bulldog lang naman. Kaso dito, na-trap sila kaagad eh. With Dronsky getting those top eh. And it's up to Benkay na lang. Kaso, na nightfall siya. Wala siya narinig. Wala lahat eh. That's it.
Nightmare, take him! Lapit na matapos ang season, bes. 3 araw na lang.
At, iba nga eh. Sobrang patapos na ng season. Goodness. Paper X, hello? Hello? Pagdating kay Forsaken? Pero, di iba, di ba? Pag-reset na. Pati, inunahan na din kagad ng iba yung reset eh, dahil lose streak eh. Pabagsak na eh.
Pero they can hear already the pinaplanta rin talaga ni Benkay yung spike na for a second with a swing and Texa with a kill. Texa low on HP right now and Texa still winning that engagement 3v2. Mind Freak with just that Sheriff on hand, or Gio will shut him down. Mind Freak, yes, meron siya orbital strike and they know it already. And that is orbital strike coming in from Mind Freak right now. And pwede magkita sa Disco tsaka si Mind Freak sino ang may first engagement. Pero meron pa siyang ano, meron pa siyang Molly. What? Muntik na. Hindi tumama yung Molly. Oh no, sa gilid. Oh no, sayang. That is actually a 1v3 clutch if ever.
Diyos ko ka, Mind Freak. Ay! Yay. Yung line-up niya, nabitin. Okay na sana yung ginawa ni Forsaken. Ang laki na na-impact nun eh. Pero habang nangyayari to, namali siya eh. Pero nag-alangan kasi siya, sinamahan pa siya ng orbital strike na ewan. Tapos, ay, hindi pala natapon ng maayos. But okay, 3-3. Ikaw talaga ang Paper X. They take so much time already. Pagdating sa bind, well, kasi sa bind talaga guys, ang hirap idikta ng momentum tsaka pacing. But whatever works na lang sa side ng both of the teams. Pero Forsaken tries to pick off sino bang sisilip sa kanya. Meron pa sisilip and still ganda lang galing kay Ronsky. Hindi na mafi-flickan yun. Inunahan na siya kagad. At 4 na lang kagad na natitira sa Paper X without barrel, just some sheriffs.
Pero onto this game right now, Jing is inside showers. Waiting for the perfect engagement that he can do. Jing, 1 tapping to the head. Pero 2 more orbs for that. 2 more orbs for that showstopper, mga kaibigan. Jing, catching 3 already. This is the pop-off that we need. Mukhang ma-thrifty ata ng Paper X ang order.
Lakas ng chance na to. Lalo na nakakuha na ng pala si Davai tsaka si Jing eh. But some of them think it already here in B-side. And Disco, may magpapaiwan dyan. Bumawi nga Paper X around na to. And kukuha na nga sila ng information. Kung ako kay Arjo, kanina pa niya sinisibilan. Pakilang round na yan? Ng operator na to. Kanina pa yan, Boya. And, oh no, he might get it. Pero
yan, wala na.
Finish him. Woo! Woo!
Talaga.
Hey! Dito, even if Frontke was able to get 1, hinayaan nila kagad yung bats papuntahan ng Paper X. Eh, kahit ba sabihin mong sheriff lang yung mga hawak niyan, palong-palo pa rin yung mga yan eh.
Sobrang palong-palo talaga sila. Parang yung Taylor. Palong-palo yun lagi. Ano yun? Laging dilat yun. Ganun kapalo yun, men.
May isa na tayo, Caster, na tatlo na tayo ah.
Mag-PPM sa akin yun si Taylor. No-rim ka ba dyan, Lods? Tapos sabi ko, madami. Pero, Ronski. Oh my God! Makakapatay siya ng isa, pero yun nga, that is the Vi will get that trade-off. 4v4 or do. Well, makakapag-regain naman siya dito ng HP. Kasi tumapak siya dun sa smoke ni... Na-decay siya smoke ni... Ay, hindi pala. Na-decay siya dun sa ultimate the Vi, rather. So, 4v4. And medyo at least dumidikit na rin talaga ang order dito, mga kaibigan. Yun ang pinaka-importante. They don't wanna lose this on a complete 2-0 if ever. At least meron silang laban kahit papano. Pero yun nga lang, napakaganda na pag-swing. Forsaken got no idea at all that Maple just right there in the corner. 3v4, Disco with a hunt, Disco denying that hunt rather, pero wala gagawin talaga ang, or yung di ba swing out, pero yun nga lang Sexta, wala silang idea at all na meron pang isa. Dalawang tao na ito pa, Jing! Diyos ko po, ginawa barbecue yung dalawa.
Ay, alam na niya kung saan magagaling.
Oh, alam niya. Wala na siyang oras though, 13 seconds in. Ang gamit lang niya, meron siyang operator, oh my God! Operator and a tour de force, mga kaibigan, yun ang gamit niya. Pero baka mabuhay ka sa showstopper, pre. Baka mabuhay ka sa showstopper. Hindi ka mabubuhay dyan, Lord.
My goodness. Kahit may trade-off, ito yung malaking factor dito. Kahit na punish nila, di nila in-expect si Jing nakaikot, naka-around the world na. Tapos dito pa, hindi pa niya na wallbang. Iniwasan lang siya. Ay, Paper Rex already leading by 2. And thrifty round ang mga taga-order. Pero mag-ingat pa rin dapat ang Paper Rex. Dapat ito na yung kinakapitalize nila. But that's a spray mula kay Davai. And now, dalawa na lang kagad natitira sa order. Maple and Ardu. But Maple gets to tap against Mindfreak. Makakuha siya ng baril ngayon. Pero may nakaabang na sa kanya to get him off guard. And that is Benkay himself. At Forsaken gets the wall back. Paper X back on track. 3 rounds na ang pagkakaiba against Order.
6-3 and Paper X. That is the pop-off that we need. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, hindi naman talaga sila dapat manalo dun sa isang round eh. Dun sa showstopper. Wala eh. Literal na binabarbecue sila eh. Oo, nakapatay kayo ng dalawa dun sa hookah, pero wala kayong idea na meron pang tao dun sa may likod. And that is the thing that Jink capitalized. Pero dito ngayon sa round na to, nanalo ang Paper X dun sa save round ng order. Pero wala eh. Si Arjo, ayaw. To si Arjo.
Arjo?
Walang kadala-dala si kaibigang Arjo, mga kaibigan. Walang kadala-dala. Sige, operator pa rin. Sige. Well, defending naman si Arjo. Si Arjo, Ayun. Makakapatay naman pala si kaibigang Arjo. Atayde. Atayde ba yung pangalan niya? Atayde, Nagpapaligo yun eh.
Meron nga siya eh. Isang bangka.
Skydome.
Skydome.
Andun kayo, di ba?
Pumunta ako.
Oy, naku po, Ronski. Grabe naman si Ronron. Pero ito yung Ronron na hindi pilay, mga kaibigan, tandaan niyo. Forsaken, trigger discipline. Trigger discipline, mga kaibigan. Catches, we'll try to go for the second one right now. Pero nasan pa sila? Disco, with a kill right now. But this is gonna be a 1v2 right now. Forsaken, pushing ito, 1v1. Chamber versus Chamber. Sige! Nakita yung ulo? Magko-commit pa ba? Hindi na. Saan pupunta? Probably here in showers. Oh no. Hindi alam. Oh my God! Hindi alam ni Arjo! Hindi alam ni Arjo! Pupunta siya ng B! Oh no!
Ay!
Hindi sila nagkakarinigan! Ay, naku! Hindi alam ni kaibigang Arjo! Oh no! Bina. Sige pre.
10 seconds left. Spike
Lap
planted.
trip to na mind games.
LT, men. Sayang. Pero ito. Pre, kalaban mo, naka-operator ha. Forsaken. Alam mo na siya dapat yung mag-push. Forsaken, kung ako sa'yo, wag ka na sumilip. Nice! Sumilip pa rin.
Wala siyang chance kasi baka pa-wallbang pa siya eh.
Hindi,
pero
ito,
sige.
If ever sinasabi, ang bayo sa papers kasi tropa natin itong mga to. Dinalan nila ang watawat ng Pilipinas. Sa Berlin dati, dinala nila ang watawat ng Pilipinas nun.
Ano, yung Paper X, nung time na hindi nga nakalipad nga nung Masters sa 3 last year. Mabela kami na bahala sa inyo para mag-represent. Pero ngayon, puro clutch pick na chocolate si Jing, clutch si Forsaken. Pang-highlights eh. Sabi mo nga, Vil, di ba, mood challenge? Ito yung mood challenge yung literal. Kasi ito yung matalinong mood challenge. Pero, 3v3 pa nga. Si Paper X minsan, pag na-excite, di ko din mag-gates minsan eh. Pero low on HP, Mindfreak takes down Ronski. Dahil tatlo pa ang natitira sa Paper X, winnable pa to. Pero kailangan lang nila mag-ingat. You need to check kung may magagaling mula sa short. Pero si Maple, nalilito siya. Sino ba ang kailangan niyang unang i-punish?
Oo. Uy, nag-comment pala yung ko. Tawag dito, yung anak ko. Happy Father's Day, Vil daw, sabi ng anak ni Vil. Hello. Maple 1v1 with a great one, pero Maple will get that kill instead. Akala ko magka-clutch na naman si kaibigan.
Last round before the switch.
Sayang. 3v2 na yun. Sabi sa inyo.
5-7 to. Lampera order. Lampera order.
5-7? Or 4-8?
8-4-8.
Yan. 4-8 dapat, syempre. Sa Paper X tayo. Kasi ano lang ngayon, guys. Bukas talaga yung totoong match eh. Sunday talaga bukas. Hanggang Monday tayo naabot sa APAC. Best
11 tayo nag-start.
Let's play.
Isang oras pa lang yung game nila. Game 2 na tayo.
May panel pa So, ibig sabihin,
may panel pa yun. Oo, may panel pa yun. Okay, tara. Maple gonna push in, pero yun nga lang, Maple will get that kill dun sa may hook. And Ronski, is he gonna push in or not? Mahirap lang din talaga ang double controller dito, men. Grabe yung ginawa ng Grabe yung ginawa ng Paper X, double controller sila. Alam mo yung ganyan, double controller, malakas din sa sa defending eh. Attacking defending, lakas ng double controller.
Nagtataka nga ako eh na 4-7 tapos may chamber din naman yung order tapos double initiator. Napapali sila ng Paper X ng ganito-ganito lang. Pero at least 2v3 winnable pa to. Kaso time is ticking, Davai. He needs to get a lot. Nakakita na siya ng information. He can get this. And it's up to one. Si Arju. Very oras. Davai gets it. And it's going to be good off inside the Paper X. 8-4 against order.
Parang kanina lang.
Oh.
Parang nung kanina lang, mga kaibigan, ito lang din talaga yung nangyari. Dito sa PPGL Discord eh, noisy ako. Si Terror yung class president, secretary si Trix.
Secretary.
Tapos ikaw treasurer. Totoo yun kay si Ray talaga yung treasurer. Kasi kunyari may lalabas kami, si Ray yung kumukuha ng mga bayad. Totoo yun. Totoo yun, men. Kahit kailan di ako nagkautang sa'yo, Ray.
Oo naman, bes. Binibigyan nga lang ako ni Vil ng pera, tapos binibigyan ko din siya ng pera. Magkano kailangan mo, bes?
Saan?
Wala lang. Magkano gusto mo?
Ay, yun. Yun na nga. Nagkautang pa nga si Kuya Bill, mga kaibigan. May utang kasi ako kay Taylor 500. Bayaran ko siya. Mamaya. Naalala pa nga. Nakalimutan ko rin eh. Pero yeah. Taylor, set mo sa akin yung number mo. Bayaran ko na ngayon.
Ay, naku. Tatawa. Pero yung tapos ang madalas sa amin nag-aaya dati si Taylor kaya siya yung class president. Pero mukhang hindi na siya madalas mag-aya. Sino ba madalas mag-aya sa atin ngayon? Si Black and Blue? Tsaka si Dax. Okay, hindi ko na sabihin pero Taylor kasi nandito sa namin eh. Discord.
Yung ano.
Pero, ay, kaya ngayon guys, ayun ako yung nagko-collect. Si Dax ang pasimuno ng mga bagay-bagay. Yung di ka makakatanggi. At si Black and Blue yung parating Gina G tsaka si Asoray. Si Asoray madalas ko kasi nakitaan ni Arjo kung paano daw mag-one tap. Ni Arjo. Ganyan talaga pag naunahan mo ni Aldab eh.
Down you go.
Pwede pa naman ilagay ng picture sa sa Gcash?
Oo. Pwede rin.
Seryoso, may picture si Raisa sa Gcash. Pero, Davai and Jing, mga kaibigan, 2v4 right now. Maple low on HP. At mukhang makakabawi ata dito ang order. Kasi kanina, Ray, naralo ang Paper Rex dun sa second half. Pero dito ngayon sa order, mukhang sila ata ngayon ang medyo kinakabahan ngayon. Ay, medyo PR sila dapat ang kinakabahan ngayon. Which is, bahala sila dyan. Bahala sila magturbuhan dyan.
Turbo. Late ako sa highlights sa BPH.
Naturbo yung naturbo ng fuey yung yung tawag doon? Yung secret?
Oo.
Ay, gumusto nabigyan tuloy.
Alam mo red flag pag yung lalaki pangalan anime no?
Oh.
Kiluwa. Joke lang.
Okay.
Ito naman ang headset nila, Jing. Pero, 4v4? Kaso, ayun, wala na nagawa si Maple. Tinanggap na lang na kagad yung paint shots, yung kahihinatnan niya sa round na yun eh. Tinanggap na lang. Pigat eh.
Nagtakip na lang siya ng ng mukha dun pero yung nga lang 4v3. Pero despite of them not having enough firepower, they still push it to a 3v3 though. I mean, hindi sa order. I mean, okay lang yan. Pero dito lang ngayon, 8-5 right now for the side of Paper Rex. All they need to do is wait for Paper Rex. Can they retake this or not? Davai, siya ang dapat siya ang dapat mag-anchor dito kasi siya may Spectre if ever. Pero in terms of utilities, they don't have any utilities at all. Forsaken catches one right now. Texas is down. They don't have smokes. Pero yun nga lang, RJ will catch two. 1v2 onto this game. Davai, mga kaibigan. We're gonna end it off. And 6-8 right now. Pero pwede maging 6-9 to best kasi ang Paper Rex, meron silang baril ngayon. Pero ang order, they don't have enough utilities. Feeling ko mag-half-bay lang dito ang mga players ng order. May kausap pa ba ako?
Oo, nandito pa ako, bes. Kung kuha ka tayo, binibigyan kita ng momentum. Ayaw mo ba?
Sorry.
Minsan ka na mag-concert. Kami rin hindi mo aalokin kung magkano need namin. Bakit? Sino ka ba?
Ano daw?
Hindi ko daw pa sila aalokin kung magkano daw yung kailangan nila dito sa comment section. Sabi ni Villamor. Sabi ko, sino ka ba?
lahat ng may Vil sa pangalan po. Villamor. Si Mark.
Ay.
Si Mark.
Tahimik lang.
Kaibigan Mark. Tahimik lang yun, pero idol yun.
Ayun, kawawa na ito. Pagkuhanin nyo naman ng fight sa order. Nice one!
Hindi na pinahawakan sa kanila eh.
6-9. Nice.
Oo. Pero, dito sa mga nakikita natin mga kaibigan, sana order talaga makabawi dito kahit paano. Pero once again, Paper Rex, if ever panalo sila dito, it's over.
And they're gonna proceed sa ating playoffs. If nanalo sila dito, ang Paper Rex, matagal ang pahinga nila. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 3 araw. Kasi sa Thursday na ulit yung laro nila. Di ba?
Tama. Mamahinga na sila ngayon. May libre na sila Starbucks, pero,
Sana all. Na all, man.
Ay, shoutout ka pala sa Paperx, pwede bumisita na bootcamp pag nandiyan ako sa Singapore. Pero tama, Maple na lang at disco. Natitira.
Hoy! Kitang-kita ni Forsaken yung yung kaliwang legs ni Fade. 6-10 already in Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. Zen it to win it. Ang bilis, no? So, lang, no?
Talagang gusto na nila tayo pagkas ng ibang bang bill.
Di ko alam kung sino ba yung may sumpa. Ikaw ba o yung Taylor?
Hindi ko din alam eh. Shoutout nga pala kay Taylor. Sana masaya ka ngayon.
Let's play.
Naniningil pa rin agad. Hindi siya titigil. At ngayon, mga taga-Paper-X gusto na nalang tapusin. If you want to play, Forsaken still gets Ronsky. At 4 na lang kagad natitira sa order at kumukuha na nga ng information. Ang mga taga-Paper-X to get this. Pero, biglang naging passive lang ang mga taga-order ngayon. Alam nila na may konting pagkukulang pa at pwede pang maging huge mistake yung pag-push sila isa-isa. Ba't kayo nag-audition? Pero buta na lang si Arjo at Aide. Nakuha na nga kagad ito si Forsaken at buta na lang kagad ka. Pero Benkay goes for a trade. 6-11, dalawa na lang sa Paper Rex and they can get this against pa-order. May pera pa yung order. Ay, hindi na. Magka-half-buy na lang sila. Hirap na i-risk. Pero kung ako sa kanila, i-risk ko na itong round na to.
Marami kasi tayo mga bagay na na nire-risk natin kahit pa paano. Pero at the end of the day, dito talaga tayo kung sino ba talaga makakakuha dito ng mga wins and of course ng mga chance and mga trades. Pero Paper Rex is 1 win away for the coveted match point. Ang problema lang nila Atol is sa order, wala silang pera dito. But Texta would have shut them down. But this, oh my God, Texta! What? Nakapatid pa siya ng 3 dito. He literally mashed his left click. Nag-spray and pray lang siya doon with that sheriff. Nakapatay pa siya ng 3. Alam mo ano yun? Champa yun, man. Nakachampa siya doon. Nang-wallbang lang din talaga pero kaya it's all up to 1, Arju. He got that headhunter right now. He's gonna plant the spike, yes. But yung nga lang, at the end of the day, he's still up against 2. The Vi, kompleto sa Ricardo Spy, got that hunt, got a prowler, and that seize as well. But Forsaken will shut him down already. 6-11, I mean 6-12 in favor of Paper Rex. Match point na. Yan si Daddy Brim.
Yan. Ganda diba ng finisher?
Kailangan nasa gitna ka ng kailangan nasa gitna ka dyan, man. In order for you na lumabas yung VCT na ganyan, kailangan nasa gitna ka dapat. Nung mismong finisher. Maririnig mo yun kasi if ever, kunyari, yung finisher ng Valorant champions na Vandal, kailangan, pag dumaan ka sa gitna nun, maririnig mo yun para pag gumagano na, tira ba? Ayun. Boom! Gaganon. Pag andun lang yun, doon ka lang sa gitna, tapos magiging pula yung kalangitan at lalabas si Brimstone. Nakakatawa, di ba? Pero ganun talaga, men. Na all may riot body, no?
Oo, gusto ko yun eh. Pero Forsaken siya nga down one. Yun eh, tumama pa rin siya doon. Tapos may slave mark. Kitang-kita lahat, sinamahan na rin kagad ng kaliwat kanan na ultimate mula sa Paper Rex together with Texta. And 3 na lang kagad natitira pero Forsaken gusto talaga sila habulin ngayon ng Paper Rex para matapos na daw yung problema nila ngayong araw at mamamahinga na lang daw sila ngayon.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0 already. But like what I've said, it's a game number 1. There's no way that Paper Rex would lose that map. What more? Dun sa mapang pinili nila. Sobrang lakas ng Paper Rex, man, promise. Pero si Arju, pwede siya makapatay nito ng dalawa. Pero yun nga lang, si Ben kayo nakuha niya. Kung si Jing sana yung napatay niya, pwede pa siya makabarbecue dito. Pero 1v1 right now. Tapos na ba? Tapos na ba ang araw ng Paper Rex? Tapos na ba ang or meron pang chance dito ang order? They're not gonna go there in A, but they're gonna go there in B instead. Hindi alam ni Mind Freak kung nasan si Texta ngayon.
Ayun lang.
I like that! I like that! Oh no! Pwede sila magkita. Mind Freak. Saan siya pupunta? Oh no, narinig na niya. Narinig na niya. Oh no, kita niya! And it's over!
Relax pa si Mind Freak. Mind Freak equals to Mind Games. And Paper X wins this series against Order into 2-0 at mauuna na nga ang Paper X papunta sa playoffs at ang Order sa baba muna kayo. They will go up against another team to get that slot. But all in all, mga taga PPX sabi nila, alam nyo guys, another day, another win lang to sa atin. Ang mas mahalaga ay ang playoffs natin. Pero overall, iba pa rin yung performance nila with that double controller and with that raise. Ang ganda, all in all sa PPX. Napakalinis na muli ng bind nila compared before.
Yeah, sobrang linis din talaga lahat ng ginagawa na dito mga kaibigan. Pero for the side of Paper Rex, talagang really can say na they are still the top 1 team sa buong Asia Pacific region. And syempre, they're up against Order na medyo hindi naman na sobrang bago. Kaya si Arju, dati siyang bleed nung APAC Stage 1. And yun nga, na 3-0 nila yung bobo, sayang. Pero magagawa doon when they tried so hard. And yung tatlong players dito actually from Bonkers. Yeah. So, sorry, not Bleed, pero Bonkers. Bonkers pala, Bonkers. Pero yeah, we've seen it already. And babawi ba ang mga players ng Order dun sa kanilang match, which is apparently tomorrow. Tomorrow yung match nila. And syempre mga kaibigan, the loser of that will be eliminated and the winner of that will gonna proceed in advance para sa ating playoffs. It's gonna be next week, Thursday. So yeah, there's a lot of things na talagang nangyari dito mga kaibigan, and syempre congratulations to Paper X for winning this best of 3 match with a clean sweep 2-0 versus the Australian team Order. Siguro talaga pupunta pa talaga sila sa Thailand no, para maglaro Pero yun nga. Yeah, I mean, this is it for us. Maraming salamat. Kita-kita tayo bukas para sa amin dalawa. Pero meron pa tayong 2 games kayo mag-alala. Mga kaibigan, we're watching VCT's Asia Pacific Group Stages where casters Vil and Rachel here. Rachel Ann. See you later.
Quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes.
Hey guys, I'm Lenny from Bleed, and we are from the SGMI region. Our expectations are definitely to qualify for Copenhagen, which is the goal for pretty much any team there, I guess. Definitely, I guess Paper X is our first seed from the SGMI region. And the star player the player to watch out for is definitely the star player, Forsaken. I guess by playing our own game and just practicing and training and giving our best performance during the event. And make sure to stay tuned to the VCT APAC Challengers playoff stage 2. Hope to see you guys there.
Chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Phan Huy, in-game là Kawa. Hiện tại mình đang là huấn luyện viên của team Fancy United Esports Valorant.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Ace đến từ team Fancy United Esports.
Mục tiêu và kỳ vọng của team mình trong vòng giải APAC sắp tới đó là team mình sẽ cố đạt được top 2 để giành vé đi dự giải Master. Các team đối thủ mà team mình có thể đối đầu trong giải APAC sắp tới thì đối thủ mà team mình lo ngại nhất chính là team PPGL đến từ Singapore. Trong thời gian vừa qua thì team mình đã tập luyện scrim với rất nhiều team trong khu vực APAC và cũng có từng scrim qua với team PPGL. Để vượt qua được đối thủ đấy thì team mình đã và đang xây dựng một chiến thuật để có thể nào mà khóa chặt và khắc chế cái việc mà hai đi lead của team PPGL đó là Forsaken và Zing có thể bay bổng nhất. Đấy là chiến thuật sắp tới để mình có thể cố gắng chống lại team PPGL. Thay mặt các thành viên team Fancy United thì mình xin gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành và sâu sắc với những người hâm mộ team Fancy và mình mong các bạn tiếp tục theo dõi và ủng hộ team mình trong các trận đấu của giải đấu vòng APAC sắp tới. Team mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức để mang lại những cái niềm vui và bất ngờ lớn hơn cho các bạn.
Let's be frank, running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix once again here on the panel. Now, over the break, you guys heard the players. You guys heard the players talk about this specific team, and that is PaperX. They're the team to look out for with Forsaken and Jing leading the way. And of course, PaperX, absolutely phenomenal. I enjoyed watching them on Vine. Tash, I love the defense from this team. The absolute control that they had over the map was just something else.
I feel like in the beginning for Order, they had an idea what to do. After all, this is their map pick. But I felt like in the beginning it was a tug of war between the two teams, especially as PaperX is playing on the attack. But for the side of Order, it felt like, as what Trix mentioned earlier, they're just not able to adapt again. In a lot of situations, it felt like Order was just a little bit too spread thin, and the reaction time coming from them was a question mark, where they're not exactly sure whether it's a bait, whether they're actually going to be hitting that side, whether they're going to be switching out. And these random, very quick and split decision making from PaperX is making it really hard for Order to really pinpoint where exactly or what exactly to expect.
I mean, granted, like also what the casters pointed out, Order is still kind of like baking, I think. They're
like,
still
what?
figuring themselves out, baking. Like, they're figuring themselves out. They're still finding that perfect mix between what they want to do, what they can do, what is optimal for their plans. It just felt also, I was a little surprised coming into this because I expected Order to have a more concrete plan on what they expected. I also expected more crossfires from them, whether it's the attacker side or the defender side. I felt they generally came from one side most of the times, which ended up being like this has been known for also that insane aim, and they kind of just lose the aim duels too. So it just felt like they're on the right track. They just need a lot more refining to get there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you there. And we do have to take into account that this is their APAC debut, right? They still have a lot of experience to go. Like, Paper X has that down. They've been here in APAC over and over again, and they just have so much experience, especially being a team that made it all the way to Masters. Now, I do want to point out, you were saying this already, Trix, but yeah, there were a lot of times wherein we could feel that Order was heavily reliant on the gunfights, but even then it wasn't working for them. I would have wished that they would have been wiser when it came to the utility, Tash.
I really think that in this round in particular, we saw them really taking those aim duels in a lot of situations. They put RDW in the backline to just catch them off guard, to catch those flankers coming through, and RDW was usually the last man standing when it comes to a lot of situations. Because he was put on op, it's really hard for him to take these clutches because it's really hard to clear corners with an op. Yes, he can if they were wide swings, but you can see the discipline coming in from Paper X where they're like, okay, we're very aware that RDW is the offer, so we just won't peek him. And a lot of situations, he was forced to make something happen, and I didn't see a change in his playstyle to kind of like go with the situation. But this particular play in general was just like what I was talking about in terms of the C's and the pink shells. But coming back to that as well, I have to say that in a lot of situations, RDW does shine, but I really want to bring it to Texta. I think this map, Texta also really tried to come up on top. He's done some insane fights, but it's not really enough to clinch it.
Texta's game sense definitely shining through in particular moments where he's holding the angles, where I think in the last round, I feel he might have he was kind of overthinking it a little bit. And then going into also just Order's composition, right? I always say that I like to see that combination. I felt that it lacked presence.
Oh yeah.
That it was primarily they were going for that Fade Raze rather than the Fade and Sky. But Forsaken doing amazing on that chamber. Just so much space taken for his team, and just the picks that he was able to do, especially when he used that teleporter, was amazing.
I mean, no surprise here. Forsaken on the Jet, Forsaken on the Chamber. Put him on the role that you want him to play, and he will outperform. Yeah. I mean, I was actually talking to Tash like, whoa. The decision-making when it came to his rendezvous was just something else. Like, he was so decisive about everything. The reaction was so quick. Like, you know what? This is my intention. I'm gonna go in teleporter, lay down the rendezvous, take a pick, teleport out, and I got my pick. I fulfilled what I was meant to do, right, Tash?
I mean, it's also the fact that I think this is what Trix and I talked about before, about why Bind is so tricky to deal with. They don't really have a mid. Their mid are the teleporters, and the control from the teleporters is what you need to do. And I feel like a lot of players really forget that there are ways to control the teleporters, and using the rendezvous inside of them is one of them. Or sometimes you see Sage walling inside. Sometimes you see people just throwing in utils in there just to make a presence through that. But at the same time, when it comes to the teleporter control, in those split seconds where you see them almost taking A site, they switch over to B, and that suddenly you see like they put so much resources onto A, suddenly they're going to B. What the heck? And that question mark comes up on the top of Order's head. Like, is this for real, or is there someone lurking in the back still?
Yeah, I think that the teleporter on the side of Paper X is like a paid actor. The only time that it did not work for them was when the spike actually got trapped inside. But overall, the way they played on the teleporter is so good. After all, Bind, we know this. The teleporter just has access to either ends of the map, which you guys are able to just play off of that, play some mind games off of that, especially when you have a chamber that can fake the teleport over and over again. So it was just very fun to watch, especially on the side of Paper X, as they were being so innovative, like we always come to know them. But with that, all of that said, it is time for us to move on to the next series of the day. GGWP to both of those teams, but now it's time for the second series. The team stepping up right now is a fantastic team, again, also from MYSG. You know what's funny though? They're hardly recognizable at this point because they've improved so much since they qualified. Climbing through the rocky paths of the play-ins all the way here at the upper bracket of their group. These guys are so explosive and I can't get enough of them. Here's Bleed Esports.
Okay, so Bleed. I think this team is one of the pride and joy of the Singapore Malaysia team. And I again and again, from Singapore Malaysia all the way to APAC, I talk about how this team brings a very interesting mix of flavors between EU and APAC, or Singapore Malaysia rather. For stage 1, it felt like, because Maxi and Pith only came in during the APAC time, and that time we saw a very distinctive or a disconnect between the players. But for stage 2, however, it was a rough play-in for the Singapore Malaysia for them. But coming into APAC, it felt like in that short time, they really learned and really picked up everything that they did wrong. And they're having such a very strong run here on APAC. What's really great about it is because Darion is being enabled by his teammates compared to before, where Darion just dash in without any information and just go ham and get those picks. And meanwhile, Maxi and Pit is just so great at giving support. At the same time, they're good at making sure they clinch all of those do or die situations.
Definitely. Like, also pointing out that Darion, you know, being enabled by his teammates. I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. I find that Bleed Esports is just doing a lot more team plays. We know that they like to play aggressively, but they're starting to come up in that APAC. Starting from the play-ins up until now, we've seen that the refrag potential is improving so much. They're going together. They're showing us that they can adjust mid-game, whether it's offensive or defensive. And the crossfires that they have in order to enable that space that they're creating is what I find the most fantastic thing about Bleed Esports.
Bleed Esports, just a phenomenal team. Yes, Ash!
I was going to say that Lenny and Lexi are also worth mentioning. That Lenny's Sova has been giving so much value, and every time Lenny does his Hunter's Fury, he's good for 2. Meanwhile, for Lexi, if you put on a breach, I think you are never going to see anything ever again. If you think that you can hold an angle, you are going to be quickly fleshed out. And when you put that all together with how the team usually plays, it makes one great symphony of EU Singapore.
Thank you for the fair warning, Cash. I'll make sure that my shades are ready. Like, I need this right here because I do not want to be illegally blind because of this team. Now, on the other side of Bleed is a team that made me dance before here on the broadcast, not just because of their name, but also because of their gameplay. These guys are Vietnam's last hope, so they have to give it their all. This is Fancy United.
Coming into Fancy United with some of those different agent lineups. We've seen them on Bind, and they were actually the team that pulled off that triple controller. Got Acerola, BMV, Yes I Can, Heisey, and Fishio. I find that every single player on this team is so decisive, especially during their mid-round decision making. They don't particularly have a style that they seem to favor, whether it's aggressive plays or defensive plays, whether it's a fast play or a slow one. They seem to constantly be changing it up depending on how they feel like they want to be playing that map. And last time we saw them, it seemed they were able to dictate the space to the opponents. On the defender, you know, they like to play the information game. A lot of teams like to do this, but it also seems that Fantasy United know when they need to give up that space. And I just also find that their agent pool is so versatile. Hence the reason they were able to even bring up that triple controller on buying.
Honestly, because they're so versatile, it gives them so much play potential when it comes to catching a lot of people off guard. When you look at their VLR, they have so many agent combinations that it's really hard to really do homework on them when you have every single combination in the book. And in general, when you look at BMV as well as Heisey, you see BMV when he's on chamber, he never misses. He's a very, very strong anchor and he's good at the anti-flank. At the same time, there's Heisey, great at the lurks, and a very aggressive Omen, which I love to talk about because this type of Omen can give so much value to the team, especially when it comes to grabbing picks and giving a lot of space as well, because not only are you going to be smoking, but you're also going to pick them off one by one.
This is nerve-wracking for me because again, this is Vietnam's last hope. So a lot is on the line. There's so much pressure from this team to perform. They have to give it their best, and it just so happens that these are the best players that they can offer, and I'm really hoping that they bring out the best stuff today. But hey, can Fantasy United win it? That's the question, and I think their answer is yes, I can. Yes, we can, which is actually the player that we are going to be featuring in our head-to-head across Maxi. So
Yes, I
here
Can
it
and Maxi.
is. Yeah, talk about it.
I mean, such great players. You know, we've seen Yes I Can both on the initiator and the controller, and we primarily see Maxi on that controller. I find both of these players in particular being able to make those decisions mid-round that actually sometimes bandage the situations that they might be in. Whether it's that they're, you know, on the back foot, they're maybe not sure what they can do the round, but both of them being able to step up for each team, making a decisive decision, and then following through with getting extra space that their team needs.
I really like seeing how Maxi executes his Omen in particular. He doesn't go aggressive until he needs to. He lets his other teammates do whatever they have to do before he really steps up. And this is what we talked about in terms of knowing your roles and responsibilities. Sometimes you don't have to have a player go super aggressive and just take up space when you don't have to. Allowing your teammates to do your job while providing the information is what's most responsible to do. And I feel like when it comes to Bleed Esports, this very mature and very knowing your responsibility is something that I look forward to from them, since it just really shows that the team is constantly maturing and evolving. But at the same time, when you look at the other flip side, Fancy, because they're so flexible and malleable, it gives them an advantage just because they're able to just react to all these plans and strategies or big 300 IQ plays that Bleed is known for.
I love watching Bleed play, and I love watching the development they've had so far. I am a little sad to not see Bind because I was hoping to see that triple controller again.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why it's banned. They do not want to deal with those unusual comps and picks that take a lot of time for them to figure out. Because as we know, in terms of some teams, they do take maybe 3 to 5 rounds to figure it out, and I don't think they want to give so much, so many points to them as they move forward.
I'm seeing that we're locking in Split over here, but I want to see Icebox. Okay, wait. I know that you guys are looking forward to Split because, it's going to get removed for a bit. But I want to see Icebox. I have seen Bleed on Icebox, and I need to see more.
There we go.
There it is. They heard you.
That's one of their map picks too, if you think about it. So in a way, this is kind of like favorable in terms of map picks to Bleed. I haven't really seen Fancy play on both maps prior to this. I think I may have not been here before. So this is a very exciting moment for me because when you think about it, Split can be defense heavy, but there are some teams that play aggressive, some people don't. But Fancy, their aggression might actually be good for both maps when you think about it, because Icebox is a map that really fancies aggressions. Haha, get it? But anyways, yeah, it works out for them.
Trix, please talk to us about these bleed picks being attacked. They're gonna start off as attack.
Yes.
I love it.
I think that again, Bleed being that kind of team that thrives off of that aggressiveness, I feel more teams now are starting to get comfortable, especially with the age of Valorant. They're starting to say, okay, we can start that on the attacker side, get ourselves that early advantage. Icebox and Haven being those really large maps where you want to be able to be given that space to just take it. There's a lot of space on the defender side that you have to try and control. A lot of information that you might not be certain on. Bleed definitely playing to their advantage there. The fact that Split is there too makes me a little concerned. Well, not necessarily concerned, but somewhat excited to see Darian on that judge. I'm hoping he brings it out, because the control that Maxi put and the pressure around the map with the kind of bait setup that they had for Darian to really just get the space that they needed on it was just fantastic.
Again, this is the map that we usually see them run the double controller, if I'm not mistaken. And it just enables so much space, again, for Darian to pull out the judge, to have a little bit of those sneaky plays, because I've seen the combination. You put an Astra Star, you kind of back away, because you're assuming, hey, they might pull out the gravity well, they might concuss us, not knowing that Darian is already waiting in the sidelines to just, like, you guys are backing away, I'm gonna push you and I'm gonna shoot you with a shotgun in the face. And it's not a fun experience. I'm not looking forward to that if I were on the side of Fancy United. But hey, it is what it is, right, Tash?
I mean, for me personally, I think one thing that Fancy United really have to worry about are smokes. We have two players who are smoke criminals from the side of Bleed, and it's gonna be Darian, who is also very averse to playing inside of the smokes, either put by Maxi or the enemy team, and also Maxi itself. So in a situation, these two players are great when it comes to using those smokes as isolation tools, and that's what they really, really have to worry about.
I'm excited. I'm excited for all of the maps. I'm actually hoping that we make it to Haven. I don't usually look forward to Haven. Not because I don't think that it's a great map. It's just that we get to see Haven so much. This is one of the favorite picks that the players always choose in these situations. But the reason behind this is because I'm starting to pick up on how these players are so able to perform really greatly as attackers. And with Bleed, intentionally picking attack first, I'm so stoked. And again, like as what Trick said, we were so used at the beginning of the competition wherein they would always pick defense first because they were trying to be as careful as possible, probably. But now they kind of picked up that, hey, you know what, in this map, we'll get more points in at the start of the game if we pick attack first. So let's just do that. Let's not be too careful this time. Let's do that instead. But with the adjustments coming in from all of these players, all of these teams, I think that it's only fitting for us to start with the predictions, because it's going to be incredibly hard as we go down the line. So with that, Trix, why don't you go first?
I think that with Bleed's performance, with the maturity they have as a team, I hope that they remain consistent and that they remain, that ability to see each other, understand each other, really work on those team plays and those refrags. And I think that Bleed can take this from Fancy United.
I agree with you. I am going for Bleed too. I've just seen the improvement come from this team all the way from the planes. Maybe this is me again growing some sort of attachment towards the players, because I keep seeing them play over and over again. And once, you know how when you're like a mom and you see the improvement that your child has done, I'm not saying that I Bleed Esports' mom, but I'm just so proud of all of these teams when I see them outperform themselves from the previous series that they have.
I mean, speaking of that, Bleed is also my pick, just because of this improvement. We all love a team that's always ready to grow and evolve. And I feel like also we talked about maturity of a team. I feel like Bleed is one of those teams with those really, really big, huge impact plays. Ever since the addition of Pith and Maxi, we started, at first I was a little bit unconvinced, but now I understand completely what exactly Bleed wants to do and bring in. And the way they play can be very different than the rest of APAC. They don't want to play, they want to go beyond Malaysia and Singapore. They want to go global. So if you want to go global, you have to really have an idea what exactly is coming in from different regions and what exactly can work when it comes to moving forward. And because they're just so flexible and so quick at learning and picking up these things, it gives them so much of an edge as well as experience. And I'm really looking forward to see if they can make it all the way to Masters. But we talk about that as well. Fancy United is not a team to be looked down on. I feel like their flexibility and their speed can be a problem to Bleed. So long as they're wary about Bleed is capable of, they might be able to put this in the bag.
Yeah.
I think if FCY goes into this understanding that Bleed is also kind of the best of both worlds, that's what they've come to. That's the identity they're starting to farm into. Taking that kind of more tactical approach, more mind game approach that we tend to see on the EU, as well as that aggression that SEA and APAC region is known for. They're starting to find that perfect middle ground that they have. If FCY goes into that understanding this and being able to kind of dictate the pace as they have been in previous games,
yeah, absolutely.
I think that would definitely assist them in trying to get more rounds on Bleed.
Yeah, I feel like Bleed is the kind of team that really wants to force you into their momentum. I mean, prior to this, we saw this where Bleed could just go super slow if they want to, and then the other team gets really antsy and they come to them and they get punished for it. So so if say Bleed does kind of switch around between these speeds and just control the momentum, it'll spell trouble for Fancy. But if Fancy is able to not really bow to that momentum, learn to get as much information as possible while minding the fact that you have Pit and Maxi who like to play lurks and flanks, it may just be a whole different story altogether. And I'm not worried at all for them, because Fancy is just that adaptable.
Yeah, well, we're already on the topic of pacing over here. It makes me question how fast or how slow the rounds are gonna go, because we have Bleed that's kind of aggressive, and then we have Fancy United that kind of adjusts the pace depending on what's happening over here. But I guess we'll have a better idea of this as we get into this agent selection that's happening right now. I'm seeing Neon already, so maybe along the faster pace tricks, I'm not too sure.
We are seeing both teams running that double controller. We have the Breach on the side of Fancy United with the Raze and the Neon, which means that's a lot of control that they could get. That's still a lot of delay that they have, and I feel that not enough people also recognize this. But on Bleed's side, we are seeing a lineup that they have played before. It's that Sky, it's the Viper, the Astra, the Sage with the Raze, and I find that gives a lot of potential for them to stop the information that Fancy United will be getting. But also, if Fancy United is able to play with that aggressive lineup on the defender side and push Bleed back, I think that would be really beneficial on their end.
I think that if you look at the lineup from Bleed, it shows a more, I wouldn't say defensive heavy, rather it's a very default, very stoic. I would say that it's not really as aggressive as what you expect to see from Fancy United. Just seeing this lineup from Fancy, I can already tell that they want to go WGB. They want to go aggressive on both attack and defense. And one team that made it happen for that particular map has been Paper Rex and Xerxia. So if say Bleed, I think the reason why Bleed chose this was to kind of stop that aggression coming through with the Sage Wall. They can stop that middle aggression coming through. They can stop that aggressive takes from mid. After all, mid control is the name of the game here on Split, so Bleed has to make sure that Fancy isn't able to get that. But with their speed with Neon though, it might be a different story.
I do agree. I do feel like on the side of Fancy United, it feels like a whole W composition. Not a lot of information being taken out here, because on the other side with Bleed Esports, you have the Sky, you have the Dog, right? So it gives you a little bit more information, but I'm interested to seeing how this is gonna work out. I'm interested how Fancy United has this down to a science, that they're gonna show us like, hey, despite this not being a hard information lineup, we'll get the information either way. Or maybe they plan on clearing corners as much as possible, because to me, that's what it's looking like right now. We got a Breach, we got a Neon, we got a Raze. All of the utility you throw out kind of clears the corners out for you. But maybe it'll work on Split. After all, there are a lot of close corners here. We'll have to wait and see. For the meantime, though, we're going to be passing you guys over to our casters so that we can begin with this first game. See you guys on Split.
Isang araw na naman po ng pagtatanghal dito sa group stages para makita na natin yung mga qualified teams to the playoffs. I'm Honey Glaze, DW, kasama ko ngayon si Tayra.
Hello, what's up sa inyo? At welcome nga pala sa VCT Asia Pacific. Nandito tayo ngayon sa ating second series of the day. At syempre, Bleed Esports nga versus Fancy United Esports ang maglalaban. And the panel have talked about it actually, Honey Glaze. Na-mention na rin nila how Bleed actually grew as a team from the first time we've seen them here in the APAC stage. From the last time na napanood natin sila, it seems like they were still finding their footing. Saan ba yung middle ground ng lahat? But this time around, dito sa APAC Stage 2, it feels like they finally found the middle ground. It's all balanced out compared to last time. And they're just a stronger team right now. But Fancy United, napaka lang din nito. Parang hindi mo mababasa kung ano yung magiging resulta nung match na to.
Yun nga rin ang sinabi ng panelist kanina, Taylor, yung about sa kanilang odds pagdating sa kanilang lineup, composure. Kaya naman ngayon, titingnan natin kung ganalicious ba ito laban sa side na nga ng Bleed, who has been denying all the odds. Simula nung nag-start tayo dito sa group stages, hindi natin inaasahan yung mga plays silang kakaiba nga para makakuha dito sa isa pang round papunta para sa playoffs.
Alam naman natin, split. From the previous time, we also casted Bleed dito, Honey Glaze. Yung masakit na shotgun, masakit na mga boga mode ni Derion, nangyari na yan. So, very much aware ang Vietnamese team dito na Fancy United kung ano ba ang kayang gawin dito ng Bleed. But, on the other note, nakapasok na nga sila ng B-site, bukas na bukas or open ang buong B-site. Makakapag-plant din sila ng spike dito. It seems like ang plano ng FCY is to actually make a 5-man retake.
Dahil most probably mahihirapan sila dito pagdating na nga sa mga close range fights, especially dito kay mga cheeky position na kinocommit na ni Derion. 3-man flank ang mangyayari na dito, makakatapat fit, kaya naman ngayon wala siyang magiging sagabal sa pagtumba na nga dito sa mga kamay ni Yes I Can. Maxi, all the trade-off. Dalawa na pala ang natamba dito for the side of Bleed. How are they going to defend the spike? Lalo na ngayon, numaragasan ng mga lahat players dito from FYC or FCY. Matatagpuan pa nila dito si Easy, pero nagtagumpay pa rin sila pagdating sa magde-defend ng spike.
Ang ganda rin naman ng take nila. Walang tao on site mismo Literal, yung FCY dito, nag 5-man push. Ang kaso nga lang, napitasanan nila si Pith saka si Maxi on garage itself. Kasi one and done position to from Pith Hindi niya ina-expect siguro na may lalabas na boombot, no? Ang kaso nga lang, when it comes to the other players, remaining players from Bleed Esports, parang hindi na nila napansin. Nalikuran lang sila and all throughout together. Pati yung smoke na sila yung nag-place. Sila pa yung naguluhan kasi nagde-diffuse nga yung Astra doon kanina. So just a clear 1-0 for the side of Bleed Esports. And just a thing, the players to look out for here for Fancy United. Kung na-mention na natin lagi ng honor roll tong Bleed Esports Dito muna tayo sa Fancy United Esports. Itong sina Yes I Can, sina Acerola, it's been a while since we've seen them, but they are finally back dito sa Asia Pacific stage. Since technical pause rin naman tayo right now, as of the moment, pag-usapan na rin naman natin itong mga players na to. And they've been playing multiple times, even Southeast Asia playoffs, naglaro na rin yung mga yan. And they have the capacity, they have the experience for the rest of the team as well. So, hindi lang basta-basta yung pagka-qualify dito ng Fancy United Esports. Aside from that, kailangan, expected na rin kasi natin na Bleed Esports will actually qualify from the play-ins itself. So, napakadaming votes nang kayang basahin netong dalawang teams na to. But both of them are actually expected to qualify in the play-ins and actually reach this point. Ang kaso, syempre, may mananalo, may matatalo talaga.
Exactly. Dito na lang din natin makikita kung gaano ba kalakas yung struggle nila para magpapatuloy na nga dito sa pag-deny ng mga odds. Fancy United, I think most probably ang makikita ko sa kanila is yung pag-enable nila kay Yes I Can. Once na gusto dito makuha yung comfortability niya within the map, there needs to be a follow-up. I'm talking about Fisher dito na pwede nga dito maging sagabal din against the vision, against even the positioning here from Bleed Esports. And speaking of Bleed, they have a good start. Lalo na nagambala doon sila sa 3-man flank ng Fancy United. Pero nakuha pa rin naman nila yung composure para defend yung spike.
Sa true lang. At sa mga nagtatanong, syempre, RRQ, may decider match pa yan sila. sa bracket nila, no? Aside from that, may mga iba pa tayong matches na susunod. And other than that as well, Team Secret is also waiting for their upcoming matches here. So depende na lang talaga sa magiging resulta nitong mga games na to kung sino nga ba rin ang makakalaban ng Team Secret, no? So going back here now on to round 2. Dahil nga Bleed ang nanalo when it comes to the pistol, makakabili sila ng kanilang mga Spectre. And going here in this round, there's no certain aggression. Kahit sila yung may lamang dito at sila ang attackers, walang aggression tayong nakikita. I think they are very much aware for the side of Bleed Esports na baka may shotgun, baka may mga baril sila dito na kayang i-punish itong mga Spectre nila. But this slow plays from Bleed Esports,
Nako po.
kung mapipitas, kung meron sila mapipitas, this can pay off.
That is the question. Pero most probably, parang ang makikita ko na lang dito is nagkaramdaman na dito for Fancy. Wala kasing kumukuha ng info from B side na nagde-defend. Kaya naman ngayon, nakapasok na tuloy dito ang ating Astra all the way from B, clearing things out para makuha nila kaagad yung site. They have, again, a lot of Spectres. They have a lot of buys. Kaya naman ngayon, they have a lot of time to secure in B. Pero, ang makikita na naman natin dito is full-on retake from Fancy. Tingnan mo naman yung layo na ng ginagapang dito nila Maxi. They have now the opportunity na makreate nila yung maluwag na space dito at na-place pa nila yung smokes. Kaya ngayon, hesitation tuloy ang meron for Fancy para makapag-retake agad. Ipit sila sa city mismo nila.
Machuchup-chup to, sir. Promise. Ito na nga ang paglabas dito ng mga players ng Fancy. Si Highs nakakita ng isa pero si Maxi pa rin ang makakapatay. 2-1 trade ang nangyari doon for Maxi. BMV, the last remaining player here for the side of Fancy United. Nag-stack sila sa A side completely and they gauge 50-50 chance. You know, it's either they go A, they go B. But the thing is, nag-mid control ang mga players ng Bleed Esports. Na-cover nila yung entirety ng B side kasi nga nakapag-stack sila sa A. And this just created basically the problem for Fancy United here. Na-smoke off sila. Lahat sila dito, hindi makagalaw, naikutan na sila, na-rotate na. But in the end, it's still a pistol round for them and they were able to at least get some kills as well.
Napansin ko rin pala dito sa kanilang composition ng mga agents, wala silang mga pang anti-flank, wala silang pangkuha ng info. So regardless ng mga lineup na ito na madami silang mga smokes, madami silang everything na utility to deny in entry and aggressiveness from the other team, mukhang mahihirapan silang kumuha talaga ng info. Pero ito na naman, B na naman ang kinuha dito ng Bleed dahil, again, sabi mo nga, bukas na naman ito. Fancy for the retake. They have the guns, yes, pero yung control inside the site, I think this is all in favor of Bleed.
Open sites. Double control setup kasi meron dito ang Bleed eh. Kaso maiipit ata dito si Fisho. Namatay na nga siya, but yes, I can was able to take on the trade. 4v3 situation right now. Lexi on the corner. Na merong nagdadasal sa Gedli, natamaan na nga dito si Highs. He goes down and this is still a 2v3. Azarola was able to pick up 1 kill away at still on the works pa rin ang pag-retake dito ng Fancy United. Nakakuha sila ng isang kill pero this is the last remaining player. It's gonna be Lenny pero tuloy-tuloy na pag-defuse ng spike ang gagawin dito ng Fancy United as they pinch down the last remaining player from BD Sports. 2-1. Gaan na naman pala.
Gana naman finally for that retake. I think ang naging problema lang natin talaga kanina is naisahan sila eh. Na-slow sila dito ng Bleed, nakagapang ng mid, nakakuha ng site. At dito naman din, they had the gun advantage. Kaya naman medyo nahirapan din dito ang Bleed Esports. Pagdating nga sa mga trade-offs sa ginawa dito ng Fancy, dagdagan pa natin yung mga utilities pang warangkada nga sa kanila to win out their duels inside of the site, and now 1-2, hindi pa rin naman masama for Fancy. Nakapag-start off lang na maganda ang Bleed Esports. But let's hope for the best dahil meron lang naman na Spectre na hawak dito si Lenny. Let's see kung hanggang saan yung kakayanin nito dahil nakakagulat yung mga ginawa kaagad dito nila Fisho. Dagdagan mo pa kaagad ng 2K for this guy. Make it a 3 kung ipupush niya pala dito sina Lenny, and unfortunately dito kay Lexi hindi na rin siya makakaligtas.
Niligpit lang ng players ng Fancy United. That is the last kill towards Pith right there. Mabilisang 2-2. Iba talaga ang nadadalang bilis ng isang Neon when you put her into perspective, lalo na sa mga mapa kagaya nito, no? Relay Bolt pa lang, yung concuss pa lang dito ni Fisho. Natamaan na nga yung mga players, especially the Astra. Very impactful kills coming in actually from Fisho right here. Kung hindi sila nag-push ng mid, hindi mangyayari tong skirmishes na to, and hindi niya nalapag yung relay bolt niya na maayos and everything else, it wouldn't work out. But this time, iniba nila yung pacing. Kung kanina, antay lang sila ng antay, the B site is completely open. This time around, lumalaban naman sila. But another round coming in here, Fisho already using the relay bolt. May kasama pang fault line. Kongkas na kongkas ka talaga kung kahit saan ka pumunta. Maxi low. But this is the vulnerability coming in from that Viper. Heizi was able to take on the triple kill here on tower. Tatlo ang makukuha niya. 3v1 situation na meron tayo ngayon as Bleed Esports Darion is planting the spike.
Ang explosive ng round na yun, imagine yung defender side dito nang kuha nila lahat ng capability sa makapag-aggressive push. But on the meantime, we already have here one clean office shot to the head kay Fisho. Pero dalawa kasi yung nag-pick sa kanya all the way from the heavens. And now 2-3 score lines still in favor of Fancy. Dahil nga, nabubulaga nila dito ang Bleed Esports. Wala rin naman kasi makakapag-slow sa players ngayon ng Fancy since they don't have the item flanks, they don't have the info gathering agent ones na mag-slow sila inside the side. So, parang nakita ko dito, Taylor, is nag-greed lang muna ang Fancy kung ano ba yung pwedeng maging possibility dito ng Bleed Esports pagdating sa attacking.
Exactly like that, no? Binasa lang nila doon sa first few rounds na nakita natin kung ano ba yung movements dito ng Bleed. And once they are able to actually read up kung paano nga bang maglaro to, doon na nagpuput into action yung utilities ng Neon. Nababasa na nila kung saan din yung mga entry points na ginagamit dito ng Bleed. Isa sa mga kaso lang dito is they have a double controller setup, meaning they can set up both B and A sites here. Especially they have an Astra, they have a Viper as well. So completely makakover nila yung mga site, no? This can also be used for fakes as well. But it really depends doon sa mga players. Pero itong nakikita natin, BMV, if he gets one kill, this is gonna be deadly. Totally deadly for the side of Bleed Esports unless makuha nila itong skirmish na mangyayari dito. Kasi isang orb na lang, may rolling thunder na si BMV. Pag makapatay ng isa yan, matik yan, susunod at lahat kakalampagin. Ito na ang showstopper ni Darion. Pero wala siyang makikita on site here because the players right now of Fancy United is just literally here on mid control.
Spike planted.
Yun lang talaga yata siguro ang gustong gawin ngayon ng Fancy. Get in one kill para kay BMV and that will be the remaining factor na pwede sila makapag-engage pagdating sa kanilang retake. The Cosmic Divide will be the hindrance para makapagbigay kaagad ng magandang positioning dito. But Hazy goes in with a quiet 3. Dito naman magiging available yung showstopper. Yes, I can. Won't be having enough availability to get in that kill. Maxi naman dito, sneaky and steadily just placing himself under the smoke. Hintay niyang lumabas dito yung mga players from Fancy, pero ang nagkataon ng dead is Heisey is just ready enough for him. Heisey glints up with a 4K. Finally, a 4th round na nga ba? Or yes, magkakaroon pa ng time dito for them to defuse in the spike, pero that was a really clean retake. Hindi na nga nila kailangan pang makapatay pa dito si BMV.
Tsaka aside from that, kung hindi napatay ni Heisey itong mga players na to, kahit tatlo sa kanila, bulag na bulag. Mauubos talaga dito ang Fancy United. It could have been a totally different story here on A main. But hindi nag-work out for the hands of Bleed Esports. Maganda sana yung plano nila dito eh. Nagamit nila yung Cosmic Divide. Pati yung guiding light sana. And sumapul naman sa tatlong players. Kaso nga lang, nasagot pa rin sila. Tamang pre-fire lang talaga ang meron dito for Fancy United. Anyway, going here on round 7, 4-2 ang score natin. Bleed Esports, it seems like they're having a hard time right now dahil nabasa agad sila dito ng Fancy United at nakapag-adjust agad sila ng mabilis. They have the ultimates here for Pith and Lexi side. So may rest sila dito na pwedeng gamitin, pati na rin ng Viper's Pit. So kailangan lang nila makakuha ng site, which is typically easy because they actually give out sites here.
Oo nga eh. Wala silang magiging problema kapag gugustuhin ng nila. Pero itong mid talaga yung isa sa mga hindrance ngayon or isa sa mga gustong i-hold lang ng matatag dito ng Fancy para mahirapan na nga dito ang Bleed Esports to get in. Heisey naman dito to cancel out Darion. We have here the quick trade. Nandito naman din yung Seekers to spot and players from the side of Fancy para magkaroon sila ng hesitation, mag-slow sila pagdating sa retake. Numbers advantage again in favor of Lead Esports. And there's also the Viper's Pit. So ang hirap ng mga possibility nilang makapag-retake. Pero on the other hand, hindi pa rin pala kumukuha dito si BMV ng kanyang ultimate orb. So mapapagagalan sila dito sa pag-retake. So they need to hope for the best na makita kaagad nila dito si Piff.
Dalawang players from Fancy, lalabas nga in the hands of Darion. 1-to-1 trade, pero magiging 2-to-1 pa because Lexi was able to pick up on the kill itself. Isa pang kill para sa kanya. That is gonna be BMV out. Azerola, siya na lang naiiwan dito with 17 HP. Unfortunately, wala na siyang magagawa dito in a 1v4 situation. Ito na nga yung sinasabi ko, no? Because of the sites are quite open, lalo na kung may mga utility plays sila dito, for example, like a Cosmic Divide and even a Viper's Pit, mahirapan sila makapag-entry pabalik. But so far, right now, Honeyglaze, it's definitely working out for Fancy United Esports. Kung meron lang talagang utilities, yung bleed, dun lang talaga sila mahihirapan, lalo na yung mga ultimate na yan. But other than that, when it comes to skirmishes, ang lakas naman sila eh.
Fancy din dito, no? Commendable kasi sila dito sa mga nagiging bait and switches nila. Dagdagan pa natin yung backup potential dito na follow-up na laging ginagawa ni Heisey. Ayun ang nakita ko to counter out the aggressiveness ng bleed all the way from those na i-counter nila sana or i-cut off sana nila dito yung rotations from Fancy kasi naka-ready si Heis. Yes, there was 3 members blinded by the lights here by Lenny pero we got their backs naman pagdating naman so mga duels na biglang in-engage dito ng bleed dahil nga sa labas nga ng blind dito ni Lenny. But now, it's just really just the favorable moments na lumalapag nga dito for Fancy. We saw earlier kung gaano ka-aggressive nga dito si Facio and it makes sense kasi kaya naman nila and they have the mobility.
Sa true lang. Tsaka itong si Lexi din para sa Bleed Esports, ang bilis din itong kumuha ng ano tawag dito? Yung binalikan na frag. 'Di ba? So refrag dito, ang bilis makakuha ni Lexi, no? Nakaabang sila pagdating doon sa pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga skirmishes as well. So ngayon, Fancy United, after that timeout, they have to plan out kung anong plano nila dito. Lalo na meron pa silang ultimate. Ito na nga ang kalampag ng Papa, ginamit na rin. Satchel in play mula kay Yes I Can, pero mapapaatras ang players ng Bleed Esports. Aware na aware sila kung anong possibility mangyari dito. Ang daming utilities na nilalabas, nagkasabugan na nga with the boombots itself. Tamang labas lang mula dito sa Neon, and syempre tumaas na rin ang wall as Maxi was able to flinch down on B main. Mapapatay si Heisey dito. 4v4 ang meron.
Ganda ng ginawa nila dito. Nagkaroon ng skirmish in mid. Kumukuha ng attention dito si Facio. Pero they were jabated dahil nga may nag-push na all the way from garage. Nabawasan sila na tig-isang player right now. So by all means, feeling ko dito for the side of Lead Esports is mababagalan sila sa pagpupush. They are hesitant. This is the impact na gustong ibigay ng Fancy United sa kanila. And now, they're just holding back. Nandito na yung mga smokes to counter out the visions here from BMV. Tapos magta-travel naman sila dito going into mid. But the problem is, isa lang din naman ang nagche-check dito inside of mid na magde-defend. This is Arcerola, meron siyang Viper's Pit. Pero ang magiging problema niya nga lang dito is 3 pa or 4 pa yung mag-rotate sa kanya. So, kailangan niya mag-ingat dito sa magiging position niya or talagang hahayaan niya na lang din na mag-plant na ng spike dito ang Bleed Esports.
Itong mga take dito ng Bleed, pati ng Fancy, mala-randomizer ang galawan eh. Hindi mo mabasa talaga kung ano nangyayari. Viper's Pit on A main, makakapasok na ang players ng Bleed all the way from CT side. At mababaliktad ang sitwasyon. Fancy United, they have to make a retake happen. Pero si Pep! With a double kill, going for the third, he gets it. Naghahanap pa ng isa, there is gonna be on heaven, but BMV was able to shut him down. Isa na lang, laban sa dalawang players dito, but ang gandang execution mula kay Pip. The trigger discipline was there, and Bleed Esports, it just made the life easier for them.
Na ako na-confuse ako kung defender ba siya or attacker, kung Bleed ba siya or Fancy United. Kasi nga, hindi niya pa nire-react on time dito yung mga magre-retake na sana from heaven. This was one big of a skirmish na kinomit nila all the way from Ramen. Pero this time, si Fit lang din kasi yung naging reason kung bakit hindi na nga nakapag-fully on retake dito ang Fancy United. Dagdagan mo pa na kailangan din lumabas sa loob ng Viper's Pit dito si Arcerola. Pero ang nakaabang na lang din. Yun nga, walang nag-check ng corner.
Ito na!
So now, 4-4 na ang scoreline. Ito na naman tayo dito kay Fisho.
Ito na naman tayo. Tamang dut-dutan na naman mula kay Neon. Overdrive on para sa kanila pero Sachin and play muna mula sa Raze as they shot down each other. 2-2 ang nangyari trade doon. 3v3 situation pa rin tayo as of right now. And meron pa rin naman mga barel itong mga players na to. They have the spike for Bleed Esports side. Kailangan nilang i-plant ito but the players are now rotating from Fancy United. Binasag nila yung wall on mid. This gives the presence and the opportunity for Maxi again to cut off the rotations kung sakasakali mamaspatan niya. He sees one pero may kasamang whiff yan. Yes, Ken was able to get a kill. 3v2 situation right now. Nakapag-setup na rin ng smokes dito. Ang Bleed Esports, hindi makapasok ang Fancy United. The time is ticking right now. Knives out ka pa dyan pero nasaksak!
Oh my God!
Na-turbo! Oh my God! Ginripuhan mga kaibigan. Yung isang player dito ng Fancy United. Muntik na eh. Natondo things. Mga kaibigan, taga-tondo pala to. Lexi, able to take on the kill and fifth to close things off. Para sa side ng Bleed Esports. What a play.
May duduguin talaga dito ngayon for Fancy United sa pagsaksak pa lang dito ni Fit. I don't think that was intentional kasi nagulat siya dito sa pagpasok nga ni Derion or pagpasok ng isang player sa kanya dito ng Fancy United. Really just goes to show na ready siya sa mga kahit ano pang mangyari. Tingnan mo naman, he was down to 30 HP. Hindi nakapag-react on time dito si Derion. Pero by all means talaga namang hindi sila nakapag-react na pagdating sa kanilang retake. They were down to players. It was a 3v3 pero with the utilities na naging hadlang sa kanila para makapasok agad ng site, ang laking impact nun. Lalo na't ngayon, Bleed Esports sila na ngayon ang may lamang.
Mapa-screenshot si Pith dun eh. Sabay post sa Facebook. Nga saksak. Saksak sa Asia Pacific. Naunahan na yung pambato nating si Jessie Vash eh, na taga-tondo pala to si Pith. Di natin nabalitaan, akala natin galing EU. Taga-tondo lang naman pala. At still, 5v5 pero walang pera ang Fancy United dito, Honey Glaze.
Yeah. Mukhang kailangan pa nila muna dito maging hesitant or mag-play slowly na lang. Especially sa factors na may pera pa rin naman dito ang Bleed. They just need to destroy the economic advantage dito ng Bleed Esports para naman sa mga susunod na mga rounds. Sila naman yung magkaroon ng struggle. 5-4 is our scoreline. They are really one of those teams na ibibigay nila kaagad yung site para maglaro na lang sila for retake. Ilang rounds din naman nila na ipanalo yung mga retake potential na lalaban sa Bleed Esports. But this time kasi, they don't have the guns. They don't have the money. We have now here a already planted and the spike na dito ang Bleed Esports. Retake na lang at inihintay na lang nila mag-diapers na lang kaagad dito yung mga smokes para maging freely na lang sila dito sa retake na gagawin nila against sa 5v5 ng Bleed Esports.
Diyos ko, pinapaulan na ng utilities ng Fancy United pero walang tao dyan. Just to make sure, dami nilang util na ginamit dito. Ang kaso nga lang, makikita nila sa dulo. Sa kabilang dulo, nag-aabang si Kuya Moderio, nagpapanggap na pader. Pero kita-kita ka dyan, sir. Pith was able to spawn one. Ito na naman si Lexi na kumuha ng dalawang kill. Yet again, remember, this is an eco disadvantage for Fancy United. Kaya medyo imposible ngayon right now for Acerola to actually make this happen any longer. The time is ticking and the spike is just gonna detonate anytime soon.
Yeah, wala rin talaga eh. Ang hirap, lalo na ang daming naging talagang sagabal bukod sa smokes. There was the concussive blast. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga snakebite dito ng Bleed Esports. Ewan ko na lang din talaga kung hindi ka makaligtas doon or hindi ka makaalis sa mga utilities na yun nang walang kadalos-dalos. Dahil they were also all over the place. Pagdating doon sa retake na nga, na-execute sana ng Fancy sa kanila. They just went on to a head-to-head combat. Pagpasok nila ng site, kumuha ng info, but really was just unfortunate na kahit na nandun siya sa smoke or kahit na may advantage na dito against Maxi, hindi pa rin talaga niya napagtagumpayan dito yung eco. Syempre, kasi may vandal na nga dito si Maxi. 6-4 is our scoreline, Taylor. I think this is really just a close match. Nagbabasahan lang yung mga teams natin ngayon.
Oh, bahala sila sa buhay nila kung anong gusto nilang gamiting strat dito. Pati kami, di na namin naintindihan. Di ba? Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Basta gumagana, yun na yun. Ganun naman talaga ang Asia Pacific eh. Basta mabuhay. Di ba?
Basta gumana.
Ewan ko ba dito?
Na nga lang sila dito eh.
Feeling ko, pumunta na sila sa Pilipinas eh. Nang ma-coach na sila dito ni Jessie Vash kung paano ba mag-tondo things. Dahil nagkakaroon na ng saksakan. Unintentional man, pero nangyari na dapat mangyari. Viral ngayon ng Fancy United actually. Showstopper being used here by Darion. Depende na lang kung meron matamaan yung relay ball, pero meron siyang naspatan. That is gonna be SRL. Going down and going away as BMB was able to shut him down. Mabilis na ang rotations ngayon ng Fancy United. Kung kanina medyo mabagal, this time around, nasa site na sila bago mag-plant ng spike. But Lenny was able to take on a kill yet again. Ito na namang ang Viper's Pith. Viper's Pith ni Pith. Ayos ba yun?
I heard what you said there. Ayos. Pasok na pasok. Pasok na rin na dito. Ang Bleed Esports inside of the site, hindi nila binibigyan na pagkakataon dito ang Fancy na makapag-retake agad. But they went in with the free fires. Nandito na ang malaking problema nila. Rolling Thunder, Showstopper. Mapuputangan na kagad dito si Pit. Wala na siyang Viper's Pit. Ngayon, hindi na makakaligtas pa ang isa sa kanila. But Lexi, it's all up to him to deny and the defuse. Nakatago siya sa corner, pero with the wide swing of Fisho, will he be having enough time to defuse it? And hindi! Point 16! Yung pagde-defuse sana ni Fisho dito, it's still the lead for Bleed Esports.
Swerte nung last remaining player, si Lexi. Kahit nag-reload na, talagang umamba lang doon para i-cancel out yung pagde-defuse. Yung split second na lumabas siya doon, and the kill was given out. Yun yung time frame na dapat tuloy-tuloy na yung pag-defuse. Saktong-sakto sana yung timing na yun. Unfortunately, Lexi went out and Fancy United, hindi nga nila tuluyang made-defuse to. Daming angles no na nag-iiba-iba for the players here of Bleed Esports. Especially on their post-plant situation, lagi nilang nako-cut off guard ang Fancy United. Lalo na tong si Pith. Para siyang invisible. Hindi siya nakikita ng kalaban.
Parang si Darak ba yun na I am here pero you don't even see me. Now, hindi na kailangan makita kagad ni Darion kung nasaan na nga nakatungo nakapwesa dito si Acerola. Fisho naman dito with a quick trade-off. He is down to 45 HP. May resurrection lang din kaagad na magaganap dito. In favor of Lexi, numbers in favor of them. Bleed Esports, they have the Seekers. They have now B side to take all the way from B tower. Isa lang naman din ang magiging problema nila dito. And it's all up to Fisho to hold things off. Pero I think hindi na muna mangyayari yon dahil he is very low on HP. Kailangan nila yung numbers to go up against Bleed Esports. Sabi mo nga, Taylor, kakaiba yung post-plant na naman dito ng Bleed Esports. Kung ano ba yung i-hold nila pang post-plant, pang cancel out ng retake rotations ng dito, ng Fancy United.
Hirap kasi yung mga smoke dito, for example, for the side of Bleed Esports, pamaya explain natin, pero si Maxi makakapatay na naman, si Heizy naman with the judge, ito lang ang hawak niya, kaso kakayanin ba yan para makapasok on-site? He still needs to go in on-site and push up. Ang kaso nga lang, he only has a classic. It still works. He got one kill here. 11 HP remaining para sa kanya. It's gonna be done and over with for Bleed Esports. At gaya ng sinasabi ko kanina, no, they are already on-site here, B-sites to be specific. The thing is, kapag buhay pa si Pith, meron silang wall ng Viper na hindi mo matatanggal kasi nagre-regen lang naman yung parang charge ng Viper's wall natin. Unlike if you have, of course, an Omen and Astra, after a while, kapag ginamit mo na talaga yung dalawang smoke na meron siya dito or yung mga stars, ubus na. Diba? But a Viper's wall, all throughout the entire round, it will just keep recharging and you can actually control when it pops off or when it hops out. So malaking bagay to at malaking gamit for the side of Bleed Esports knowing that they also have Astra stars.
Hindi pa siya yung basta lang na makapag-smoke out ng mga retake potentials or ng mga vision dito from the other team, from the defending team. Kundi, ang laking bagay din ito kasi nabo-vulnerable na kaagad yung mga dumadaan doon sa Viper's Wall. So, it's either you go through it immediately or talagang iintayin mo naman yung pagbaba na nga ng toxin screen dito or may babawasan naman din yung opportunity nyo makukuha kaagad yung retake dahil nga, the time is already ticking. It was really just a good half for Bleed Esports. They are up to 8-4 scoreline. 4 yung lamang nila dito. They just need to hold on to the sides. Ito na, Taylor. Ito na ang defending side ngayon ng Bleed Esports. I'm talking about the, we're
Shotgun
emphasizing
na.
here, the capabilities kasi dito ni Darion pagdating sa defending.
Lalo na nga, ito na naman, balik na naman tayo sa double control. Alam nyo naman, pag merong judge player dyan, ang lalaruan yan, yung mga smoke. No, nakikita natin yan na typically, Omen nga, pinapasok niya yung sarili niyang smoke kasi alam niya yung mga timing naglalaro siya ng mga shotgun. What more if you have the other teammates as well helping you out. May trade ka na, may setup ka na ng smoke, kaya mo pang maglaro ng close counters. Kaya mahirap din talaga, lalo na sa split na napakaliit nung entry points. For example, you take mid, you have mid control, yes. You go to tower, gaano ba kalaki yung entrance mo papunta dun sa heaven? Gaano ba kalaki yung entrance mo papunta sa vents? It's just literally, kasya ka lang. Alam mo yon, yung pag binaril ka o pag tinamaan ka ng showstopper, literal 3 mauubos dun sa spot na yon. So, maliit yung mga spots and perfect opportunity lang talaga to use the judge actually.
Tsaka napaka-cheeky pa naman talaga dito ni Derion pagdating sa mga timings na yon. At parang split na to ginawa para sa kanya eh. Hindi na yung split ang gumawa para dito sa mga players natin to have their composure and their composition. Slow plays ang gustong gawin ngayon ng Fancy na United dahil parang alam nila kung paano nga dito gumalaw si Derion. They're just waiting on to the possibilities na mawala yung mga smoke, mawala yung mga poison clouds, maghintay sila for whatever can happen here from the defender side. Pero I think kailangan nila gumawa na ng paraan. They have double duelist setup, so they have the opportunity para makapasok ka agad at may divert nila yung attention dito on who is ever na nagde-defend ng site. But this time, mid pa rin kasi talaga ang gusto nilang mangyari. And ito yung pinakamalaking problema nila, wall ka agad ang nakatapat. Tapos nakaintay na kaagad dito si Piff, gamit niya lang yung shorty, nakaramdam ang Fancy United.
The thing is, kahit pasagin mo yung wall, isang panel lang yung nabasag doon. So, in a sense, kapag papasok sila doon, mas masikip. Di ba? So, iniipit talaga sila dito ng BLD, ladies and gents. Bleed Esports, ito na yung fault line. Dumaan na rin yung paint shells, but the boom bot will explode right in front of the face of Yes I Can. May kasamang heal for Derion right now, but Lexi is going down as well. Fisho was able to take on a kill, and Derion shuts down, or rather, was shut down by Fisho. Here, 10 HP remaining, pero lumalaban pa rin. As Pitch shuts him down, naghahanap na dito ng papatayan si Heizy, and they get the kill. All the kills towards Bleed Esports. Kahit gaano kasikip, kahit gaano kadami tao, we will still find a way to make an entry happen. All because dahil nasimulan dun sa nabigla din yung race no, na nagbabato ng boombot si Derion. Pati na rin yung mga players dito na pinch out using utilities.
Pareha silang na-pick off ng ano nila eh, ng mga boombots nila eh. Dagdagan mo pa na parang talagang, or hindi na parang eh, buong buo talaga yung composure nila, yung composition nila dito to be the attacker side against the Esports. 3 or 4 yung lamang nila kanina, 3 na lang ngayon. Makakakuha sila ng aggressiveness, but unfortunately dito kay Derion, wala mo ng pambaboga dito, sir! Naunaan ka agad siya ni Fisho. The smokes will be saving up one member all the way from pit, but the problem is ready naman din si Fisho, and yes, I can. Magkatunggali sila, makapasok ng site. Nakapture na nila yung A at makakaplant, but now it's all up to one remaining member. Hindi na kailangan mag-plant pa dahil ubos na ang mga naipon sa mga 6 to 8 ang ating scoreline ngayon. 2 na lang. Kailangan bulin dito. 8 to 8 na ang scoreline.
Ang ganda ng smoke ng Astra dun, to be honest. Kung makikita sa replay, no, makikita nyo, si Yes I Can dito, naka-smoke off yung heaven, pero actually, umaabot yung smoke na yun hanggang sa baba. Kaya natatakpan din yung tao na nasa hell na nag-aabang only with the classic. Because of that smoke, 2 yung naharangan niya dito. Heaven at the same time hell. So hindi nakabuelo yung isang player doon na nag-aantay ng execution ng players ng Fancy United. Literal, na-shutdown nila nang hindi napapansin, no, at hindi nakakita. Anyway, heading back to this round, tuloy-tuloy na pagpasok for the side of Fancy United. Nakita na nga nila dito na nakapasok na si Yes I Can. Habang yung ibang players ay nagro-rotate na rin dito for the side of Bleed Esports. Yes I Can waiting on the corner here on screens. Habang nakapagplanta rin ng spike post-plant position na for Fancy United.
Ganda nito. Byron na to again for Bleed Esports.
Ito na naman si Pit!
They are making converted. Pit na naman dito, gumagawa naman ng highlights, gumagawa ng pangalan para sa sarili niya. And now it's all up to one remaining member. Mabubog ang nga sa mukha ni Derion. Ito na naman tayo. Nabibigyan na ng availability si Derion na magkaroon ng confidence gamit ng judge.
But I actually like the fast plays that Fancy United was bringing to the table. Lalo na nasa eco, natalo sila sa pistol, nanalo of course ang Bleed Esports. And obviously, they have the disadvantage of not having the Spectres itself. But kung mapapansin mo, Bleed Esports bumili na sila ng mga Vandal. Kanina pa, aside from that, the judge play mula kay Derion as well. So malaki yung naliligtas o malaki yung savings dito ng Bleed Esports. But aside from that, in overall setting, just Bleed Esports has more experience, literally, compared to Fancy United. Talagang kahit fast pacing na ang ginagawa ng Fancy United dito, kaya pa rin ma-shutdown ng Pith. Lalo na ng Bleed Esports, aside from Pith.
Lion, lakas din kasi talaga aroma at yung nagiging charisma dito ni Pit inside of the game. Pit itself goes in for the kill. Nandito na zip-zip ng Adifisio, pero look at this. This is already Pit destroying the players here for Fancy United na hindi pa nga sila nakakapasok ng site. Walang munang magpa-plant na spike dahil ito na naman ang lamang ng Bleed Esports. 4 rounds. Talagang pinagtuunan nila dito ng pansin yung mga pagkakataon na magiging aggressive dito ang Fancy United. So alam nila kung paano ito i-counter agad.
Magiging aggressive ka. May slow yung Sage, may concuss, meron pang poison ng snake bite. Exactly. Mabavulnerable ka, tapos dadaan ka pa ng wall. Ewan ko na lang kung baka survive ka, sir ha. Lalo na, nasa side pa si Kuya mo, Pith. Itong si Pith, akala mo, invisible eh. Naka-triple kill pero hindi natin nakita. Alam mo yun?
Napansin ko lang yung nag-hold siya ng site. Nakakuha siya ng 1 kill. Pero ang lahat ng mga naging eksena dito is nakafocus tayo kung makakapasok, makokontrol ba nila Yes I Can, nila Fisio dito, yung loob ng site. Ngayon, punishment na. Masyado kayo nagmamadali kanina. Slow muna tayo ngayon, mga pare-chong. Bleed Esports dito kasi they're just cheeky with their angles again with their Rion. Judge na naman yung hawak niya, Taylor, and there's also the smoke na nakapag-push siya mula dito sa garage. But now, it's just one member na medyo naiipit pa nga. Naku, hello! Yes, I can! Oh my gosh, Pit! Na naman na makakakuha dito ng dalawa. Even though na nang-concuss na siya, makakaligtas pa rin naman siya dito against the members of Fancy United at hindi na naman sila nakakuha, nakalatag ng strategy nila dito dahil naubos kaagad sila dito kahit pa nga pantubos sila laban sa Fancy United or sa BD Esports.
Naghahabulan na lang ng kills dito pagdating sa KDA, si Pith tsaka si Lexi.
Diyos ko.
Kabi-kabilaan, hindi nila ma-shutdown dito si Lexi tsaka si Pith. All throughout the rounds na nakikita natin dahil nga din sa double control agent setup ng Bleed Esports. Kahit saan, kahit kailan, may smoke, best. Mula A hanggang B, abot lahat. Lalo na naka-astra ka kahit saan ka talaga niyan. Sir, Fisho.
Hala.
Getting the first kill here on towards Stereo. Nagmamadali ka masyado pero ito na nga yung slow. Meron pang kasama yan with the wall here from the Neon itself. Pero hindi sila makapasok kahit na may fast lane, sir. Meron ng flashes na lumalabas pero hindi pa rin lumalabas yung mga players as Lexi sets up this wall. Kailangan nilang basagin yan. Iniipit na naman nito ang Bleed Esports. Ang kaso nga lang mamamatay yung ibang mga players na nasa loob na ng site. This is still a 5v2 situation and now Fancy United is planting the spike. Lenny was able to spawn 1 kill and that is gonna be Acerola. 4 laban sa 2 ang meron tayo dito. Pith gumagawa pa rin. Meron pang hindi na niya masiset up yung wall here on B dahil nakaset up na yan sa A. But on the other end, si Lenny meron pang flash na pwedeng gamitin dito. That is the first one out. And makikita masuspata na nga. Fisho was able to take, or rather, get down here. Heizy was able to take on the kill. Makokongkas si Kuya mo Pith. Aatras siya dito. 4v1 or rather 3v1 situation na kailangan niyang tapatan. I don't think this is very much doable unless sumilip talaga ang Fancy United.
Hindi na rin naman na ito ibibigay ng Fancy. We have the respect and discipline for this team para makuha na finally yung isang round na kailangan nila. But unfortunately sa kanila ngayon, meron pa rin kasi pera sa bulsa sa mga bangko ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Magpapatuloy yung kanilang firepower, magpapatuloy yung utility usage nila. Kailangan na lang dito ng Fancy United is magkaroon ng magandang composure na even though na may mga slows ditong binabato si Lexi, even though na ang daming mga utility dito to counter out the aggression of Fancy United, kailangan nila ng composure para naman manalo sa pagpasok nila ng site, malaman nila kung ano ba yung ginagawa dito ni Derion. Hindi nga nakaisa si Derion nung itatry niya sana dito makapag-satchel, papunta ng garage, papunta sa entrance, makakuha ng kill with the judge. But now, look at the minimap right now, Taylor. Walang katao-tao sa B. It's just like what happened from Fancy United when they were the ones defending in the sides and papasok na kayo fully ang Fancy United and it's all up to them para makuha na naman yung isang round na kailangan nila at mahirapan sa retake dito ang Bleed Esports.
True lang. Interestingly enough, no, walang nagpa-flank dito. Even from the first half we saw a while ago, Honey Glaze. And to be fair, wala na mga Sentinel na may mga traps talaga dito. Aside from a Sage, obviously, a Sentinel right here. But other than that, for Fancy United as well, wala rin sila. Naka-double control setup din sila dito and needed nila yung initiator na yan. Now with a post-plant situation for Fancy United, mapipigilan nila pumasok itong mga to. Kaso kalampag ng papag ang meron. Alam nila na merong nag-aantay sa Gedli. Pero si Fisho ang makakapatay at makakahanap sa dalawang player. Maxi is the only man alive right now on Heaven. Nag-aabang at naghahanap ng kill. He sees one. He gets the kill on this. Pero tatlo pa ang kailangan niyang patayin. Hindi na naman lalabas dito. Tamang abang lang talaga ang Fancy United. They know they are in a post-plant position. They know that they have the advantage and they don't need to pick out aside from this moment kung kailangan niya lang lumabas. 8-11. Fancy United was able to take upon one more round.
Ooh, Bleed Esports, mangamba na muna sila ngayon. Gumagana na yung mga strategy dito na Fancy United. They have fully taken over the site. Hindi nagwagi yung magiging retake sana dito ng Bleed Esports. It was really clean para sa kanila na mapigilan nila kaagad yung mga pagpasok. Yung kahit na may mga blinds dito, ang kabilang team, ang Bleed Esports with Lenny na nakokontrol niya kung saan pwede siyang makapag-open up ng space for the rest of the players here from Bleed Esports. But this is just big. Yung slow orb dito, magiging reason kung bakit ma-hold sila in Amen and Darion. Meron siyang soul stopper. Pag naipit talaga sila sa Rams dito, mahihirapan na kaagad magka-comeback dito ang Fancy.
Setapan mo ng stars ng Astra, masaki-saking mo. Ultimate talaga yan. Paalam. Ang sasabihin na lang dito ni Neon. At para sa players ng Bleed Esports do, kailangan nila mag-ingat, Honey Glaze. Because if you actually think about it, kung kanina maraming laman ang bank of Valorant ng Bleed Esports dito, this time around, if they actually lose this round, it's gonna be quite difficult for other players that we have right here. Nauubusan na sila ng kaban ng bayan dahil dun sa mga rounds na nakukuha na ng Fancy. And especially kapag ganito nakalapit sa double-digit score lead na tayo na nakikita, at the same time, papunta na rin double-digit ang Fancy United, mahirap maipit pagdating sa pera dito kasi crucial na tong mga rounds na to eh.
Sayang yung Seekers dito ni Lenny. Oh, wala man lang siya nakuhang info dahil mabilis na in-execute or talagang dinisperse kaagad ni Haizi dito yung kaninyang Seekers. Kaya naman na-delay sila sa pagpasok. Cheeky angle na naman ang inahawakan nila ngayon. Magwawagi nga ba sila? One member down. Bibilang pa nga ba tayo ng pangalawa? Dahil nga nandito na kayo Cosmic Divide. Hindi makatapos. Hindi makapasok yung mga bullets na. And now they're already in. Cosmic Divide once again from our defending team. But now we have here the showstopper.
Oh my God.
Finish out send one. Nagugula na tayo sa mga magiging possibilities ba dito ni BMB para makapag-clutch. But now we're finding it down to a match point. Ang daming ultimates na nilaganap dito ng mga teams natin pero wala talagang makakapasok sa Great Wall of Icy dito inside of the site.
Utilities pa lang, hindi na sila makabuelo eh. Itong pag-setup dito ng wall, lalo na nung namatay yung isang player agad-agad doon sa A-main, no? This gave all the info that the players of Bleed Esports actually needs because the Sky was playing close counters. Nakuha niyang info na maraming tao. So, ibig sabihin, matik yun, magtatapo na lahat ng utilities ang Bleed Esports. And because of the ultimate as well, lahat na ng utilities dito, vulnerable na at lahat nahuli na nga. And this is the entry right now for Fancy United. They wanna go fast around this time para hindi na mabasa ng players ng Bleed Esports. Pasok na sila on B side. It's completely open right now. The ultimate of the Neon is being used overdrive para sa kanya. Kaso wala siyang maspatan dito. Tamang gamit lang din ng energy. Malapit na maubos para sa kanya. Kaya naman magpa-plant na lang si BMV. Alam mo ba, ang BMV parang BMW yan. Literal yan ang tawag sa Germany sa BMW. V kasi ang W doon, sir.
Uy! Naku po, Lenny. Sayang dito yung pagkakataon ng Fancy United na nakontrol na nila yung site. Nakapag-plant in na sila ng spike, but the problem is the retake. The utilities na already bombing all the way from backside. Nandito na yung concussive blast. Dagdagan mo pa kaagad ng mga patients. Kaya naman ngayon, hindi na sila nakaligtas. Fancy United, they went in fully inside of the site, but unfortunately, retake went in favor of Bleed Esports. 13-8 is our scoreline for this first map of this series.
Lamutang pinagtataka ko lang talaga sa matchup na to, no? Because of the first half that we had, kung saan hindi natin mabasa exactly kung ano ba talagang gustong gawin ng Fancy United dito. But dahil sila yung may control because they were actually on the attack that time. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi nila mapasok, hindi nila ma-entryan talaga dito ang Bleed Esports. Para talagang invisible si Kuya nyo, Pith. Literal, all the executions here from Bleed Esports is just flawless. And to be fair for Fancy United, they had those executions as well. They can win the skirmishes. Unfortunately, the utility usage isn't that as great as what Bleed Esports did. Kung mapapansin nyo, halos the same naman. Pagdating sa agent picks, agent selection na meron eh. Ang kaso lang, walang initiator. Ang isa lang sa hindi ko na-expect, hindi tayo nakakita ng mga matitinding flank. Because the opportunity was there, the agent picks was there, and it was quite obvious that there will be no traps on flanks.
Kaya nga nakita ko pa dito talaga is yung laking impact na binibigay ni Lexi sa kanila. Imagine yung mga slow orbs na pwede sana pumasok dito, yung kanilang duelist, they have race, they had the neon, but the problem is hindi pa rin talaga naging sapat pa dahil nga ang laking sagabal ng mga snakebite niya, kasama na lang din ng slow orbs dito with their team composition. But now, this is just the end of game number 1 for the series. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi pa ba ang Fancy United. And the next one ay Honey Gracie the Double. Kasama ko ngayon si Terror. Huwag kayong mawawala. Babalik kami ng ilang sandali.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard. Topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been Fing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Esports fans, you're still tuned into VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with Likeable, Cash Bunny, and Tricks here on the panel. Bleed Esports taking the first point into this series. Now, their executions were really good, Tricks, but sometimes it's the accidents that actually stood out for us, especially with Fifth getting that knife kill onto Yes I Can.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those happy accidents. I'm sure maybe it depends. I hope that Fancy United took it in light and it didn't really, affect them in any way.
Yeah.
But I do want to point out, I know that some of us were a bit skeptical looking at Fancy United's lineup going in, and I just want to point it out that you could tell that they knew exactly what they wanted from their lineup. They were playing aggressively. They did so in mid side when they were doing that retake. It was that same aggression. They were forcing the angles, knowing where the opponents were. What was fantastic on Bleed's attacker though was the moment they started to realize this, they started giving up mid control when the opponents were playing offensive. They just try to keep them there, contain them, and then try to go for that retake, going together instead of getting picked off one by trying to force the fight with Fancy. And then on the retakes, when Fancy United was trying to retake Bleed, we could see that some of them started going further back out so that they could end up pinching Fancy the moment the retake started to go in.
Yeah, I get that we're talking about the mid, right? They were able to condition Bleed that, hey, we're always going to be putting pressure on mid over here. But I do want to point out that there was this one round wherein Fancy United was pushing out Garage, and they were able to like funnel Bleed Esports all the way to A, and then they had to do their whole retake. But I wanted to see more of this variety come out of Fancy United actually, because for the most part it was always mid. And as you said, Bleed Esports was just able to read right through that.
I think that what's going on here is the fact that Fancy United's lineup didn't allow them the flexibility compared to what lineup that comes in from Bleed. Coming in from that though, because they do have to play aggressive. So once they've pushed out, once they pushed out mid and took all that control, you see this, this reaction coming from Bleed where they're like, okay, let's just give them the space. Let's find another way in. Maybe they'll lose one, and then immediately they throw out those utils just to give them some breathing space, and then suddenly they've disappeared. You're not too sure where exactly they'll be, and then suddenly they just take up, either they just wait for Fancy to go elsewhere and then retake mid and go in through ropes, or you'll see them coming in from a different place altogether. Regardless, because of this flexibility coming in from them and their ability to adjust on the fly allowed them to really take other sides. And once Bleed usually takes sides, it's very rare for them to lose because their post-plant setups have been really solid.
Yeah, adding on to that, like Bleed's game sense and game knowledge, as well as understanding what they want from each other as teammates, it was, you could tell that they were communicating more with each other. They knew what they wanted to do. They knew what information they were giving. They knew how they wanted to play those crossfires, what they're going to do when the retake comes in. And I loved seeing the fact that Bleed was adjusting. You know, when we first saw them in the play-ins, it was a little offbeat in terms of their adjustments.
Oh yeah,
I felt that it was a little lacking, but this time you could see that they were the discipline. Yeah,
we just talked about that. God, that was just so beautiful. There it is. I think this was an accident. That was honestly an accident. But honestly, it still came down to reaction. In some situations, you don't really react. I think he was just ready to. He wasn't ready to attack, but he was probably caught off guard. Now coming onto this as well, while I did say that I would rather see Lexi on a breach perhaps, but it didn't really suit their playstyle from how they wanted to play Split here, because you have the Sage allowing them the revive means that they can just because they're going against a very aggressive team. Picks are definitely going to happen. So if you can manage to equalize the round, and you see that in a lot of situations Lexi was able to get revives quite often, it's a very game-changing moment when you have that extra player again, especially if it's a player that can really help you clinch the round.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also really like that aggression on Darion's side. I feel like
it's Darion doing Darion thing.
Darion. But I mean, to be fair, it is Darion, but he at least, you know, he's going with his teammates.
Yes.
His teammates are always there with him. Like we saw that triple flank. We see that he always has at least one player alongside him, able to get the refrag in case he gets picked off. And I think Fancy United was trying to kind of get that advantage by picking off Darion. Because before we've seen him be a little overheated, go a bit too far, overcommit to the duels. But this time he was patient. His teammates were with him. It was really just a team game in terms of Bleed side. And I think Fancy United definitely had some strategies in there. But Bleed understanding what they were going to do and adjusting mid-game, being able to change their post-plan setups, being able to change their defender, it was good.
Yeah, so we're going to be moving over to Icebox in just a little bit, Tash. And I need to know your input on this one. What should Fancy United really adjust based off of the performance that they had over here at Split?
I would really like to see Fancy United run a comp that can be more flexible, that doesn't put them in a situation where already in Agent Select, we already know what you're gonna do, and we are just gonna just react off of that. I want to see them be more flexible in terms of not only their picks, but also how they play. Yes, this map is a map that, I would say rewards aggressive players, but there are just so many ways for you to anchor or hold down a site. And that's what it comes to. Like, I think for Fancy United, because of their aggressive plays, their crossfire isn't really there. We saw them really. It felt like whenever they go for these team fights and the team fights don't go their way, it felt like they were a little bit scattered and they got picked off one by one. It's not necessarily something that is. We didn't see the not teamwork per se, but the follow up from the teammates, because one of them will be so far in as opposed to the other members.
I guess it's more like that crossfire setup was a bit lacking on their side. Unlike Bleeds, when Bleed was coming in, they had those crossfires already in. They had the utility down. You could see how it was pairing with everything. And on Fancy United's, they're all about that aggression. When you have a team like Bleed that just said, okay, if you're going to go aggressively, then we're just going to give it to you. Because they don't want to get caught off with that utility. And I feel that's really what was the winning edge for Bleed.
Yeah, it really was. I hope that they go into Icebox with a little bit more hard intel in their lineup.
Yes.
Really, really important. I mean, we've touched upon it multiple times. Sure, the utility usage is there, but without intel, maybe you're just throwing your utilities at a blank space where there aren't any enemies, and it just becomes costly on your end. And that's what we don't want. We want you to be very wise with your utilities, because that's how you win rounds. Maybe it's not the gunfights that wins you. Maybe it's the paint shells and where you throw them at. It's such a huge factor to this game. And like I keep reiterating, at this moment, we really hope to see some more hard intel on the side of Fancy United. Really, they tried really well to pull off that composition, but it just did not work out in the end. But here we are, girls. We're moving on to Icebox. And Trix, off the bat, what are you hoping to see, especially on the side of Bleed Esports over here?
I'm hoping to always see a Sova. I feel like Icebox without a Sova is a bit scary.
Well, BMB has got you covered.
And
Is that really gonna be a Cypher?
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that in my head. I haven't seen Cypher in a long time.
Yeah,
especially
not for this
at the
map.
stage. Yes. I feel like double controller.
Okay, do not doubt Fifth.
I don't doubt him. I don't doubt him. You have to understand that usually from last stage, I think one of the most played agents for Pith has been Killjoy. So seeing him expand and playing other agents is very, very new to me. I am more worried as to how exactly he wants to execute a Cypher on this map. But then again, Pith has always been their 300 IQ player, very similar to Benkai. So I am curious. They do have the staples on, like the Sage and the Sova. I think I have faith for Bleed. But what do you think of Fancy?
I'm a little surprised that they don't have a duelist, actually. I find that, contrary to their split, which was extremely aggressive, they were relying on those duelists to kind of go in with a breach. Now they're going into Icebox without a duelist. They have that double initiator with the KO and the Sova, which is a lot of intel. They have double controller, which means ideally they would have more control over the map and the space in which the opponents are taking with the chamber. So I'm a little worried for how they're going to open up sites, whether it's for the retake or the attacking, but I do hope to see them do more retakes for Defender.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, what I'm trying to say here is that because, again and again, I say this is a very aggression-heavy map, and without the utils to go aggressive or enabling at least someone to get those picks, this is one question I want to ask. How are they going to do it? If you say Chamber, I would say that it's a little bit hard because Chamber is a play behind, get those long range sort of pick ups.
Yeah.
So you don't really have the mobility when it comes to taking space or sites or even getting a pick and just getting out of the way.
I think that part of the mentality that they have here is that, contrary to the first map, they were the defenders and they had this very aggressive lineup and they weren't able to get as many points in as much as they'd like to, and that was very worrisome, especially when the first half ended, because we know how good of a defender Bleed Esports is. So now that they're here, moving into Icebox with defenders as their first round or their first half, I think they just want to get more points in as well, because this is a more defensive layout, I would say, compared to their enemy. So I think they're banking on that as part of it. But yeah, I'm really interested in how this is going to play out. They have double controllers over here, no duelists. I have seen this work out in the past, and for their sake, I hope that they make it work as well. But there we have it, folks. The second game coming your way in just a bit. Once again, this is Fancy United Esports versus Bleed Esports.
Welcome back sa VCT Asia Pacific. Syempre, nandito pa rin kami ang inyong mga casters. My name is Taylor. With me is Honey Glaze. At nandito na nga tayo sa game number 2, Fancy United Esports versus Bleed Esports. This time around, Icebox tayo dadalhin ng mga teams natin dito, Honey Glaze. At the same time, a surprising no-duelist composition as well.
Yun nga nakita natin kanina na it was really just a good aggression for the side of Fancy United. Pero parang gusto nilang ibahin muna yung pacing ng mga plays nila dito, yung mga aggression nila. Dahil nakita natin nung nakaraan lang din. No duelist comp and Icebox is somehow working for some teams. Pero against Bleed, I think this also can be a different story para sa ating series.
Nakita na natin to a lot of times actually. Even Team Secret actually used up the compositions like this as well. And even major teams na walang duelist role. Pero nakita natin kung gaano rin silang nahirapan umentry dun sa mga sites na gusto nilang i-take. Yung mga slow plays na yon, nakakapitalize nung kalaban. And especially you're going up against a team, for example, like Bleed Esports, kung saan nakita naman natin during game number 1 kung gaano nila nabasa itong mga players ng Fancy United and how they used up the utilities. Entry-wise, Fancy United, I'm a little bit doubtful on this one, but I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Gusto ko pa naman sana dito ulit makita yung race nila, but unfortunately, yun nga hindi natin ito makikita pansamantala. Pero let's hope for the best para ma-equalize nila kaagad yung mga firepower na laging binibigay, biglang pinapasabog sa kanila ng Bleed Esports dito. Utilities after utilities lang din yung nakapanalo sa kanila. What more sa Cypher na kinuha nila this time? Kakaiba yun, Taylor, dahil it's been a while since I've seen Cypher. Dahil usually dito sa Icebox, mapa Sage or Chamber or even have or talagang killjoy lang din dito sa Icebox for those lockdowns.
True. At aside from that, knowing that we also have a Cypher in the hands of Bleed Esports, mga traps na naman ang magiging problema, the cameras being set up, but surprisingly, a Chamber has been picked here. Typically, nakikita natin, especially in an Icebox map, it's either a Killjoy as a Sentinel, you always, almost always have a Sage right there. You have those two Sentinels right now, the Cypher and the Sage. No? So dalawa magkasama. There's no Chamber picks as well from the side of Bleed Esports. And surprisingly, dahil mahilig naman silang mag-antay, lalo na si Pith. Pero dito talaga sila nag-gauge sa utilities. Kasi pag may Chamber ka, you have one trap for trademark basically para hindi makapag-rotate yung ibang mga players. But at the same time, it's just that nag-gauge na lang yun sa duel na capability mo as a Sentinel. But a Cypher can take more on a site compared to a Chamber.
Yan. Kanina nga lang din nakita natin yung opportunity ni Pith na makapagbigay ng magandang aggression or magagandang holds when they are the ones defending. So what more pagdating nga sa Cypher na pwede mo mapaglaruan yung mga players dito from Fancy United with those traps, tapos yung placing pa ng cyber cage mo para either i-counter mo yung vision nila or i-counter mo yung sarili mong vision na kahit magtago ka na lang din in your cyber cage para nga makuha yung mga pickups na hindi aalamin or hindi malaman ng Fancy United kung saan ito nanggagaling. Very excited for those crucial picks dahil napanimulan na ni Pet dito na makuha yung attention natin. So why not? Pati yung momentum niya from the first game, mapunta niya dito sa second game para makuha nila yung clean 2-0 and quickly qualify to the playoffs.
Pakiramdam ko ang Fancy United, mag-gauge sila more on the utilities of the smokers that they have because they are not going for a duelist setup here at all, but instead they have an Omen, they also have a Viper. So, ibig sabihin, kahit pa paano naman, they can close up those, yung mga butas pagdating sa site, no? Lalo na kapag gusto nilang umentry dito. Dahil alam natin, mahirapan nga sila mag-entry. Wala silang firepower na mabilisan. At for them, they probably would use up all the smokes that they have been set up on a site. Maybe even fake, use a Viper to fake out a site. It's very much possible as well. But I just don't know. I'm just still so doubtful with the no duelist composition. Parang every time nakikita ko to, hirap na hirap talaga sila pagdating sa attackers.
Actually, talagang kung mahirap man at it's either maging imposible makuha yung attacking side or talagang maging struggle ito dahil wala silang pang early aggression, wala silang either mobility to diverse or even have the execution dito ng holds ng kabilang team na magambala dahil nga walang nakakakuha ng attention, nakaka-create immediately ng space. So, duels after duels yung kaya nilang gawin dito. Or yun nga, sabi mo, yung mga utilities at yung mga smokes pa dito magiging sapat na rin for Fancy United to get inside the site or even have full-on control. Dalawang controllers yan. One can bait out on either side o tapos yung universal smokes pa dito na pwedeng gamitin ni Omen is also one of the biggest advantage for them. And yung mga TPs pa, diba, they also have the shrouded steps. So, most probably, Omen can act as a duelist para makapasok ka agad ng site and follow up na lang yung rest of the careers of Fancy United.
Sa true lang. At saka, sinisilip ko actually yung stats right now for Fancy United. Kasi, turns out, sila yung pumili nung mapa na to, no? They actually picked Icebox here. They played it around 20 times with a very, very staggering 80% success rate, win rate, na nakikita natin. They won against like teams like Big Bam, Global Esports, against this mapa, against Icebox.
Okay.
So, hindi biro tong mapa na to for the side or for their side. And they've been running this no duelist composition just not once, actually. 4 times na nangyari to for the team. So, they actually run this composition and the entire time that they run a no duelist composition, those 4 games that they used that up, 3 doon na panalo nila.
Malaking advantage wala ito, no? Dahil nga, ang huli ko nakita dito is yung mga initiators nila to cancel out the utility usage dito ng kabilang team. Sabi mo nga 3 out of 4 games na nilaro nila yung composition na to ay talagang sila yung nakuha nila yung panalo na yun, gumana naman. So, why not patuloy nila yung winning condition na dito at wag sila mapagambala dito sa mga naging pressure na binigay ng Bleed Esports. Real excited to see kung kaya ba nila ditong i-penetrate yung nagiging hold kanina, especially ni Fit.
Kasi napanalo nila to against Team Big Bam. Aside from that, they went up against Paper Rex and the score was 13-9 on Icebox. Natalo sila!
Wow.
Although, it's still not a far-off score. Remember, this is the no duelist composition that we are talking about right here. So, if they can go up against Paper Rex in that kind of a point line, doon nga sila babawi. Sana, no? Sana. Hopefully it really works out. Even the panel are talking about it and saying like, hopefully it works out. Because, kung mapapansin ko, doon sa basing sa stats, no, 13-9 yung naging score natin. But Paper Rex actually made it at 12-1. First and foremost. 12-1 muna yung naging score bago sila naka-comeback sa 13-9. So, ewan ko na lang, no? Hindi ko pa sure.
Ano pa yun, defending pa yun, ha? Defending pa yun ng players ng ng Fancy United na kung saan sila na dapat yung may lamang with double controller setup pero nahirapan pa rin sila. This time, I think ang naging attacking dito is Bleed Esports. So, with their execution or with their composition, they might have a chance, slimmer chance dito para makuha nga yung first half advantage against the players here from the side of Fancy United. Pero, let's not hold back kasi maganda pa rin naman yung ginawa nila kanina. Ang nahirapan lang sila dito is gather themselves their momentum at mapagpatuloy ito with their consistency. Kaya nauuna yung Bleed, just really gotta say na ito yung isa sa mga overwhelming teams na akala natin na kung sino lang na underdog pero this time they are just here to prove to us that we are all wrong.
Kala ko, podcast na namin, guys. May game pala.
Muntik na
muntik na namin ituloy-tuloy hanggang bukas yung usapan namin dito. May game pala tayo, guys. Game number 2 para sa ating lahat, sa ating pangalawang series for today. At para sa mga kakatune in lang, magandang hapon at sana nakapag-lunch na kayo at sana masarap ang gising ninyo kung kakagising nyo lang din. But we are here right now. Fancy United versus Bleed Esports. No duelist comp. Gagana nga ba? As Bleed Esports is trying to make an entry happen right here pero lalamangan or lalabanan agad ng Fancy United.
Loko. Gulo tayo dun dahil hindi natin ito ine-expect. Pero ang mga players naman ng Bleed Esports dito ay nag-aabang para naman din hayaan nila ang Fancy United dito na maghanap ng mga players nila. 4-4 or 4v4 ang magiging situation natin dito dahil dalawang controller na ang nawala kaagad sa mapa. Wala naman itong magiging hesitations pa or magiging reason pa for Fancy United to hold back dahil meron pa rin naman silang yes, I can. Different story in this map though dahil nga siya ngayon ay isang controller. Siya yung mag-viper dito. So slow hold, slow plays, utility usage sila, magiging reason kung bakit na nga madedelay ang Bleed Esports. Acerola dito goes in for one. Derion is already out. Pop flash pero hindi ito magiging sapat. Lenny dito goes in with a wide 2. Possibly a 3 pero this is also the follow-up na gagawin ng dalawang sentinel nila para maligtas. Nandito si Lenny at makapag-plant in the spike pero may nasilip pa. Bukas na bukas yung isang side dito ng kanyang wall. Kaya naman yan, sayang yun. Makakaligtas pa sana siya. Pero this is just a number advantage of Bleed Esports. Mauguluan pero mapapaahan si Lenny. Oh my gosh, that was a wild 3K for Fisho. 1-0 is our scoreline. Finally, nakakuha sila ng Pistora.
A very good take on the site itself. Ang ganda nung retake dito ng Fancy United. Akala mo imposible na pero nagawa pa rin ni Fisho dito. Na-detect siya, una sa lahat, na-detect siya nung camera. Pero bago man lahat ng yan, una sa lahat, bakit nagpapanggap na wall yung Sage doon? Butas na butas yung wall. Hindi ba siya aware? Yun yung problema, no? Kaya napitas agad yung unang player nila dito. Tsaka on the other hand, si Lenny, low on HP na rin naman yan siya. So with a headshot, especially he was using up a ghost right there, talagang matutodas yung unang player doon. And the second player, which is on the second floor, nasaktuhan lang talaga kahit na-detect na nung camera. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng players ng Bleed. So magandang pangitain for Fancy United right here. But heading here to round 2, mukhang anti-eco ata ang gustong gawin dito. Dahil Bleed Esports, bumili sila ng 3 Spectre. Shotgun nga lang sa mukha si Derion dito. Si Lexi naman nakakuha ng trade kahit papano.
Na-emphasize nila yung damage na shorty doon dahil pumasok nila ng Poison Cloud. Hello, my friend. Yes, I can dito with a spray and pray. Dagdagan mo pa ng pangalawang kill dito ni BMV. Para makakuha na naman ng numbers advantage. Buti na lang din, Taylor, na
kung nasa Germany ka, tama ka naman. Tama. Kung taga-Germany ka, tama naman yan. Hi, Z. He was able to take on the last kill here. Bleed Esports. Bleeding out for the 2 rounds that we've seen. And kung naalala nyo, bumili yung 3 dyan. So, alam nyo na. Taghirap.
Bas. Wala.
Safe talaga. Wala magagawa. Pinilit nila yung buy
Pwede sana sila mag-anti-eco kung pare-pare sila makaka-secure ng kanilang Spectres. Pero, I think with the push that happened earlier, parang hindi pa rin pala talaga magiging sapat. Dahil yung Poison Cloud na yun, naging reason kung bakit na-maximize nila yung shorty, especially dito kay Arcerola, na nag-abang lang and that Poison Cloud, na vulnerable yung dalawa, nakakuha siya ng isa, wala naman na naging follow-up dito. It's already the buy round, or rather save pa rin pala dito for Bleed Esports. So, hesitation sa mga giging laganap dito for this team bago man sila makapasok ng site. The Recon will be spotting in 1, pero with so many utilities dito, talagang reserve lang ang Fancy United dito bago man pumasok ng site ang Bleed Esports.
BMB. Shut down by the shock dart, ladies and gents. Natapos ang buhay dito ni BMB na maalam siya biglaan dun At si Pith bumubuelo lang, went to set up the camera to actually spot the enemies right here. Lenny on the other hand, wala siyang ibang utilities na pwedeng gamitin dito. Si Hyzy, maganda ang pwestuhan niya. Very aggressive, but if he can throw out the smoke right here and the paranoia perfectly, this can work out for him. Pero inantay niya na lang lumabas sa mga players dito. One and done position nga lang yung pwestuhan ng Omen doon. Ang kaso, nasagot din naman ni Acerola with his own kill. 2v2 situation right now happening on site as they take it in. The pop flash connects and this is the shots coming in from Fancy United. Everything works out still on the team.
Commendable pump flash ang ginawa ni Acerola dito, even though that they are already countered with the numbers advantage ng Bleed Esports. Nangyari na ang nangyari sa mga utilities na lang na naging lamang nila dito against the side of Bleed Esports. Pagpasok nila dito sa smoke, nakaabang ka agad si Hyze, dagdagan mo pa kaagad dito ng pag-cancel ni Acerola against that Sage. with those follow-ups and usage of utilities, talaga masasabi ko lang din na pwede itong gumanang side na ito for them. Especially that it's already 3-0. And with those aggressiveness, parang masasabi na lang din natin na there is something going on with Fancy United na either mag-play sila slow, either maging aggressive sila dito, nag-aabang na lang din ng Bleed Esports. Tama lang din yung pagkuha nila ng Cypher dahil medyo nagkaroon din ng hesitations. Tingnan mo, nagre-position back away. Si Heist doon, all the way from trying to be aggressive even though na siya yung defending.
To be fair, mahirapan din sila once na yung Bleed nasa defending na, no? Dahil din sa mga utilities. Alam nyo naman, gumamit ng utilities dito ang Bleed Esports. Akala mo, wala nang bukas, wala nang tournament na sasalihan. Parang lahat na, nilabas lahat na ng galing. But along here on the side is BMV, waiting for the perfect opportunity to put out the Aldrone. The perfect opportunity to take on the kill as well. Using that operator mula naman kay Fisho. He gets one. Tatlong players pa ng Bleed Esports ang buhay na buhay dito. But this is very much a possible retake for Fancy United. Making this a 4v3 as Darion was able to spot BMV out. Yung time natin taking time is of the essence here for the players itself.
Wala pa naman sila pang anti-flank ngayon dahil patay na si Pit. Yung likod na lang din ng ilang mga players dito ng Bleed ay magiging vulnerable na nga. Lenny dito, mabebeluhan pa kaagad nila Heist Dagdagan mo pa nila, yes I can, all the way from the flank. 4-0 na kaagad yung buy round dito ng Bleed Esports. Sayang na sayang yon. Nabeluhan lang din kasi ni Fisho.
Exactly. Ang ganda rin ng pwestuhan, no? Knowing the positioning here of Fisho, he was on the second floor of B side. And kung makakapitas ka kasi doon, insta-rendezvous ka talaga eh. Kita mo parang ready na agad pumindot ng E yung chamber doon. As ganun siya ka-sure na makakakuha siya ng kill. Kasi iyon lang naman yung entry point na pwede mong silipin on B main anyway. So, after that rendezvous, the rest is history for the side of Fancy United. Azerola here is performing quite well in Fisho as well with a very, very good kill score. At the same time, Bleed, 0 pa rin. Itlog pa rin ang score natin dito.
Mapa slow, mapa aggressive, mapa flavor picks. Hunter's Fury is already activated to clear out that part of the maze. Makakakuha naman ng exciting part dito si Darion dahil nakaisa lang din siya. But unfortunately lang din, with the follow-up na nangyari na ngayon dito, with Orcerola, wala na naman dito na ipasok ang Bleed Esports. Hindi sila makapasok ng side later and this is really hard. Dahil nga, ultimo kahit retake ng Fancy United ay nagiging pabor pa sa kanila even if may numbers advantage yung players natin ngayon for Bleed Esports.
Eco disadvantage din naman yung Bleed dito. But on another hand, nakapag-ult din actually yung KO. Kaya suppress lahat, hindi makagamit ng utility. Kaya kahit meron kang sheriff, hindi ka naman makaka-play out. Literal, yung baril lang yung meron ka, yun na yun. Ilaban mo na, kumbaga. Darion was able to get 1 kill, but that's it para sa side ng Bleed. 5-0 na ang score natin dito. Naghahabol sila ngayon ng kanilang mga score. And this time around, I think they're changing the pacing. They're gonna go in fast. If ever makakapitas si Darion dito, magandang pangitain for Bleed. But this is the Viper's Pit being used right now by Maxi. Insta-plant agad yan para insta-reposition pagdating doon sa post-plant scenario.
Thankfully, buhay pa rin naman dito yung kanilang Cypher. Wala tuloy dito munang pwede makapag-flank. Pwede pa rin naman, pero makukuha na kaagad yung info. So, magkakaroon ng diversion of attention dito kung ano ba yung mga possibility pagpasok na nga dito ng Bleed. I'm looking into our minimap and they are just all over sa mga entry papunta ng B. Pero ang magiging problema nila is, papasok nga ba sila dahil sa Viper's Pit na ito na magiging reason kung bakit sila madedelay, bakit sila mabo-vulnerable, mag-push away sila dito against Darion. Darion goes in for the crazy 2K. Dash in, laban dito sa dalawa, but unfortunately, bumulaga sa kanya ang mga bala dito ni Heist. There's also the follow-up naman dito nila Lenny to clean things out. Finally, a round for Bleed Esports, 5-1. Makakaligtas siya dito to save up his Vandal, and finally, will this be a momentum shift for Bleed Esports?
Nakahanap na sila ng buwelo dito. At naintindihan nila, no, the fast-paced na ginawa nila on B site itself. Wala na kasing nag-aabang kung kanina may chamber na nag-aabang sa second floor. Lumipat. No, so wala silang kinailangang tapatan actually here on B site itself because no one was speaking out. And that was just given out the site completely towards Bleed. And knowing na may Viper's Pit sila doon, Honey Glaze, mahirapan ka talaga makapag-retake. Hahanapin mo muna yung Viper. Parang invisible din tong si Maxi.
Kaya nga para sila, magkutunggali sila ni Pit.
You know, you're
magiging
a good...
problema na lang.
Oh, you know, you're a good Viper if you can set up the sites without like being, hindi ka ramdam. Alam mo yun? Ikaw yung
Exactly.
nakakakuha ng mga kills pero hindi ka nararamdaman. Yun yung control.
Yun yung controller, yun ang placing ng Viper. Uy, may
Tatlo
narinig na.
no? Okay.
Sound cue. Tatlo pupunta dito sa kusina. Nandun yung wall para hindi na makapag-retake pa. Pero isa lang din naman na makikita dito. Yung vision ay makukuha nila against BMP. But unfortunately, yung mga tinidores ni Darion hindi siya tumama. Nandito naman si Lexi for the follow-up as well. Nandito naman din Bubulagana all the way from Garage. Yung dalawa mula sa kabila. Bleed Esports completely controlling into the site. After nilang gumapang, going into mid, going into the Garage. Dalawa na lang ang natitira kaagad dito for Fancy United and this is going to be hard dahil naghahanapan pa sila kung saan pwede na lumungga pa dito ang Bleed and onto the hunt naman dito si Maxi. Naku po, na-bait.
Yun na nga, operator shot. Fisho, nag-aabang lang kung sino susunod na lalabas dito for the side of Bleed Esports. Post-plant ang meron sila. Nagsisave na lang ang mga players ng Fancy United on this. And they wanna actually pinch down on the operator itself. Meron naman silang baril dito or rather pera for the next round kung sakali mamapitas sila. Aside from that, Darion is available sa kanya yung ultimate niya rin. So Bladestorm lang, tamang pasok lang din to clear out everything else and making sure na wala ng operator heading towards the next round that we have right here.
Feeling ko, nadali din siya sa blind ng tropa niya. Arcerola dito, we know for a fact na kailangan niyang gamitin kaagad yung pop flash niya. Kung hindi, hahabulin kaagad sila dito ng Bleed Esports. This is just really just a good push na ginawa ng Bleed. Tatlo sila nang galing ng tube. Alam natin na kailangan mag-reposition kaagad dito ng Sova since wala siyang kanong kalaban-laban kahit makakuha siya ng isa. At mabibigay niya kaagad fully yung site. But the problem is, nag-abang patiently din dito si Pit kung saan ba manggagaling dito yung Sova. Yung sound cue kasi na bumaba siya all the way from kitchen. Yun din yung nag-give way for Bleed Esports to know what to do next once na nakatravel inside of tube na sila. But now, technical pause lang muna bago tayo magtuloy-tuloy dito. Especially at this time around, it's just all in favor of Fancy United. Sa mga nagiging host sila dito, thankfully, sa mga players din nila, especially kay Fisher and Yes, I Can.
Ano yung Ray pause? Guys, gising na naman si Ray. Natulog lang saglit ng game 1 eh. So, ngayon gising na naman siya. Technical Ray pause muna tayo dito, guys. At kung mapapansin nyo, no, si Fisho naman meron siyang ultimate as well. So, kaya niya naman niyang pumalag. I think bumili ata siya ng baril for a fellow teammate here as well. If I'm not mistaken. Kasi gumastos rin siya ng 3-5 eh. Saka half armor lang siya rito. So, I think he dropped someone from the side of Fancy United. But nevertheless, Spectre for Acerola is okay. You have to fight in the site anyway. So, kung pwede kang may choice na hindi ka naman mag-pick off or mag-play for picks on the site, you have the choice to do so. You can just wait it out. Lalo na nasa defensive strat naman dito ang Fancy United as of the moment. But heading back to the game now, as we are done with the technical pause, mukhang nag-Viper spit agad on A side para hindi na subukan pasukan.
Yun pa, no? Tapos Bleed Esports dito, A pa naman yung napwestohan na kaagad nila. 4 sila dito ang nagtatry papasok sana. Pero ngayon, nabaluan na nga kaagad sila ni Fisho. Make it a 2K for DK. Oh my gosh, mumuntikan pa. Kaagad makatatlo. Butit naka-TP out siya. And now this time, it's just down to 3 members remaining. 3-man players standing still tall for Bleed Esports. Paano pa sila makakabawi?
Putukan sila nung Tour de Force, ladies and gents. Wala tayo magagawa dyan. Tumatawid lang naman sila. Ang bilis pang pumindot ng E para makatakas. Muntik pa nga yung pangatlong player dun eh. But Lenny, if he spots someone using this recon, wala siyang makikita on the Viper spit as well. Pero kung marirealize niya na hindi tumama yung recon dun sa corner na yon, actually, magagun down niya dito ng basta-basta yung Viper eh. So, swertihan na lang o talagang bahala na si Game Sense.
Di bali na kung may madali ka agad ng kanyang mga pre-fire dito. Ang layo na pala ng ginabang dito ni Pit, oh. Galing siya ng B-main. But the problem is, hello my friend, talaga na naman. Kung hindi man siya nadaplisan kanina ng bala dito ng Tour de Force kanina, ngayon babawi si Fisho. Down to 2. Makakapasok pa ba sila ng
Hindi
site
na.
dito? Down to 10 seconds remaining na lang ang ating timer ngayon. Mukhang hindi na talaga. Save na lang din muna dahil operator din pala ang hawak dito ni Lexi. I think Lexi is one of those commendable teams na pwedeng kumuha ng pick-off gamit ng kanyang operator. But speaking of, he just went on for one. Laban dito kay Arcerola.
Kala ko siya pa yung mamamatay dun eh. Nag-zoom out bigla yung ADS niya dun, sir. So, 6-2 is the score, but I think this is gonna be a timeout in the hands of Bleed Esports. Dahil lang sa isang player, all because of Fisho. Look at the kills that he was able to take on mid, and because of that, yung rotations na gustong gawin dito ng Bleed as well, hawak-hawak niya eh. After that rendezvous, walang idea yung players ng Bleed kung saan ba siya nagtatago. And because Pith right here was actually able to go around B site, nakuha niya yung yellow, nasabihan niya na yung ibang teammates siya, "Oy, mga pre, rotate na kayo dito, nakuha ko na yung yellow." Kaso nabigla din siya, biglang nandun pala ulit si Fisho. Napatay siya, ilang seconds na lang, 25 seconds remaining to actually plant the spike, and the last two remaining players, they know they would just die if they actually push on B.
Yeah, madali na lang din kasi for Fisher. I think dalawa na lang din yung natitira sa kanyang mga bullets kanina para makakuha ng pick-off dito sa Bleed Esports. So, this is a real needed timeout for them to compromise kung ano ba talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. Bakit hindi gumagana yung duelist setup nila against the players of here of Fancy? Hindi siya nagkakatalo sa kung ano ang hindi nilang nagagawang tama. Kung hindi pumupunta tayo dito sa reason na naganda lang talaga yung host dito ng Fancy United. Fisho, a commendable player indeed. Throughout 7 or throughout 8 rounds, 2 beses lang siya napipick off dito. Ang laki ng impact na naibibigay niya. Especially sa mga nagiging ikot niya, mga nagiging flank niya. Even though na may Cypher dito yung kabilang side, hindi sila magkakatalong puntahan na kaagad dito. Ipitin ka agad ang Bleed Esports. And speaking of Bleed Esports, may ipit na kaagad sila pero hindi naman din makakaisa dito si Hyzy. They have already completely controlled in the site. Atras na lang muna Fancy for the retake.
Kailangan na lang talaga ng Bleed dito. Huwag matakot sa utilities eh. Kasi kung hindi nila lalabanan, walang mangyayari. Pero si BMB, nilabas na nga ang kanyang long dog pero walang matatamaan. Lenny was able to plant the spike right now. On towards the second floor. Tamang pwesto na lang for the post-plant situation here on the side of Bleed. And this is a kill for Pith right now. One and done position para sa kanya. Pero isa lang mapipitas niya ngayon. 3 players pa ang poproblemahin dito for the side of Fancy United. Ganun din naman for the side of Bleed. Ang kaso, mapipitas na rin si Lenny, Derion, and Maxi na lang ang bahala. But they have the lineup from the Viper itself. But the double kill comes in from Derion. Saktuhan lang din. Lalo na kapag ganyan ang plant mo, wala kang choice kundi umakyat, Bes.
Kitang-kita ka pa dito na Derion kapag mag-update na nga sila. Munti ka pa makakuha ng pangalawang kill at makancel out nila dito si Derion. Pero time is already ticking at yung pressure ay nasa mga balikat niya kanakaagad. Finally, another round for Bleed Esports. Mukhang nakahinga na sila, Taylor, after nung timeout nila. Especially dito sa time na Fancy United after yata 4 rounds in the making in this round or 5 rounds. Tuloy-tuloy nilang na ipanalo yung mga duels. Tuloy-tuloy nilang na hold back yung Bleed Esports to getting in the side. Commendable dito si Pith as well dahil na-counter niya kahit papaano yung pagpasok, yung pag-retake dito kaagad ng Fancy United. And with what you mentioned earlier na nakaangat kasi dito yung pagplant nila ng spike, sobrang risky no na. What if may nakaabang pala all the way from defender spawn tapos nakaabang yung crosser niya dito in case na doon ka magplant. But this time, really it just goes to show na may lamang pa rin naman dito ang Fancy United. May advantage pa rin naman sila with their lineup. Pero ang kailangan nila ngayon is malamangan nila ng malaki kaagad ang Bleed Esports. Kung hindi, mahahabol sila pagdating sa next half natin dito in this map.
Tsaka kung mapapansin nyo, alam mo, exciting lang dito kapag nag-swap na talaga ng side eh. Di ko pa lubos maisip kung ano yung magiging gawain o entry netong Fancy United. But I'm very much excited for the swap of the sides. Pero dito muna tayo mag-focus. Dahil itong first half na to, 3 rounds na nga ang kalamangan ng Fancy United. And 3 rounds din ang hinahabol ng Bleed Esports. And going back to what I was trying to say a while ago, kung kanina kasi natatakot yung Bleed labanan sa loob ng mga utilities. Gusto nilang inaantay. Kaso sila yung nalalagot eh. Tignan mo, this is another kill for Hyzy. Talagang naging gunfire round para dun sa kanila. No? Naubos, pati pantubos, 4 ang nawala, isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Lenny. Napakabilis na round for them.
Hindi nga man lang nakahinga, maluwag dito
Hindi man
yung
lang
Blade
naka-util eh.
Hindi nga eh. Lipat pa lang sa gun nila dito, punta pa lang sa rifle nila dito, yung kanilang mga fingers ngayon to win out their duels, wala pa rin talaga dahil dalawa yung na-pick. One from below, one for another dito sa top side. Kaya hindi sila nakapag-react agad kung ano ba yung uunahin. Kasi sa follow-up na ginawa nga dito for Heisey and also have your Yes I Can to completely destroy in the entry. That may happen here for Bleed Esports. Ito yung nakikita ko for Fancy Ratator is kung hindi na gaano gumagawa ng slow plays dito yung Fancy United, bigla sila mag-shift to aggressiveness na hindi naman i-expect dito ng Bleed. And that is a problem dahil hindi ito ma-read ng Bleed Esports. Ayun no?
Ang tagal lumabas nung barel pagtapos mag-updraft. Doon lang talaga nalagot si Derion. Nahuli na nga siya agad-agad. Maxi was able to spot two players. They're all gonna go down. Neural depth na nga nagamit dito ng Cypher. Tamang wall up lang din para makapag-set up na. The Viper Spit coming up. This is an opportunity for Bleed Esports to plant the spike. Tatlong players na lang natitira for Fancy United. All the walls are being up right now. Walang makita on site at all. But Fisho was able to get a kill on Maxi. The most important kill of his life as the Viper Spit is going down. Isa na lang ang natitira dito on the site itself. That's gonna be Piff. This is a 3v1 situation and all of them are just pushing all together. Hahatiin ang mundo and this is gonna be Acerola going down. Another kill para kay Piff. Going for the second is still possible for Piff right now pero hindi na hahayaan ni BMB yan. Made-defuse nila yung spike dito. But Bleed Esports, magandang entry for them yun ha.
Ang ganda ng naging trade-off ni Maxi doon. It was down to a 2K after naman pick-off dito si Derion. Ang bagal ng animation, no? Palabas pa lang ng rifle niya dito against Heisey. Kaya nauna sa Heisey dito to get in those kills. Follow up by Maxi. Really was just an important kill na nagawa dito ng Fancy United against that Viper na sayang yung kanyang Viper Spit, sayang yung mga pag-control nila, pagpasok nila ng site, hindi tuloy sila naging kampante pagdating sa retake na biglang rumagasa sa kanila ngayon ng Fancy United. 8-3 is our scoreline, close to an 8-4. But now with that, Recon, mukhang wala siyang mamamataan muna dito kung sino-sino na nga ba yun. Nandito sa B at gagapang na nga sila unti-unti na naman sa mid.
Tamang gapang mode lang talaga kasi kapag ang Bleed, inantay nila yung utility ng Fancy, ubos oras eh. Kasi ang daming niya, walang duelist composition nga. So lahat util base halos maliban kay Fisho dito, no? Na ang hirap ding i-shutdown lalo na pag may operator na. At for Bleed Esports, gaya ng sabi mo kanina, Honeygliss, completely right. But focusing here now, laban sa dalawa ang nangyari. Dalawang pitas mula sa Fancy, dalawang pitas mula sa Bleed. Pero gagawing tatlo ni Fisho yan as he gets another kill on Lenny. Habang Bladestorm is up and online for Derion, naghahanap siya ng paraan kung saan ba siya makakapasok. And pinching down the player here, which is Fisho, napaka-importante na yan for the rest of the team. They have the operator here on the hands of Derion. Aside from that, may Bladestorm din naman kasama. Na-shutdown agad yung Rico na yan, so walang makikita on site. But the Aldrone being placed here by BMB might be able to spot the players around Bleed Esports. Si Lexi ang makikita na mark na nga. Aside from that, Acerola is rotating already from A main. He was able to take on a kill on Lexi, but Derion spots him out with an operator. Isa na lang, laban sa isa. BMB versus Derion. Who's gonna spot each other first? Umakyat sa taas. Siguro mo BMB, naspatan ang ulo ni Derion, pero hindi pa tapos ang laban. Natamaan ang paa. But BMB was able to secure it with a classic shot. Defuse na naman ang spike and Bleed Esports. This is gonna go in a 9-3 score.
What a game! Sa lisihan ang mga nangyari dito, naganap na nga in favor of Bleed para makapasok ng side. Pero mas matindi ang agimat dito ni BMB. Kinabahan ako ng bagya dito. Well, hindi na bagya eh. Sobra-sobra yon dahil hindi tumama yung first two shots niya. Nag-spray pa siya gamit tong Vandal. Nilabas na yung classic niya. Hindi tumama ulit yung isa, pero yung pagkakataon na ng pangalawa niya na dito yung right click against BMB, buti na lang din talaga at low on HP na dito si Derion. And speaking of Derion, he's on top of our leaderboards right now for Bleed Esports, but unfortunately, hindi maka-keep up ngayon yung rest of the players niya. Ang nagiging problema kasi dito, hindi na duels eh. Yung mga utility na lang din talaga ng Fancy United and their early aggressions with Heisey. Heisey dito with his TPs, talagang gustong-gusto ko yung mga nangyayari dito in favor of that Omen. Mabulaga si Derion. Kaya naman ngayon, 9-3 tuloy. Punishment sa Bleed Esports.
Pati si Yes Icon nagiging aggressive na rin for the side of Fancy United. Binubuli lang nila yung Bleed Esports dun sa mga entry nilang gustong gawin. Which is, na gusto kong balikang point kanina pa, mga 3 rounds ago pa lang. Nung na-mention mo na yung adjustment na pinapakita ng Fancy United dito, nakadepende on how Bleed Esports plays around as well. Kapag nagsa-slow play sila, medyo slow din ang laruan ng Fancy United. There are times na nabibigay nila yung side completely for the players of Bleed. But if they change up the pacing, especially if Bleed Esports nagiging aggressive na sila, dahil nakakabuelo sila at nakakahanap sila ng space to actually make a play happen, pumapalag yung Fancy United, iniiba rin nila yung pacing nila, binibilisan din nila para hindi talaga maka-keep up yung players ng Bleed Esports doon sa momentum shift. Kaya nakukuha nilang round dito, 1 or 2, and then after that, that's finally it.
Parang wala nagiging tema kung ano ba yung sunod-sunod nilang aggressiveness or strategy. Talagang yun lang din binasa nila dito na ang bagal pa ng Bleed Esports, so why not tayo naman ngayon yung magmadali. There is the rushes, yes, pero ibibigay nila yung site dahil ipapanalo naman nila yung retakes. So, just goes to show na meron pa rin naman palag dito ang players natin from Fancy United. Yung split kanina talagang ibang klase rin kasi naging aggressiveness dito ng Bleed Esports. And now in Icebox, we are down to a 9-3 scoreline. Defender sila kanina, attacker sila ngayon. The big problem is makakapasok ba sila ng site, makapag-plant in ng spike, at makakakuha ba sila agad ng early pick-offs dito laban sa Bleed Esports as they go and decide na B or other A ang kuha nila ngayon dito sa Icebox.
Suppress ngayon si Lenny. Lumalapit na yung mga utilities ng mga players. No, walang
Wala siya
nakikita si
makita.
Lenny dito. Tamang upo lang. Tiis pogi para sa kanya. Heizi was able to spot him out though. Getting the kill. This opens up the entire A site as well. Makakapag-plant ng spike dito. But the rotations coming in from BD Sports, hindi nila ina-expect. Bits was able to take on 3 kills. Darion for another. And 1 man remaining. It's all up to Fisho. He gets the second kill here. Meron pa rin chance pero tuloy-tuloy na pag-defuse mula kay Maxi. Kaya mabilis ang zipline lang din para sa kanya. This wall is definitely a big help from the Sage as well. Bleed Esports securing the round for themselves. A very good one as well.
Maganda yung pagpasok dito ng Fancy United. I gotta say na hindi nila pinagbigyan sila ni dito. Naka-crouch lang siya doon, na-blind in. Pero ito lang din Bleed Esports went in with the full-on 4-man flank para mapatay nila kaagad dito yung unexpected players or unexpected players dito from FCY. So wala silang naging choice dito para sa kanilang chamber na magmadali na lang din. Pumunta, bumalik dito sa site. Kuhanin niya yung mga pick-offs na yun. But this time, mukhang mid ang kukuhanin dito ng players natin from Fancy. They're trying to travel immediately. Pero kasi with the slow orbs, talagang hindi muna sila makapag-decide kung kukuha ba sila ng pick-offs dahil si Darion dito makakakuha na kaagad ng isa.
Nako, biglang nabuhay si Kuya Boderion. Kung kanina hindi siya nakakapitas, hindi siya nakakakuha ng kills. Pero this time around, nagbago na ang lahat. As they were able to shut down the players of Fancy United completely. Right now, it's the last remaining player. It's up to Heizi. With his Sheriff, he's gonna be able to take 1 kill out. Kaya niya ba tong kuhanin pa? Because this is just gonna be a complete skirmish using the Spectres as well. Shutdown kung shutdown mula sa BD Sports. Ang hindi mawari dito ng Fancy United kung bakit ganun kabilis mag-rotate itong Bleed. Nagugulat sila, nasa likuran na nila lagi.
Sabi nga rin ng panelist natin earlier na decisive din ang players natin from Bleed Esports. Once na gusto na kaagad nila dito makapag-flank, kukunin nila kaagad yon. Hindi nga dito makapag-react on time yung Fancy United dahil na-stock up sila in mid. Nung nalaman nila magta-try sila mag-mid dito, Bleed Esports just went on fully na makapag-flank ta kaagad, makuha yung mga kills. Pero early aggression mga dito ang bibigay ni Darion. Heizi naman dito with a punishment of 3K. Just down to 2 members remaining for Bleed Esports. Manghihinayang tayo ngayon sa aggression nila bago nila ma-hold yung mga players from Fancy United. But by all means, may utility pa rin naman sila dito with Cypher and Viper na magkasama.
Medyo rhyme no? Cypher and Viper. The last 2 remaining players for Bleed Esports right now. At para sa Fancy, hawak naman nila yung spike dito. They're still playing really slow here. Kahit na dalawa na lang yung natitira, they are still very much aware of their surroundings. Hindi sila yung basta-basta na lang papasok. Alam nila na sila na yung lamang. So bakit pa nila gustong baliktarin yan? There is a trap from the Cypher here on Kitchen. So maaaring malalaman nila yung magiging info kung nasan ba itong mga players na to. On the other end, dalawa silang nakastack on A. So matinding rotations ang kailangan nilang gawin. Aside from that, nagbabantay din si Yes Icon. Alam niyo na nga na nasa A site itong isang player, no? Not quite sure kung nakita niya yung pangalawa. But this gives the cue to the players of Fancy United na, sige, go signal na. Yung B site i-take natin.
Parang hindi pa talaga sila sure kung nasan dito si Fit.
Isa pa yung nawawala.
Ngayon si Fit. Kaya nga, nakita lang kasi nila dito si Maxi. Kaya na ngayon, makakabelo ngayon si Pit. Sa mga magpa-plant pa lang ng spike, they still have time to plant in the spike dahil nandito pa rin naman. All the way from garage pa dito si Maxi. Will he be able to defend this or will he be able to win out that duel? Dalawa dito, walang ka-idea kung saan siya magagaling but he is very low on HP. Kaya naman ngayon, makakakuha na naman ng pick-off dito si Yes I Can. Finally, another gold round for Fancy but that is really just costly for them dahil tatlo ang nawala sa kanila.
Sa true lang, itong mga aggressive plays ng Bleed Esports hindi nag-work out yung ginawa ni na Darion doon. No? Tatlo sila. Tapos nagsama-sama, nag-line up kasi yung dalawang player rin dun sa second and third kill ni Hyzy as well. So, nakapitalize talaga nito ng Omen natin completely as well. He got 4K on that round and this is Fancy United. Dung una na nagda-doubt tayo on how they're gonna make an entry. This time around, 10-5 na ang score natin. We are on a double digit here. Darion with a Blade Storm waiting on the corner. Makakakita siya ng isa pero it takes time before it connects. The reset of the knife, it happens. But the second kill comes in, not going for the third. Hindi na enough. 3v2 situation na meron tayo dito as the skirmishes is just going on and on. Azarola, low on HP. Mapipilitang umatras sa mga players ng Fancy United. Unfortunately, kung hindi nila mapapansin si Maxi dito, this can be deadly for the team.
Cheeky pa naman ng angle ngayon na hinahawakan niya. Isang balikat lang din ang kailangan niya dito makita kay Arcerola. Talagang tutumba siya. Siya pa naman na may hawak dito ng spike. So, ngayon, it's either mag-save na lang yata sila dito or talagang iintayin nila yung paghahanap ngayon to engage in further the aggressiveness dito ng Bleed Esports. Kanina naparusahan dito on the previous round si Darion with his push going into A-Belt. Pero naman ngayon, with the assistance of Lexi, tatlo kaagad yung nawala sa mapa ngayon for the side of Fancy. And now, they need to be careful with the wide swing dito ni BMV. Makakakuha siya ng isa, but unfortunately, they quickly traded off naman dito siya ni Fit. There's the recon para makaspot in ng info, pero hindi niya pa rin makikita kung nag-push na ba dito. Si Fit na natitira na nga lang din all the way from down below. Mag-wide swing na nga dito sa BMV only to be countered and to be shut down by Fit. 6-10 is our scoreline. Parang hindi pa rin talaga nalalayo na pwede itong mahabol ng Bleed Esports.
Hirap talaga yung laruan, lalo na kung dalawa na lang yung natitira at lalo na kung Cypher at Viper pa yung naiwan na nabubuhay rito because the placements here of the utilities as well, the Cyber Cage, aside from that, may wall din tayo from the Viper itself. So, ang dami talaga nilang utilities na kailangan tapatan because of this setup that Bleed is doing right now. And like we said a while ago, on the attackers, ine-expect na natin kahit paano mahihirapan sila because they don't have that duelist comp. So, tignan natin ngayon, they are preparing for another skirmish here as they spot one. Darion was able to get a kill on the smoker itself. So, wala silang smoke dito aside from the Viper. But Maxi is just holding down the fort here for the rest of the team. Eco disadvantage ngayon ng Fancy United. Kaya naman susubukan lang nila makakuha ng mga pitas na kaya nilang kuhanin. Fifth was already getting one, trying to make the second happen, and the third for him as well. Tamang eco frag lang.
I saw earlier here what Maxi did para makapagbigay nga ng opportunity dito kay Darion na makakuha ng kill sa mga unexpected players again from Fancy. Yun lang din ang kailangan nilang gawin Kuha ng attention from one player tapos have the other one to kill in the players here from the side of Fancy United. And they went in successfully para ma-hold nila yung site, ma-completely destroy nila dito yung aggressiveness na kanina pang nakikita nating plakado naman for Fancy United. And now, unti-unti na silang napapunish. One more round. This is going to be hard for Fancy United dahil mapupwesto na silang mag-eco. We hear already the usage and then activation of the tour de force. Dagdagan mo pa dito kaagad ng KO. By all means, with all of those utilities and all those ultimates, makakapasok ba sila ng site or talaga mababawasan kaagad sila bago pa man nila makatagpuan dito ang Bleed Esports?
Naghanap pa na nga nila. Ako po, the double kill here on the side of France United. Hindi man lang nakalaban ng pantay itong mga players ng Bleed Esports, no? They still have the operator here in the hands of Darion, but he's the only man remaining. I don't think that they're gonna force this out to make a retake happen dahil 1v5 pa ang meron tayo dito. But they wanna save up that operator. Unfortunately, open na open yung city side natin at lumabas na rin yung ibang players ng Fancy.
Yun pa naman yung pinaka-crucial na kailangang ipanalo ng Bleed. Yes, they have enough eco para makabili ulit ng kanilang half-on armors and just rifles. But the question is, kaya ba nilang ma-shutdown na dito yung Fancy to unable them from getting in the third game? 11-7, ang haba-habang habulan pa nitong magagawa na kailangan na ipagpursige dito ng Bleed Esports. We are already seeing here Fisho once again comfortable na naman siya sa hawak niyang operator dito. Dahil alam niya magiging aggressive na naman dito. Darion, makasaspotin siya kagad ni Orsirola. Alexi naman dito with a quick trade. There is also the follow-up. Unfortunately dito sa mga nag-hold from Bleed Esports, hindi na sila makakalamang pa. Fit dito, he needs to reposition immediately and he will. Paranoia naman ay magkoconnect na rin sa kanya. There's also the follow-up naman ni Yes I Can, down to one remaining member. It's all up to Fit, but unfortunately Fit cannot hold on any much further. Match point for Fancy United in this round and this game.
Whew! Kalahin mo yun? Parang nagbabadya na ang game number 3, guys. Dito na ata magsisimula yun because so far right now, Bleed Esports, laban kung laban eh, walang bawi. Laban kung laban eh, basta bahala na si Batman. Kung ano mangyari sa site ngayon, sa skirmish natin, paunahan na lang kung sino magkahanapan. But a very good take here for Fancy United as we go into a match point. Fisho is still on the operator as well. So, hindi natin maaasahan sa kanya yung siya yung magpupush dito on the hands of Fancy United. But maybe trying to make sure no one flanks here. Darion was able to spot one just using Marshall at the corner. Pero makakapitas pa siya ng isa ata dito. Tamang dash away lang, naipit ng slide. Yes, I Can was able to secure the kill. Pero meron pang isang nag-aabang ata na nasa taas. Hindi natin napapansin, no? Pero 4v4 ang meron tayo dito as Lenny is waiting for the rotations that will probably come kung sakasakali mang mag-decide ang players ng Fancy na lumipat on A.
Bulldog lang ang hawak niya dito, Tater. So I think this might be hard for him to take advantage of those rotating members from the side of Fancy United. Yun na nga ang nangyari. He needs to back away. Maxi na lang dito ang bahala. Kung sakali man maging aggressive pa dito, kumukulit ka pa talaga. Pagbibigyan kita, sir. Maxi gets in for the kill. Smoke na lang dito. Engage para makapag-rotate sila safely onto a site. Walang katao-tao or rather, meron palang tao dito na nagpapanggap na box na lang dito. Instead of A, let's see kung kaya ba dito ni Lenny na makapagbigay nga dito ng pang-aapi sa tatlong natitira. Low on HP dito si Arcirola. So, most probably isa ito sa mga magiging casualty agad-agad sa kanila.
Suppress coming in. That is gonna be Lenny.
Yun lang.
Receiving the damage. Complete utter control mula kay Acerola on that skirmish itself. Pero 3v3 pa rin ang sitwasyon natin dito as Pet spots one. That is gonna be Yes I Can. Pero si Yes I Can pa rin ang mananalo. 10 seconds remaining to plant the spike. They used up the Viper's Pit to completely cover any rotations coming in from the CT side. But Alexi was able to use up the rest as well. So tatlo na ang players dito. Makakapulot din sila ng kanilang mga barrel. They have the ult as well. But Acerola right behind. This could be a very big impactful kill for the rest of the team. As one remaining player was left alone. This is gonna be Lexi. Makakapag-heal siya. Self-heal, self-love ang meron tayo rito. Pero nga lang, dahil sa cut-off ng rotation, Honey Glaze, they were able to secure the round, secure the game for the rest of the team.
What a really overwhelming game with no dual setup for Fancy United to completely destroy the composure, the momentum here gathered by the side of Bleed Esports. Sumabot tayo sa mga pagkakataon na pwede silang makahabol ng unti-unti. Pero nakita naman natin talagang linis na linis. It was really just a flawless rounds executed here for Fancy United para makontrol at makuha nila yung sites. With that second half, dito ko nakita na pabor pa rin pala ang attacking side dito with no duelist comp basta't meron silang mga initiator na kasama.
Depende sa gagawin nila on the site itself, no? Because, of course, they have the KO, they can do the pop flashes. Nandun naman lahat utility play. Wala lang talaga is the explosiveness that a duelist can bring to the table. Like, for example, a showstopper or even like Darion having some dashes, tailwinds, and everything else. Walang ganong factor, no? But they were able to secure the rounds itself all throughout. Sila yung nananalo when it comes to the duels for the rest of the team. Sometimes, Bleed Esports was able to take it away, lalo na dun sa mga biglaan nilang rotations na hindi ina-expect. On the second half itself, kala nga natin mahirapan ng Fancy United pagdating doon sa pagtitake ng site. But it turns out, everything went well. They were able to take it away on the hands of Bleed Esports here on game number 2.
Oo nga, na-cancel yung Night to Trickers natin dito. Ina-expect that may be in favor of the side of Bleed Esports. Pababor ng bahagya eh. Nakakuha sila ng mga habol dahil naging explosive pa rin naman sila dito sa bigla ang nagiging rotations at naiipit nila from entering the site dito ang players natin from the side of Fancy United. And that is just really such a good round, such a good map, all in favor of the side of Fancy United. We're going into a game number 3 pero bago yon, tayo ay magbe-break lang muna ng sandali. Magbabalik kami. Hanigay si Dodovli, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor.
Being all I'm who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guy.
What did I say in the introduction? Can Fancy United win this? Their answer is yes, I can. Yes, we can. Back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers, it's the panel with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Fancy United just showing us that behind their unconventional lineups is a solid plan and a solid
Yeah.
execution.
I think like props to them for proving for proving me wrong, because I was quite skeptical about it. I know I talked to you two girls about it, that I just wasn't really sure how their attacker side was gonna go, but the defender side was so solid. The way they were able to hit those retakes, so they had the setups, they had the information that they wanted. You could tell like the KO 0 point was coming in, the Sova recon dart, everything was kind of pointing to their favor, and they were changing up the pace at where they wanted to pressure, what they wanted to control. And on the side of Bleed, I felt like they weren't really adjusting as much or as effectively as they have shown us they could on Split.
I absolutely agree with you. I have to say that I'm actually surprised at this pacing coming in from Bleed, because not Bind, sorry, what's it called? Split. On Split, it felt like they were so decisive and so sure about how they wanted to go, how they wanted to play retakes, how they wanted to execute to a site. And then suddenly on this map, it felt like there was a lot of question marks. They didn't really know what to do in order to go onto site, in order to take back their the space. And on top of that, what's even worse was the fact that because of these question marks, they were doing the same thing over and over again. And as I say over and over again, as Einstein would say it, doing the same thing over and over again and not getting different results is insanity. And that's what I felt for Bleed.
On the side of Fancy United over here, though, I was touching this up before we went into the game earlier. I felt like they were really banking on the defense side over here, wherein they wanted to get as many points as they could, because when we switched the rounds, we could see that there was a little bit of I wouldn't say like difficulty, but there was kind of a comeback from Bleed. So that's where the points really mattered the most, because in the first game, Bleed was just leading, and it was hard for them to adjust as they switched sides, right? But now that they had a little bit more points into the system, into the rounds, they could afford to have a little more time to adjust as Bleed was coming back. And then by like 4 or 5 rounds into the second half, they were like, hey, I finally figured out, like, I know that Bleed is kind of catching up at this point, but I finally figured out what was going wrong, and so let's just do the adjustments, let's make it work right now. And that's exactly what they did, Tricks.
I feel it also assists in the fact that they had that double controller setup. I feel in terms of the attacker side, they also had that malleability and mobility to kind of move the areas in which they wanted to get pressure. But what do you think, Tash?
Personally, I think that what was happening here is a little bit of a disconnect on what's on between the players of Bleed, where it comes that the information deny has just been so good, like you mentioned, because of the double controllers, and sometimes there were a little bit of questionable decision making coming in from Bleed. Like, say we saw that they were a little bit like that. They already knew that it was already an offer mid. Why would you peek one by one? And in a lot of situations, you know that Fancy will be playing aggressive, and it feels like they were not, despite how many rounds Fancy did that, they were not ready to kind of counter this aggressive sort of gameplay coming in from Fancy United. And on top of that, Fancy United was able to not only take up so much space, have so much space on the map as well as control, they were able to pinch them even before they even got into A main. And this was the question here, like High Z, he was just so confident he can play alone and was still good for 2.
You know, we talked about this over at Split, wherein we wanted Fancy United to kind of prevent Bleed from planting down the spike, because they were showing difficulty in doing the retake, right? But moving on to Icebox, I mean, I'm sure that the change in composition was a factor to this, but their retakes were almost flawless at certain rounds. It was really, really good. And this is, you know, we thought about the adjustments, and maybe this time around moving into Icebox, they just want to prevent the spike from being thrown out, but no. They absolutely played for retake. They always made sure to hold back the utilities until the spike was planted down, and it just worked so well in their favor.
We could also see that there were times, you know, a flank was coming in, and I think the best part was that the person who was on the flank in Fancy United's team wasn't pushing earlier than needed.
Oh yeah,
They would wait.
So good.
Exactly. They would wait for the utility to come down. They would wait for his teammates to start picking and retaking that side, and then they would come in because at that time Bleed can't focus them down.
Yeah, I think because they come in from so many different angles, and that comes back to the map control, you don't really know where exactly to expect them coming through. And on top of that, because they have so much control of the map, they know exactly where Bleed might be coming through, might be going to, might be holding. And a lot of that situations, Bleed was just unable to counter this very aggressive gameplay coming in from the side of Fancy United. And I have to say, even though their lineup is a little bit strange, but they made it work and they made it look really good. So Trix, as a coach right now, or even a former coach even, what do you think that Bleed can do to counter this aggressive sort of gameplay from Fancy United?
In terms of Bleed's defender side, I felt that they definitely they were on the right track, you know. Change up your aggression, change the angles that you're aggressing actually, because we saw that they didn't do too well when they tried to go on belt, but then when they went on to the lower side of orb, they were able to get that pick. And I feel if they change that up some more, change the areas in which they're trying to focus down, they would have succeeded. On their attacker, maybe get some more space. Don't just go back after the plant. Take out some more information if you can, because the lineup they had, it's not like it was impossible.
No, they have the information taking for it. I mean, we saw Pit's very, I would say very hard to remove traps, especially when it comes to taking up kitchen. Like, it took so long for Fancy to remove it. Yeah, but at the same time, the reaction coming in from that from Bleed was a little bit like, it was like they know what's happening, but they're not necessarily sure how exactly to react to it. And I'm not sure whether it was because they're not confident as to what exactly to expect. After all, this is still the map pick for Fancy United, and at the same time, it's also a very different sort of composition altogether. So now, as we move into Haven, I'm so happy to see BMV as well as Lexi back on the Breaches, and we all know this is Breaches playground.
Wait, it's not locked in quite yet. Let's take a look if that is gonna be it.
Oh my god, no, he's
there
getting
you
the
go, Tash.
kill. Wait, Pith is going on. Wait, usually Lexi,
it's a switch of roles.
Yeah, they're switching up, and I'm wondering why. Because I have seen Pith on Killjoy, and the way he plays Killjoy is so interesting. He can play aggressively, he plays it on lurks. It's not very one-dimensional the way he plays it. So because I'm used to Pith's sort of gameplay or play style and Lexi's aggression on Breach, I'm wondering why the choice to switch up here.
It's possible that the reason to switch up to put Pit on the Breach instead is actually because of Pit's gameplay in terms of teamwork. Lexi is great with that crossfire with the aggression, but Pit also has, I feel, this kind of big brain plays.
Yes.
He ends up getting that advantage maybe, rather than Darion going and saying, I want to take space here. It could very well be Pit saying, can you take space there? This is what I'm going to do for you to get the advantage.
That's smart. But what do you think about the lineup for Fancy United though?
Sky. I love Sky. I love that they have 3 flashes. And again, they're going in with this no duelist role. They've proven that it can work on that icebox. I'm just wondering if they have a similar game plan in terms of the retake, because they do have a solid retake. They don't have that Sova for the hard intel, which I always love to see on maps that are large. So I'm slightly concerned about that.
I am also concerned about that as well, but at the same time, you can always kind of take your time on Haven. I mean, that's usually how it's played. So I'm banking, or actually not banking, but I wouldn't say banking, because I was so wrong about how they wanted to play just not because of the composition. So I think the idea is they're able to just, because they're so flexible, right? And they're so innovative and creative on how they use each agent. I wouldn't be surprised if they have like something special up their sleeve to make this composition work. Regardless, we've seen how they played it on Icebox. I think Bleach should have an idea or two how exactly, or what exactly to expect from this sort of gameplay that they're bringing to the table.
I think that in the first map they realized, you know what, we brought out a duelist, didn't work. It worked on the second map, not having a duelist. Let's do it again. I think it'll work a third time. But all kidding aside, I do love this composition. You have a Sky, you have a Breach, you have an Astra and an Omen, and a Chamber. I absolutely love it. I can already picture it in my head. I'm not as vocal the way you explain it, Tash, where you can paint the full picture of how the rounds are gonna go. But in my head, I can imagine it. You have so much control on A, B, C, and site because you have all of these controllers, and then you have a lot of information which you can get from the sky and quick rotations coming in from the chamber. So I'm really excited to see how Fancy United is going to play this out. But of course, we're moving to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, and it just goes to show how tough the competition is over here on APAC. So with that, here we go again, Fancy United versus Bleed Esports.
Welcome sa map 3 na meron tayo dito sa VCT Asia Pacific. Fancy United pa rin versus Bleed Esports. At kami nga pala magiging casters nyo for this final game of this series. Stator at Honey Glaze. Kami rin naman for the next following series, no? Pero dito muna tayo mag-focus dahil parang allergic sa duelist itong Fancy United.
Ayaw sa duelist. Kung hindi siya gumana ng game number 1, bakit pa nila gagamitin ito for the next following games? Kung saan, mas umaarangkada ang players natin dito for Bleed Esports to counter them out. So, i-play for util na lang natin dito ang Fancy United or rather ang Bleed Esports.
Tama. At the same time, no, knowing this is Haven as well, tatlong sites nga ang kailangan mo i-control. So if you have a double controller setup that we have right here, yet again, info game ang laruan dito ng Fancy United. If you can actually see, you have flashes after flashes. Not only once, not only twice, meron pang paranoia na pwedeng ilagay dito ang Fancy. So lalo na magsisimula sila on the defensive side, kung kaya nilang kumuha ng maraming points as much as they can, malaking bagay for them.
Ito rin kasi talaga ang advantage. Once na kayo yung no duelist comp na meron naman kayong magiging situational cases na gagamitin nyo na lang yung utilities dito ng kanyang initiator. Kung papabor sa inyo ang no duelist comp, why not make it important na meron silang mga initiators dito to have those utilities being encountered already by Bleed. But unfortunately dito for Fancy, nagkaroon lang ng mga ingay at mabilis ang trade-off. We have here the blinds. Really unfortunate dito kay AZ kasi hindi niya alam kung ano yung uunahin niya. One member down again for the side of Fancy. Make it 2. Dahil low na HP na rin dito si Yes I Can. I think for now, mukhang kailangan nila munang ibigay yung side, magkaroon ng opportunity dito yung Bleed, pumasok, makapag-plant, win out their duels, and syempre, baka makakuha sila ng pang-cancel out ng numbers dito ng Bleed.
Sayang, na-late ng labas si Piff doon. Sinusubukan niyang habulin si Yes I Can kaya hindi siya namatay. Low on HP lang though. Receiving some of a damage. Not sure kung saan nanggaling yan, but 3 HP na lang siya as of right now. Fault line being used here on the site itself, Bleed Esports. Makakapasok sila. It's very much open. Makakapag-plant na rin sila rito. In a 4v3 setting right now, it basically depends on the two players here, BMV and Frisho. Alam natin na Yes I Can, kaya na magbato ng utilities, but kapag lumabas siya, kumbaga, miracle play ang hanap dito ng Fancy. Ito na nga ang unang kill. That is towards BMV. Inadaplisan na rin ang bala si Yes I Can. Ganun na lang kabilis para i-shutdown ang dalawang players na yon. Fischl, the man remaining here, he still has the headhunter kahit papaano. He can get some kills pero nga lang, he goes for the swing and not knowingly, it is a crossfire on the site itself. Bleed Esports takes round 1. May kasama pang face palm.
Maaga lang din kasi talaga ang naging panimula dito ng Bleed Esports. Although may capability pa rin naman ng Fancy United dito na makapag-push aggressively as they are the ones defending. They have the utilities naman to counter out visions from the side of Bleed Esports. Pero ano ang nangyari? Composure lang din mula dito sa kabila. I think dito sa part na yun na nadaplisan niya ng bala, hindi siya hindi siya yung intentional. Nakuha niya pa rin yung advantage yun dahil na wallbang at ghost ang gamit niya. So now, buy round ito for Bleed Esports. They have what it takes to fully unrush the site. Makukuha naman kaagad nila dito yung A-main since nandito rin kaagad yung recon to deny in those positions aggressive by the side of Fancy United. But this time, hold back na muna sila dahil may mga smokes na kasama ang Fancy.
Sa true lang, habang nag-aantayan na taga-ambahan pa lang to, tamang labasan lang ng Siko dito at fino-force lang nila na si Fisho magamit yung headhunter, yung mga bala kahit papano, no? Pero wala pa ring damage na natatanggap dito ang Fancy United. Right now, lamang na lamang ang Bleed Esports. Kung mapapansin mo, Darion at si Lenny dito, insta-upgrade na nga agad on the second round itself eh.
Full on confidence ang maibibigay dito ng Paranoia. Sama mo pa kaagad ng recon. Smokes already in, placed out para counter nila yung vision dito ng Bleed Esports or rather ng Fancy United to have their move in this round. Wala silang kabaybay dito, so really is just a overwhelming match, especially sa round na ito ng Bleed Esports. Slowly but surely naman naghahanap ng mga tao dito. Yes, I can, but the problem is Maxi is ready for him. We only have here the contest na makakasigtas pa nga dito si BMB. Makakakuha sila ng dalawa. There was a quick trade-off. Fifth naman dito for another one. He's down to 20 HP. It's down to a 3v2 situations. At magiging problema pa ito kung paano nila mabebeluhan kaagad yung mga nag-hold ng inside the site. Tingin ko hindi na rin ito ibibigay ni BMB for the exit frags dahil syempre parang hindi maka-adjust pa na eco dito ang Bleed Esports. Ang kaso nga lang Darion was there 2-0 for Bleed Esports.
They were also able to save up the yung isang Vandal, if I'm not mistaken, or isang Phantom na meron dito yung isang player. Kasi kanina naka-double Phantom or double rifle na yan kaninang dalawa eh. But here on this round we have, nakapitas pa rin naman ng Fancy United kahit papano. Even BMB going for that exit frags, very much aware pa rin ang players ng Bleed, no? Ayaw talaga nilang magbigay ng space at all sa Fancy United. This time, buy round na on both sides. Tignan natin kung ano magiging setup dito at galawan ng Fancy United. Magiging aggressive ba sila? But it seems like as of right now, the aggression is just on A main, pero going back dahil wala rin naman silang makikita.
Trust na lang muna tuloy sila. Iba naman din ang tatahakin ngayon ng Bleed Esports. They're already inside of garage. Mau-hold back sila dito ng mga smokes. Nandito kaagad yung Cloudburst. Papasok na nga dito si Darion. Hello, my friend Bulaga sa Arcelola was able to finish him down. Down to a 3v4 scenario. Ang hirap tuloy nito for the side of Bleed Esports. Dahil hindi nila alam kung saan na ba talaga nakapwesto dito yung Astra who is already chilling like a villain all the way from Cubby. Wala din sila ka-idea kung nasaan yung nandoon sa garage. Hindi nga sila nag-plant dahil hindi nila alam kung saan ang bigla nawala si Arcerola.
Naghahanap sila dito ng pwedeng mapatay. At surprisingly enough, hindi sila nag-plant ng spike. Alam nilang maiipit ata sila dito. All the way to A site ang gapang ng Bleed Esports. What a change of decision, and what decision making is this? And it's very, very fast as well. Bleed Esports definitely know what they're doing right now. They have planted the spike, preparing for the post plant. This gives them enough space, more space to actually have control compared sa kanina na setup na meron sila. Ngayon, kailangan mag-rotate ng players ng Fancy United. Mahahanap nga nila si Lenny. Kaya naman magiging 3v2 ang sitwasyon nila ngayon. Lexi and Pith, etong combination na to, very much deadly. Kaya mag-frag out potential, and they have the potential to actually make a clutch happen as well. Kaya kaso nga lang, kailangan muna nilang hanapin dito yung players ng Bleed para ma-defuse yung spike. Habang nakasilip na nga dito, that is the first kill for Lexi right there. Trying to defuse the spike. Another one for him. Ang ganda lang ng placement, pati nung pagpa-plant. Isang angle lang ang hahawakan nyo, guys.
Kitang-kita eh. Dumungaw ka lang saglit dito sa window, doon sa heaven. Makikita mo kagad yung ulo dito na magde-defuse ng spike. So really was just unfortunate dito sa Fancy United. Siyempre kasi may numbers advantage na sila. Naunahan na nila na bahagya dito yung Bleed. Makakakuha na sana sila potentially ng isang round. Pero dito pa lang sa decision na ginawa ng Bleed Esports na hindi tayo magpa-plant in C. Mag-rotate tayo back into A para makuha natin fully yung side. Full on control. Reset kumbaga para sa kanila para makuha nila yung advantage. And tingnan mo naman yung advantage na yun in winning the cases of a 2v4 scenario. Just really good and composure na nila tag ngayon ng Bleed Esports. Down to another round. Will it be in favor na ng Fancy para makaisa or talagang Eco kasi ang makakapagbigay sa kanya ng discouragement into this one?
Oh, nice timing here mula doon sa player natin na si Dario. Nakakuha na nga siya ng isa pero inuubos na dito ng bid. Nakita pa ang dulo ng headhunter mo dyan, sir. And Dario was able to diminish and execute everyone on the site itself. Tatlong kills para sa kanya and the rest is history for Bleed Esports. That is a clean 4-0. Nagsimula lang yung domino effect after this dash in and the kill on the Astra.
Kahit na may smoke na kasama doon, no? Ito yung advantage kapag talaga meron kang duelist in your team. Talagang mami-misplace mo kaagad yung mga nag-hold lang ng site. Hindi siya nakapag-react on time dahil ginamit niya pa kaagad yung kanyang smoke. Pero little than he know is Darion is already in. Nakuha siya kaagad ng pick off. Tapos sama mo pa dito si Fish na nakita kasi yung hulo ng headhunter niya. Kaya nabaluhan tuloy siya ka dito ng pre-fire lang na ginawa dito ni Darion.
Pati si BMB nadamay
ng VCY. Oo nga eh. Di naman ako kasama dito. Bakit pati ako nadamay?
Pati siya nadamay eh. Pumupwesto lang naman para maglabas ng utility. Kaso nasama sa hukay pagtapos makita yung dulo ng headhunter. Fancy, mapapa-timeout nga sila. This is the decider map that we are currently looking at. And if I'm not mistaken, ang pumili ng split is Bleed. And then ang pumili ng Icebox is Fancy. So, alam nila yung mga mapa na gusto nilang laruin dito. And just a quick turnaround and just a quick look on the stats itself. Bleed Esports has been performing relatively well in a Haven map. They have 20 wins and 11 losses. Kapapano, nasa 65% yan. They've played this map a lot of the time as well. And they have a good take on it as well.
Yeah. At ito pa yung composition na lagi nilang ginagamit for the past 12 games na nilaro nila dito in Haven. Pero unfortunately lang dito for this round, mababawasan kaagad sila ng isa dito with the early chance of that pick-off na kinuha dito ni Fisho with his operator smoke. Ang magiging gambala nila dito pero bulagasa yung muka ang ginawa dito ni Maxi dahil naging pabor sa kanya yung smoke na ginamit niya.
Exactly.
One member down, controller pa ang ginamit nila dito but now, or napatumba nila dito and now, they have full control on C. Makakapag-retake nga ba ang Fancy?
This is later, I'll explain it. Pero dito muna tayo sa match natin because paranoia being used here by Hazy. Pero hindi naman tatama yan sa kahit sino. Time is ticking right now. And the concuss settles in. Hazy was able to take on a double kill here. Papasok na rin yung ibang mga members ng Fancy United. Magandang pangitayan for the retake itself right now for Fancy. And still, 4 players remain here. Naghahanap sila kung nasan ba yung natitirang dalawa. Because it seems like tuloy-tuloy na pagde-defuse ang gagawin nila dito. With the Hunter's Fury coming out, made-decline yung pagde-defuse na yan. And even with the lockdown from the Killjoy, para i-sure lang na walang magde-def. Pero hindi enough yung time na yan. Ubos na ang oras. Hindi pa rin nakapag-drop ang ultimate nung Killjoy na yan. Hindi pa rin na-detain. It's too late to apologize. Yan ang sabi ng players ng Bleed Esports.
Sayang yun. Lalo na talagang nakapasok na sila. Kalat dito ang Bleed for the post-plant. Ganda na sana eh. Yun lang nangyari. Talagang kumalat din yung eksena nila dito against the players of Fancy United, and it just goes to show na kapag nahuli ka or kapag nadali ka, talagang hindi mo magagawa yung tamang strategy mo para ma-counter out yung retake na yun.
Tsaka, after iset out yung lockdown ng Killjoy, obviously, you have 2 options. You go out or you find the lockdown where it is. And knowing na sila naman yung may kalamangan pagdating sa tao na buhay, no? Pinalaga na nga nila. Ito na rin yung Rolling Thunder na lalabas mula doon sa breach na yan. And this is Darion actually just going up. Nakongkas siya dito, pero ako nang bahala. With the judge shot, it connects. It's now 5v4. Nakapag-plant sila ng spike right now. For the side of Bleed, this is already a post-plant position. But for the side of Fancy United, they're just starting to rotate here. Nakita si Darion, and this is just a trade-off that is happening on the corner itself. Fisho was able to take 1 kill away, but Hazy will go down. Now it's all up to him. He has an operator on his hand, and I think this is probably gonna be a save.
Problema nga lang, masasave niya nga ba ito dahil on the hunt na rin naman na ang Bleed Esports. Isa dito ay nag-aabang lang din, pero mukhang hindi na rin naman na sila dito magpipick out ng isa't isa. It's just really such an overwhelming push na naman ang ginawa nila, but this time, with that jiggle pick, with that bait, oh no, naparasa ng headhunter, hindi tumutok, hindi nakapatay ng isa. 5-1 is our scoreline. Bleed Esports. Talagang rinagasa lang nila yung A. Nagkahirapan na nga kung paano makapwesto nga dito Fancy United. And this is just really an overwhelming match na Haven ay parang talagang papabor sa kanila dito. Darion dito. Buti na lang may judge siyang hawak.
Mainit na si Darion eh. Now, I just wanna go back while we are on a replay on the topic itself. Kanina nung yung smoke na nakita natin on Silong na paglaruan ng players ng gustong umentry. This is because typically, yung smoke na nilalabas dito ng Omen, nilalaliman nila on Silong for that exact reason, para hindi ka magiliran, para wala silang choice kung hindi lumabas lang doon sa spot na yon. Because if you put out a smoke like this big, for example, mapupwestuhan nila ng malapit doon sa may smoke and they can just swing out in any direction that they want. Anyway, this is a crossfire happening here on A short. The flash comes out, it connects, but Pith will be there to actually connect the shots as well. Naging dalawa agad ang mawawala dito sa Fancy United. Gawin mo ng tatlo as Lenny was shot down na gusto lang namang tumawid.
Pinasok niya yung smoke na pre-fire siya kaagad. Narinig yata din dito ng Bleed or talaga pre-fire lang na tumama sa kanya. Since expected na dito ng Bleed Esports. Susugurin nila meron kasi kaninang Tour de Force na hawak dito si Fisho. So, wala siyang ibang choice. Kung talagang hindi niya ipipick up to, masasayang at masasayang yun. And now, this is just a flawless round given to us by Bleed Esports. Kung kanina hindi sila makabelo sa fans. And this time, ito na yung ganti ng api. Bleed Esports, minamadali nila yung game number 3. Pero with those blinds, I thought na papabor sa kanila yun. Pero nakapag-react kaagad dito ang Bleed Esports to counter it further.
Grabe rin si Pith Alam mo yun, lahat nabulag na pero siya talaga ang tagapagtanggol ng bayan. Naligtas niya yung, hindi ko sure kung ilang buhay ang naligtas niya doon but definitely made the play happen. Dahil posible pang mabaliktad yun in any case kung sakali man na sila nga nag-connect yung blind And aside from that, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, si BMV tsaka si SICAN yung nag-aabang doon. So, dami-daming utilities yan, sir. And now, with a timeout for Bleed Esports. Surprisingly, kasi sila naman yung may kalamangan dito. But maybe just a breather for the rest of the team here. And knowingly, guys, fun fact, alam nyo ba na ang daming members ng Bleed Esports? Kasi aside from Pith, Maxi, nagaling G2, European. Si Maxi nga pala ang IGL natin dito. Meron tayong Derion, Lexi, Lenny. Meron pang si Retla. Yun yung kanilang sub.
Retla.
Aside from that, may head coach sila na nagmula pa from Germany. Tapos, meron pa silang assistant coach.
Meron pa.
Oo. Tapos, meron pa silang analyst. Iba pa yun. Isipin nyo, ang dami, iba-iba. May sub sila, iba yung head coach nila, iba yung assistant coach, iba yung analyst. So, ang daming factors, ang daming opinion na pumapasok para sa Bleed Esports.
Buti, hindi sila na-overdrive sa lahat ng mga info na ibibigay, no? Oo. Tapos ngayon, talagang nakikita mo, na-witness mo na kaya nilang makuha kagad yung mga
pwede
info
na akong mag-apply as a driver. Oo, pwede na. Naghahanap na rin sila ng kasambahay, guys. Oo, kasama rin sa Liquipedia yun. Huwag kayo mag-alala. Pero mukhang dash in na nga dito para kay Derion. Wala naman siyang masaspatan on site itself dahil walang nag-aabang dyan. Pero itong mga players, very much aware na nasa A-site na nga sila completely. One is on Heaven. That is gonna be the Sky. Habang nagpe-prepare din sila Heisey dito. Dapat hindi siya mamatay pero he gets knocked before he goes down as Fifth catches him off guard. And dito na rin yung Rolling Thunder. Tamang chuk-chuk lang din sa gilid. Habang Yes I Can was able to completely diminish the players of Bleed Esports.
After getting in that wild 2K, crazy of 2K na ginawa niya dito against Bleed Esports, nandito na yung pag-pop, yung go signal na gamitin na kaagad yung kanyang Rolling Thunder para hindi na nga sila kaagad makabuelo. Hindi sila nakapag-plan din na spike dahil nga sa mga reason na bakit kayo nag-push pa ng site. They wanted to control and full potential. Pero nahuli talaga lahat Nakapuelo pa dito si Yes I Can ng blind niya. Nanggaling siya sa Heaven, nag-drop siya at nakakuha ng 2K. And now, this might be a turnaround ng tables natin dito in favor of Fancy United.
Tsaka, kaya ko sinasabi na dapat hindi mamatay si Heisey kasi kailangan nila yung paranoia kung gusto nila ng retake. Pero gusto nilang labanan Nag-workout naman. Hunter's Fury right now being used. I think this is gonna be in the hands of Lenny as of this moment. Sinusubukan to create a space and space created para sa kanilang team as Lexi is planting the spike right now. Heisey already rotating. He will spot Pith here pero he gets the double kill instead. Pero papapangatlo dyan, wala nang lalabas. Derion already spotting Azarola in this corner as well. Hindi lang bumabaril but Yes I Can was able to get 1 kill away. 4v3 meron tayo dito. Nagkakakitaan sila pero wala pang barilan na tunay.
Kanina nga magkatabi na dito si Derion and even Javier Arcerola pero back away na lang muna si Arcerola. Nakakuha siya ng info, vulnerable na nga siya. We have here the Cosmic Divide. Third naman dito for the follow-up pero timing ng Cosmic Divide dito para makaligtas. They are defusing in the site or the spike pero natito naman din yung pupupush ni Maxi pero makikita niya kaagad dito sila Arcerola and unfortunately dito for BMV napag napaglaruan siya ng tadhana, naging power pa sa attacking team
Last
dito yung
player
Cosmic Divide nila, and that is just really unfortunate for Fancy United na nakapag-push na, nagamit na ng utility nila, meron pang mga rounds dito, and this half, nakakailanganin pa nila yung crucial Cosmic Divide na yon against Bleed Esports.
Nilaro sila sa mga smoke.
Sayang.
Sayang nga yun. Fancy, it was almost as if sa kanila na, but Maxi knows exactly where to look at. Aside from that, yung smoke, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, siya yung nag-smoke nun eh. Para lang makabuelo ng pasok. Alam niya kasi kung nasan yung spike. So, isa lang naman yung way, no? Ipi-pre-fire mo na lang talaga. At doon na nga ang story, doon na nga nagtapos para sa round na iyon. But here we are on another round. But unfortunately, BMV only with the sheriff here. So, bahala na si Batman. Sana makapitas.
Byron pa naman. Ito na talaga yung round na kailangang manalo dito ng players natin from Fancy United. Dahil kung sakali mo na matalo sila dito, wala silang ego for the next ones. Kailangan na naman nila mag-save. Nandami ng mga execution dito ng Bleed Esports na sila yung nagwawagi. It's already 7-2. 5 pa yung kailangan nilang habulin. Pero look at those players right now all the way from window. Prop up yung Trailblazer para makakuha ng info. Blinded by the lights dito si Lexi. Habulin siya ng dalawa. Pero now we have here the Rolling Thunder. Paranoia will be connecting in as well. The blinds will be giving in a lot of advantage for Lexi. But this time around, this is Vision to play things out. 5v4. Make it a 4v4 dahil makakabuelo naman si Dario ng isa. Unfortunately, bumulaga sa kanila dito si BMP. Make it a crossfire all in favor of Fancy United. And isa na lang din na natitira dito. He cannot...
Dario nagde-defuse!
Dario may nagde-defuse side pero hindi niya na magagawa pang i-clutch out yung round na yon. It's just Heisey para makuha na nga yung first... Finally, another round for them after nilang matalo consecutively laban sa Bleed.
My God. Sayang, no? Andun na ang lahat eh. Kuha mo na ang lahat. Pero si Darion, nagdalawang isip siya to actually help out the other teammates here on site. Let's watch the replay. It would be seen exactly here on the replay. Meron ng execution na nangyayari dito, no? Because Bleed, actually on A-short, tinatapatan na nila yung 3 players. Kaso si Darion, nasa hell pa rin siya nag-aabang. So, because... obviously, nakaharang yung mga boxes na yon, hindi siya makasabay dun sa gunfight. But if it happened na lumabas siya sa glit to actually make that gunfight happen, maybe it's a different story. Pero here we are on another round. Tamang updraft lang din. Nahanap nga sa baba si Acerola, pero sa kanya pa rin mapupunta ang kill. Heisey was able to spawn one, get a kill. 21 HP para sa kanila. Pero gunning down all the players here of Bleed Esports. Oh, boss! Isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Lexi also being punished completely here on Garage.
Oh,
in
another
the
fast round for Fancy United with the whole dito of Arcerola. Ang lakas ng agimat niya, Taylor. Na-concuss na siya kanina ni Pit, na paranoia pa ni Maxi, pero buhay pa rin para mapatay si Darion at wala tuloy naging laban dito ang Bleed Esports. Hindi sila nakapasok pa ng side. Ang tulong na follow up pa dito ni Heisey ay nandito na rin to delay them further, to have those advantage at para ma-pre-fire lang agad yung Bleed Esports. Last round in this half, meron pa rin pera dito yung Fancy. Half an armors lang ang makocommit ng Bleed.
Fancy United. Darion, kailangan na naman nilang tapatan. Maxi was able to get a kill. That is gonna be Heisey na ang hilig lumaban, sir. Kaya naman lagi nating napapansin, no, isa siya sa mga nauunang napipick off dito for Fancy United. Kaya naman napaka-komportable rin nila dito. Ang kaso nga lang nag-aabang na pala si Acerola. Habang itong op-shot hindi nag-connect, si ESIK naman makakapatay. Isa na lang ang remaining player for the side of Bleed. That is gonna be Lenny. And he has to pick up the spike here. Nakita na nila. He doesn't get the kill on that Bulldog. And this is still Acerola's round. 5-7. Nabaliktad pa nga nila dito, Honey Glaze. Una sa lahat, naging domino effect yan after that round kung saan pinilit nilang i-push out yung nakapag-retake ng matindi yung Fancy United dun sa chup-chup at lahat-lahat. Doon na nagsimula eh.
Parang nag-landslide na, kumbaga, yung naging strategy nila dito, yung advantages nila from what they conquered earlier sa mga naging rounds nila. Tingnan natin ngayon yung quick rounds na ipapanalo ng Bleed Esports. 4 na consecutive, dagdagan mo ng 2 for another one after makapag-defuse dito ang Fancy United. Para nakikita nila unti-unti yung footing na kailangan nila para ma-counter out yung Bleed Esports. What I'm talking about this is the consecutive usage of their utilities and tapos pa yung aggressiveness nila na laging napapunish kaagad ng Bleed Esports. So, nag-slow down sila from picking out of the sites, nakakuha sila ng advantage from the retake, doon nila natagpuan na kaya pala nila manalo pagdating sa post-plants ng Fancy United dahil they suddenly try to have those scattered positionings from Bleed Esports na makapag-postman para walang maging idea dito yung Fancy. But the problem is, mas pwedeng-pwede at mas gustong-gusto ng Fancy na scattered sila para hindi nila maprotektahan kaagad yung spike.
Sa true lang, halftime pause nga rin tayo ngayon, no? And this is gonna be quite interesting this time around because Fancy United, like we mentioned a while ago, they don't have any duelist composition here. Even on game number 2, nag-work out on the map that they picked, which is Icebox, which they actually played against Team Big Bam without any duelists at all, and it worked out. And against Bleed, it also worked out. But heading here sa ating mapa like Haven, na tatlo naman yung site na meron ka, you have a lot of choices, especially you have a utilities to play around with. Kaya mong i-clear out yung mga angles and corners na yan. At the same time, I'm just quite not sure paano lalaroin ng Fancy United. Fast game or slow play?
Yeah, it's either be mambuzzled agad sa mga utilities dito ng Fancy United dahil ang dami nilang utility. They have what it takes to bait out players from Bleed Esports from rotating into one site dahil dami nilang smokers eh. Si IC dito pwede niya mabait out yung utility niya to another. Yung starts naman dito ni Arcerola pwede niyang gamitin na maagang mind play or mind games dito against Bleed Esports na ito yung mga utilities na nilagay niya na kaagad. But speaking of utilities, they're already faced off by the utilities here by Bleed Esports. One concuss, one head.
Tapang ni Pacquiao.
Shot dito ni Derion.
Tapang ni Pacquiao, guys eh. Sinugod lang yung headhunter eh. Namatay agad doon. Yung si Fisho, no? Ang kaso nga lang, pagkapasok ng FCY, natapatan ng Bleed Esports. And this is gonna be utter domination for Bleed. Taking in round number 1. 8-5. Ganun lang kabilis.
Hindi pa nga sila nakakapasok ng site nun eh. Nakapasok man pero onting steps lang. All the way from main. Dahil nga yung mga holds dito ng players from the side of Bleed Esports, it was just explosive na may naging hold from Graffiti. Follow-up naman dito ang naging sagana na rin for the side of Bleed Esports na makonquer nila yung pagpasok dito ng site ng Fancy United dahil wala nga silang jet eh. Wala silang mobility, wala silang race to gather the attention. Kaya ngayon, slow plays lang muna. Classics ang hawak ngayon ng Fancy United.
And so far, hanapan na naman ang pick-off dito. No? They have the marshals here on the hands of Bleed. Aside from that, they're also just holding down. Ultimate save to ha. Hindi sila bumili masyado. Derion already getting a kill here. Pero Piff and Derion combination is quite deadly on mid as they take it in a flawless even round. 9-5. Wala man lang napatay. They were only holding 2 ghosts there. 1 marshal. And the rest is just, you know, typical buy round. Spectre at Bulldog. Pero ang bilis na ubos mula dito kay Pith sa Derion combination lang.
Oh, combo-combo, no? Yung blind,
tamang flash lang eh.
dagdagan mo pa ni Fit. Dito na composure lang, tapos biglang magdadash dito si Derion para makuha niya yung attention dito ng nasa mid. Dalawa ang nakikita kong operator dito for Bleed Esports, which is also good. Dahil nga, ang dami namang mga size dito pwede mapanghawakan ng Bleed. This is a lot of pressure laban sa Fancy United, but I just gotta say that they need to be careful with those blinds na hindi man sila nakakuha ng magandang execution for the first 2 rounds in this first half. Pero Fancy United, wag nating i-doubt yung mga utilities nila. May blinds dito with Yes I Can, BMV, with those concuss, we can create some space. And syempre, yung dalawa pa ditong controllers nila with so many availability na makonquer nila kaagad yung site with those smokes.
Aside from that, syempre, ito, napa-timeout sila, no? Kailangan talaga nilang magplano ng matindi-tindi dito, guys. At isang malamig na hapon sa inyong lahat at umuulan na naman. Kung kayo ay taga-QC.
Dito kulog pa lang eh.
Diyan, kulog pa lang. At dito malakas na. Oh, malakas na yung ulan. Naririnig ko na eh. And anyway, going back to this game, may operator na agad si Derion. And I think this is only the 3rd round after that second half that we just witnessed and saw. Derion already pushing here. May guiding light na lalabas dyan, pero meron siyang naspatan na isa. Hindi nga lang nag-correct yung shot. Ito na, chup-chup si Kuya mo Derion. Mapapaatras ka na lang talaga. Pero walang follow-up mula sa players ng Fancy United dito. Slow play pa rin ang meron ng Fancy United, knowing that they don't have the duelist composition that we are looking for.
Rotate na lang tuloy sila after seeing or after hearing the warning shot dito ni Darion. Hindi man ito nag-connect pero it's a lot of pressure na sa ating defending or sa attacking team natin. Paranoia dahil alam na nila may atake na nga dito mula sa garage. We have your Yes I Can. Malas na lang din yung position talaga dito ng kanilang killjoy. Lexi didn't survive even for just a bit. 5v4 retake. Will it be happening in favor of Bleed Esports or talaga magiging worth it na itong buy round na ito for Fancy United?
Maxi, laban kang kung laban. Sige, Hyzy ang tatapat sa'yo. Si Hyzy, mahirig din niya makipaglaban eh. Pero itong operator shot, hindi na naman magko-connect. And this one-way smoke is also a problem in the hands of Bleed Esports right now. They probably have to wait it out before they actually push. I think they still have enough time to do so. Pero yung operator kasi ata ang gustong iligtas dito ng Bleed. Kaya they're probably just gonna go for those exit frags. Safe play lang.
May nadampot na rin naman na silang mga free upgrades dito eh. Saka iisa lang din naman ang pwedeng labasan ngayon ng players from the side of Fancy United. Iipit sila dito in silong. Tapos may madadagdagan pang recon, aftershock, magpupush dito si Fitz. Sila ngayon na mabebeluhan na.
Sige, labas! Sige!
Sige lang ay, tutuloy nyo pa. Gumugusto kayo eh. 6-9 ang
Nice.
score natin. Nice!
Talagang niligtas nila yung operator. Para lang talaga dito sa susunod na round natin. Crucial one, I would say, lalo na this would dictate what will happen on the next following dahil maaaring mahabol na to ng Fancy United, especially if Bleed Esports is forced into an eco. So this round is very impactful on how our second half will play out. Double digit na rin kung sakali Bleed ang manalo dito. Kaya naman, eto na tayo sa crucial round na tinatawag natin. Darion, same spot. Meron bang matututo? Pero mukhang FCY, aware na sila because of that shot from the operator. They can try to cancel it out, but Darion misses his shot again. This is the second time around. He goes back with the help of Pith at least. Baka sakaling makabuelo sila. Ang kaso hindi talaga nag-connect yung shots ni Darion eh. So atras na lang.
Hinayang nga rin siya eh. Kita ko sa mukha niya kanina, disappointed siya after not hitting in these 2 rounds or these 2 bullets na meron siya dito. Shots laban sa side na nga ngayon ng Fancy United. Kompleto pa rin ang Fancy. Pwede silang makahabol in this crucial round na mawawalan ng eco ang Bleed Esports. Basta alamin nila kung ano ba talaga yung gugustuhin nila ngayon. Darion, again with operator.
Finally.
Makukuha niya ngayon.
Sayang.
Traded off nga lang din talaga. Sayang.
Yung sinave mong operator mula dun sa last round eh, dito, isa ang makukuha pero ako nang bahala, sabi ni Lenny as he takes 2 kills here before he was gunned down. Dalawa na lang ang players remaining for the side of Fancy United pero hindi pa rin sila nakakapag-plant ng spike dito. Making it a 2v2 right now. They still have the utilities to play around. As for Bleed Esports, they have the smoke pero si Maxi gusto atang lumaban na naman. 2v2 pa rin. Ito na ang kalampag ng Papag as being used by BMV. Pupush ang FCY. They go for a blind. They get a kill. Now, the last remaining player is already on site. Nabaliktad ang sitwasyon as he pushes in. Maxi secures the kill instead. Pinush ng FCY. Akala ata nila dalawa yung nandun.
Nakampante ang FCY dito. Parang naging mistulang moral boost ang naibigay dito nung pag-pick off nila kay Lenny, pag-pick off nila kay Darion. Ang nangyari lang dito is na-ready naman din ang players from the side of Bleed Esports kung paano sila kukontrahin. Nakatukay man dito si Lenny, was quickly traded off pero it was just Maxi. After nung nakulog siya dito sa Heaven, nakuha niya pa rin yung advantage dahil meron pa siyang utility. He still has his smokes. He still has the capabilities na mag-play, na mag-mind game dito laban sa Fancy United. Kaya ngayon, sayang tuloy yung round na yan na pwede na sana nilang maipanalo. Sayang yung chances na ma-counter out nila yung eco ng Bleed Esports. 4 rounds tuloy ang kailangan nilang habulin para ma-equalize sila. And speaking of equalize yung distribution natin ng kills dito for Bleed Esports. So lahat sila ganang-gana.
Almost everyone is already in the double digits. But to be fair, sila rin naman yung nakakalamang din dito, no? At for Fancy United, ito nga yung nagiging pseudo-duelist nila. Si Yes I Can. Because we all know Sky can perform as a pseudo-duelist here. And they're probably using that as well, yung mga blinds and utilities natin to make it happen. But Bleed Esports, nagkamali lang ng kaunti, no? It was meant to be another different story like Fancy wanted it to, right? na dalawa yung magiging nasa link at mapa-flash nila both. Pero nabaliktad pa nga. Nalikuran din kasi, hindi nila alam nasa site na. Pero kung 2v1 yun, baka sakali pa. But new round, new life. Ito na tayo muli as the fault line settles in. Makokongkas yung ibang mga players. Finally, the shot from Darion connected. Going for another, it wouldn't. Kaya naman, isa-isa lang para kay Darion dito. Ang importante, at least nakakapitas siya.
Impactful pa rin naman din. Yes, I can pa naman dito, as you mentioned earlier, nagmimistulang pseudo-duelist na ngayon for Bleed Esports to get, or for Fancy United to get inside the site, pero naka-ready. Dito yung blind. May makukuhang info. Nandito yung Aldon. Mabibiluan niya kagad dito si Heisey. Kaya naman magiging problema na ito. Dahil nga, dalawa na lang sa kanila ang natitira ngayon. He still has the stars, yes, pero he will be tagged in by the Recon. We still have here the spike already been compromised. Wide swing from Lenny goes in for 2. Finally now, 11 is to 6 is our scoreline. Hindi na nakabawi dito. Kahit isa man lang ang Fancy.
Nakasurvive pa si Darion doon. 1 HP na lang.
Oo nga eh.
Nakaligtas pa eh. Isang pitik na lang yun. Isang hinga na lang. Literal, mamamatay na eh. Pero itong execution ni Darion, no, ligtas sa operator. At the same time, marami siyang opportunity actually to take on the kills. Hindi lang tumatama when it comes to the second shot itself. But what's important is a pick-off is a pick-off. Mabawasan mo, at least you can go back and reset your positioning here. Kaya parang feeling ko kakabahan na ng slight ang Fancy United going in A dahil baka may op na naman. Pero dito lilipat si Darion. Ito na ang kamandag ng operator. Kakapit ba mula dito sa mga players ng Fancy? Because this is so much utilities being placed right now. Darion needs to go back on the garage itself. Kaya naman kailangan itong mga utilities nito sa sakto. Pero 34 HP na lang pala si SIK. Nakagat na sakmal si Darion. Pero chill na chill lang siya. Meron pa kasamang paranoia. Lahat na ata ng utilities na salo. But Heisey was able to take on a kill. Ito na ang Blade Storm ni Darion. Tingnan natin kung tatama rin ba. Vicious 2. Pero this will connect the right click to the face. 4v1 situation. Heisey, the only man remaining, will go down in the hands of Darion as well. Match point is what we have.
Bleed Esports. Even though na talagang iba yung mga naging decision dito ng Fancy United, they all know how to read it further. Dito sa mapang pinili, or sa mapang ito na naging decider natin, just really goes to show na kalmado lang din dito si Darion to secure in those skills, to secure in those pick-offs, yung mga pagpasok dito ng Fancy United, hindi naging pabor sa kanila dahil nga may operator na hawak pa dito si Darion. Although, ultimo na pushback siya with those utilities given by Fancy, nako-hold back pa rin sila dito with those follow-ups and those coordination plays ay nagiging hadlang para sa side ng Fancy na makabawi. We have here one already down. Matatagin siya dito ng operator kaya naman makamasok siya ngayon. Darion goes in for 2. Naman dito si Yes I Can. 3v3 ang magiging situation natin at the very moment. So makakapasok ba sila ng site dahil meron silang assistance ngayon na Seekers, but Maxi, crispy off a one-tap. Laban dito kay Yes I Can. The blind is already committed. Nandito na rin naman na yung dalawa. Mag-wide swing pa nga. Laban dito kay Maxi and Maxi falls down. Wala silang ka-idea kung nasan ngayon si Lexi and Lexi goes in for the wide. Spray and pray. Laban dito sa dalawa and that is the finisher for this 3-game series ng Bleed Esports at ng players natin ngayon for Fancy United.
There you have it. We finally have a winner sa best of 3 series na to. 2-1 ang naging score natin. And it seems like for Bleed Esports, they're not too happy about this result. No, wala masyadong enjoyment na nakikita pero tamang si Darion lang ang humehelo sa ating lahat dito sa stream. But anyway, going back to what we had right here, a matchup that was indeed very worth to watch and very worth to cast dito sa stage natin. Ang daming utility na kayang paglaruan ng Fancy United. But the thing is, they were able to use it. It actually connected to some of the players. Even Dario, nahihirapan siya. The thing is, walang follow-up after all the connection of those utilities. Na-flash mo, na-concuss mo, everything else, but the follow-up for the kill wasn't that much there for the side of Fancy United. Kaya naman, Bleed Esports, tamang palitan lang ng pacing, nababaliktad nila yung mga sitwasyon, and at the same time, post-plant positions is just, I don't know, man. Sometimes it's just random.
Tsaka ang nadagdagan pa natin dito rin kasi is yung reposition din ni Derion na para makakuha nga ng malaking impact for one side to another para magkaroon ng speculations dito yung players from Fancy United na ano ba talaga ang gagawin ngayon ni Derion. But that is it for the first series. Meron pa tayong revenge na magaganap in the third one dahil maglalaban na later ang Gaimin at ang Griffin Esports. Let's see and hope for the best on what will happen on this second to the last day in the group stages. I'm Honey Glazy the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. Magbabalik kami dito sa group stages.
我 ID 是 Silfat BB， 我队伍是 Griffin Esports， 我代表的赛区是台港赛区。我对自己跟队伍的期望是希望打进亚太区的8强。我觉得这次亚太区的比赛最大的劲敌是 PPGL， 因为他们在上一季的 Master 得到了第4名，世界第4，然后他们队伍中里面都是天梯的好手，所以对于我们来说是最大的劲敌，就是 Forsaken， 因为他都是天梯第1名，然后也是一个人气好高、操作好强的一个选手。我们对这次亚太区的比赛针对的训练是面对亚太区的队伍的一些激进的打法，然后我们面对问题的时候，面对危机处理的反应。你们真的要看亚太区的比赛，不然的话，我阶梯会飙死你们了。
Hi, I'm DZ from Gaimin Gladiators, and we are from the MYSG region. Coming into APAC Challenger Stage 2 as one of the newer teams, we are hoping to make a statement during this tournament and show what the team is able to accomplish within the APAC scene. The team will be going one step at a time, and we'll try our best to gun for a playoff spot, since we have already secured a spot in the group stages. PPGL. They are undoubtedly the strongest team in APAC right now, and we are looking forward to see what new things they will offer throughout the competition. Jin. He's the star player of PPGL, which elevated them after the addition of him. Practice, eat and sleep. Thank you to Gaimin Gladiators, fans, and all supporters throughout VCT MYSG. We hope that you guys can continue to support us under the Gaimin Gladiators banner throughout our APAC run.
Welcome back over here at VCTPA APAC Stage 2 Challenger. Sorry, a little bit of the muscle memory tuning in over there on my tongue. Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix still on the panel. 2-1 for the series results, favoring Bleed Esports. Good try on the side of Fancy United though. Now Tash, I really enjoyed watching FCY in their defensive layout, but Bleed was just something else, especially after the adjustments that they made.
Okay, so coming back to that, so when you look at Bleed on map 2, it felt like they were a little bit shaky, and then I was a bit concerned for them because I was just like, okay, is this like because of a map pick issue, or is it because they weren't? Is it because like they were only very aware of playing one map? But when they moved to Haven, that shift in mentality happened, and I'm really liking this reset coming in for them, because when you think about how they played just now, what's great is just that you saw the changes and flexibility coming in from them. At first it felt like a tug of war in the beginning between the two teams, where maybe Bleed won the first floor, but after that Fancy kind of like figured them out. But then suddenly you see a shift in Bleed's playstyle when you also saw that they're able to play very disciplined and wait it out instead of play super aggressive, and I'm liking this shift where they can go from gear 100 to gear 0 at just a drop of a pin.
So talking about shifts, especially on Bleed, I know we were, a little surprised that Pit was on that on that breach.
Oh yeah.
Before going into that Haven map, but we could see also, the kind of discipline that went in with the Darion and breach combination, in which there was always support ready. We could always see that, rather than just being that kind of initiator that goes right in, takes the fight, takes all of the duels, we saw that Pit would slow it down as well. He'd force that slowdown, whether it's on the opponent's side or his team side, in the aggression. And for Fancy United on their on their defender, I felt that it was really interesting that it felt like Fancy United played it as if it was a map with only 2 sites.
Oh yeah.
And then they would always just retake the other one.
I think also what's really interesting is about how they the map control as well. I mean, in the beginning we saw a lot of, I think we would think like about how Fancy, the reason why they came out on top was because they were able to abuse the smokes coming in from Bleed. They would play this really unsuspecting corners, and they would just pick off them one by one by one. But once Bleed figured it out, we saw them a little bit more vigilant, checking corners and also clearing out every single angle. And that was actually what Lexi and Pit is just there for, just clearing those corners, using the nanoswarms, especially on attack. And if you saw the way that they set up for post plant, they didn't really have setups when it comes to like the sort of killjoy lineup and all that. No, they were just playing together and making sure they don't lose as many people as possible. Some games can be very, very close, I have to say, but every time they have a close game, it felt like Bleed was adjusting and saying, okay, well, we still won that round, we shouldn't have lost that many players, so what can we do to minimize our losses? And they really played it through till the end.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, look at the performance of Bleed Esports over here. But I do have to say
that one was so good. Did you see how they played this?
Really was.
I think this is the magic coming in from Pit himself. It's almost like he said, okay, wait for my flash, 1, 2, 3, swing, and everyone was just down over there. And even in those situations that they didn't have advantage of guns, Bleed was still winning just because of this discipline coming through, as well as this communication that I don't think we saw on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, they did have this like overtime towards the end, and after that I started noticing that Bleed was playing a little bit more carefully, except for Darion. Darion was just so brave. He was always still pushing sewers or A long, but he would always make it worth it, because despite his aggressiveness over there, he'd get like 1 to 2 picks every single time. He made sure that, you know what, if I'm gonna go down, I'm gonna take 1 or 2 down with me. But here he is, Trix, our series MVP.
Yes, our series MVP being Darion, being able to make that space, and we could see him with those aggressive picks. I still can't get over the fact when he was on that operator, he got that pick.
Oh yeah.
He gave it up, and then you could just see the Sova and the breach, like this, and then you saw Darion just perch up, ready to get that first contact. Then immediately when contact was hit, they would flash it. They all went out, and there was so much teamwork there, and I love to see it, and I hope Bleed keeps that up, because that is fantastic.
It really is. And on top of that, I would have to say this confidence coming through, really allowing them to not only play aggressive but also take up so much space. Like, I was so shocked that Darren would go all the way to a lobby and play that close on an operator. But I think it's the idea that his teammates were there that really enables him. And this is what we talked about in terms of, if you want Darion to perform, you need to make sure that he has the tools and the information, and which is why there was a switch there between Lexi and Pit. While I do really like the way Lexi plays with Breach, is very aggressive, very, you know, gung-ho style, but when you put it on Pit, it's not as aggressive, but it enables the team. So at the end of the day, it comes down to what kind of composition and playstyle they want to do, and this flexibility coming in from the players to just switch out agents as well as playstyles as they go by is just honestly one of the biggest changes or improvements I've seen from Bleed so far.
I think what was great about putting Lexi on that Killjoy, right? Because I was also keeping my eye on that Killjoy. How is it gonna move? Because we've seen them on more of an initiator role, and then you could tell that he was confident in taking those duels, and I feel like that's something we see a lot in chambers, right? A lot of the chambers will like push up, they get that information, they rotate, and then we could see Lexi doing the same thing as a Killjoy. The Killjoy, you know, would start putting the traps. They'd play more of like the flank control, but also they'd be aggressive. She wasn't afraid to take those duels, and I thought that was really good because
like
that's exactly what they needed.
Utils, right?
Yeah, playing to bait your utility and being like, okay, so this is like the general area they can be in. I could probably take out one or two.
The chip
call in a
damage is
teammate
so
to help
good.
you. Yeah.
I need to take notes on his Killjoy layouts over there. Excuse me, I do have a guest over here. It's kind of stormy outside here in the Philippines, and my dogs get a bit anxious whenever the thunder starts rolling in. Breach, please stop. Breach. The rolling thunders are coming in, so I gotta keep my boy Sydney over here on the broadcast for a little bit. But I absolutely loved how this game went. Unfortunate for the side of FCY, but this isn't the end of their journey. They still have a chance to qualify for our playoffs. But Bleed Esports, I don't even know what to say over this team. Just a lot of dedication, and I love how the adjustment came in. I felt like they were a little bit off on Icebox, as you said, Tash. I'm not quite sure if it was because of the map pick. Maybe they weren't playing too comfortably today. But moving on to Haven, just so good. And I gotta say, you guys probably touched up on this before, but Maxi is just so smart. I love it. The way he plays his role is just so impressive, and I can't wait to see more of him. I kind of forgot on how the whole bracket situation is right now, but does this mean that Bleed actually qualifies for the playoffs already? Am I right to assume this?
That is a great question.
Let us double check real quickly. Let me put my dog down. I think you're gonna be good.
They actually did. They
That's
did qualify for the
fantastic.
playoffs, so we have Bleed.
Wait, what a journey! Because you came all the way from play-ins and you were able to qualify all the way to playoffs already. That is crazy. But in the meantime, guys, as we divulge into this information a little bit more, we're going off to a quick break. Please excuse us. There is Rolling Thunder over here. Maybe perhaps once Breach is doing his ultimate, then we'll get back into the games. But in the meantime, we're off to a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks hard deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the black rule, the eyes that saw the soul. Before the goal, I'm here to let you know. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breaks. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements, embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure, but celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend. The blend, the blend. The blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Cash Bunny, and Trix still over here on the panel. I think Reach is just about done, so I think we can proceed to the next series of the day, which is also the final series of the day. So the first team over here that we've got has a battle cry that we like to say. They're an absolute beast, not just because they're the mythical creature over here, but they've got members in here that is just holding W all throughout. They're so capable and so aggressive, even getting a scoreline of 13-1 from time to time to shut down a series. They're all riled up. We're on the group stage and we're ready to jump on that hype train that they have. This is Griffin Esports.
Griffin Esports performing so well earlier in the series against Myth, I think taking most of us by surprise. They're no longer relying on Shufat BB, which I think was initially the thing I was most worried about this team. We got Fungtree, Rainy, Shufat BB, Winner, and XII?
Yeah, XII.
XII? Okay. So I think that clearly that this is a team that is developing and they're finding themselves, but I'm wondering if they found their identity in time to go against their opponent in this last series of the day. They did try to use the Yoru and Raze on Bind, and I like the double duelist setup. I find that especially Griffin Esports, they were able to utilize that. So I find with that kind of innovation that they have with the agent lineups, with the abilities of the agents and how to optimize those agents for their gain, I think shows a lot of promise on this team.
I agree with you, but I'm looking at the poses that they had in the photos that they had here. I could see that XII has some pretty big brains based off of that pose alone. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how those big brains will be performing into this series. Now, on the other side of Griffin Esports, Tash, I feel like you have the forte with this team. After all, you rave about them and their little Cinderella story. So why don't you do the introduction?
Okay, so let's talk about Gaimin Gladiators. And for Gaimin Gladiators, it's a very interesting story for them because they are a team that didn't necessarily make it to APAC for quite a while, and now they're here. And what's really interesting about them is that they are a team that really have reinvented themselves. So let's have a look at them. This is the second time that MYSG has seen a Cinderella story, and this time it's Gaimin Gladiators. From long amazing zebra ears all the way to these guys. I mean, this is a very interesting reinvention from zebras to gladiators. However, let's talk a little bit about the team. So the introduction of Arton into their team, as well as introduction of Arton into the team in general, has just been phenomenal for them because it has really added another layer of not only aggressiveness but also 300 IQ plays, as well as a more flexible sort of playstyle from them. And if you look at the players one by one, they are absolutely talented. You have Frey, who is just like this unmovable mountain on a chamber. You have Neff, who is an insane bridge. You have DZ, who's just so good at taking up space. You have Styron, who is so flexible either on the Sova as well as the stage. So in a way, Arton as well with his Omen plays has been absolutely next level. So for Gaimin, I think they've had a pretty good run, but they didn't really necessarily make it through against Onyx, just because Onyx just really shows in terms of their experience.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, just something else. They started off with the upper bracket, and it's just so interesting how far they've gone over here. But again, this is what you're saying, Tash. This is their Cinderella story. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out, especially as we have Sufat BB and DZ over at our head-to-head. Tricks, here they are. The infamous duelists of these respective teams. Don't they look good over here?
They do. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we had the duelists back on the head-to-head.
I agree.
Actually speaking, I know that it's because there's so many good players right now in all of these teams, and I find that Shufat BB and DZ, they just have this ability to open that space for their teammates. We have Shufat, who before has shown that he just kind of goes in. You know, his teammates are letting him go in, but we have DZ on the other hand, who's also optimizing the sheer utility that his duelists have.
I think personally, what the difference between DZ and Sufat BB is that DZ is just a very straightforward sort of duelist, very in your face, sometimes very predictable, but predictable doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing, especially if you know that your teammates are ready to back you up in case something were to happen. But Sufat BB is a different kind of story where he's very flexible. He can come in from different angles. He can come in from a long kind of entry or even the direct one. So I would say that I would give that flexibility to Sufat BB, but in terms of how team play comes around, I think I will still give it to Gaimin Gladiators just because of how they play. But in terms of their experience, you can really see it, especially in the Onyx game the other day, where they have an idea or execution in mind, but sometimes because that execution wasn't able to be achieved, you start seeing question marks coming from Gaimin Gladiator, and I do hope they have recovered from that, because now is a situation where they want to come up on top.
They really do want to come out on top, and especially being the duelist role, you always have to be prepared to dash in, to satchel in, whichever the map may be. So let's actually find out. Ooh, which map we'll be going into. I don't know. I believe the audience also heard the Rolling Thunder coming in once again. But maybe as we move on to the map vetoes, there will be sites that will be experiencing the same Rolling Thunder too. But off the bat, Trick, since your Rolling Thunders are coming in, what maps do you think we'll be seeing?
Off the bat, I did expect that ban from Gaimin Gladiators. They haven't played it, I think, in all of 2022. Fracture as well from Griffin Esports. I believe right now it's their decider just to ban it. I wouldn't be surprised if an Ascent actually came up. But again, it really depends on what these teams are hoping to play. Because, there it is, the Ascent. Because I do know Griffin Esports does not exactly have the best statistics when it comes to the Ascent map. But what do you think, Tash?
Thunder is so loud. Okay, so now for Ascent, for me personally, I think that Gaimin, they have a pretty good track record on Ascent, and it's one of their most played maps this year. Given that they have so many different lineups and gameplays, and on top of that, they are a team that is just as, I would say, adaptable as PPGL, knowing that they already are pretty much ready with the Fate. But the other day, though, we saw them pick up the Yoru, and it didn't really work out in their favor. Sometimes maybe Gaimin can be a little bit too overachieving, and I think sometimes it's always great to go back to basics.
On the side of Ascent again, I am a little bit worried on the side of Griffin Esports. They haven't had the most stellar performance here, and they have tried switching it up, bringing out the Fate from time to time, but I really think that they need to pull something out over here, be a little bit more creative in terms of execution so that they can pull it off against a team like Gaimin Gladiators. But hey, we're going to breeze for the second map, and they rarely step on the sand over here, but when they do, it's quite breezy, Tricks.
I do think so. Griffin picking a map like Breeze, and that the way that they just take space, the way that they force the information, force the opponents to push back, I think it's really going into their playstyle here, and I can understand why they would pick a map like Breeze. It's so large, you want that aim duels, and we have seen Griffin Esports just shine with the aim duels, but not to say Gaimin Gladiators have it either.
I mean, to be fair, when you think about Griffin and in terms of taking up space, let's talk about holding space as well. In terms of like them holding space has been absolutely phenomenal, especially if you see Feng playing the anchor. And for now, I mean, on the other hand, we also see Frey as well coming in from Gaimin, so I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for Gaimin to take that map as well. But Haven, though, is going to be very interesting. Coming just because of Neff on the breach, it's just been really, really fun seeing them play that.
I agree. I was gonna mention it because of all of the Rolling Thunder action that we've been hearing throughout this panel. That we're anticipating that we get to see a breach, especially on Haven. Now, for Griffin Esports, I've noticed that ever since Fade came out, they've been having a lot of fun with Fade, regardless of the map. But it's most especially on Haven, they kind of switched up their composition, but I think it really brought out the best of them, especially on this map. But hey, with the maps out of the way already, we're going to be going to Ascent, Breeze, and Haven. That leaves more room for us to cast our predictions in. I'm not actually happy. I'm pretending to be happy because this part is just so dreadful. But you know what? I'm going to take the first pick on this one just because I want you guys to really, really think about where you're going to go with this. Because for me, it's going to be the Cacaos all around. It's Griffin Esports for me. I'm saying the Cacaos as much as I can because I know that it's a battle cry buff for them, and I'm predicting
it worked out
them.
last time.
Yeah, it really did. So what about you, Tash?
Personally, for me, I'm gonna go for Gaimin just because I've seen their journey all the way from stage 1 all the way to now, from quad side to lane to Gaimin Gladiators. I have to see this through, so I'm gonna cast my support for them. I have to say that I'm a huge fan of just supporting the underdogs, and I really hope they come up on top.
I feel, Griffin has been doing so well. I feel, where their issues were, where we found their flaws, or at least the holes that other teams are starting to abuse, they patched it up and they showed that they can adjust, they can make improvements, and they aspire to be better, and they proved it mid-tournament just as other teams have. So I would put my vote on Griffin Esports.
Honestly,
it seems like they're. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, honestly, if it wasn't Gaming Gladiators playing, I would go for Griffin as well, just because of how impressive their performance were taking down mid, and just how aggressive they're playing. And this mid-tournament changes in playstyle reminds me of teams all the way up in Masters there. Just because of this, I would say that they have such a high percentage of winning, and honestly, I'm a big fan of that team as well.
Honestly, it was really hard picking a prediction for this series because both of them have shown so much growth. They really have. And I was just about to say earlier that there's just so much evolution when it comes to both of these teams, which is why as much as our predictions are locked in, just know that it wasn't like a landslide sweep for us. Like, you know what? I'm going into this match 100% believing that Griffin Esports has this. No, I was so divided. And I'm sure that Trix felt the same.
Yes. Honestly, both teams were just really outdoing themselves. I understand and can see why Tash likes Gaimin Gladiators so much. I love it when teams challenge the meta. I love it when they're challenging themselves because I feel like that's necessary in order to be a top team.
I think the flexibility from both teams has just been absolutely astounding. But if you want to talk about their performance on each agent, I have to say that if you look at, I think from Gaming Gladiators, I was just commenting on their first game this tournament was that they're more to comfort picks. It feels like they're not adjusting. And then suddenly on the second match they had, they fully adjusted. They changed all their agents. While it came up short, I really admire them for their bravery in trying new things. And I think it looks like it's gonna be the same again. I've talked before about the Fade and the Yoru lineup, but I would personally think it's better to do that on Breeze compared to Ascent, just because of how big the map can be. But now looking on the other side for Griffin, this is one of their El Clasico picks, I believe, where it's just something that they're very familiar with. And not only are they very familiar with, they're actually very good at the executions of utilities coming in from these agents, especially when you look at Fong, who is just insane at anchoring a site.
That is true. We always love seeing Fong anchoring a site on that Sentinel. But you know, Gaimin Gladiators pulling out a lineup that they actually have pulled out before, maybe not too successful, although granted their opponent was Onyx. So I'm wondering if they're going back to that match, kind of seeing what went wrong, seeing how they could have improved, but also taking into consideration that Griffin also could have watched that match and figure out what Onyx did right, and what it was punishing for Gaimin Gladiators.
But hey, that's the test of the limit over here. Like, even if Griffin Esports was able to review that specific match, obviously Gaimin Gladiator is gonna come back stronger over here, and it's just gonna be really intense. I feel like the tension is starting to build up, and I'm looking at this game thinking that it's gonna be neck and neck. I firmly believe that.
I have to agree with you, but at the same time, you know, when we come to a game where you have a comp that doesn't really work out, this is when you question, like, are they gonna do it again? And in a lot of situations, not many teams will continue playing that comp. Now, my question is, since this comp didn't really work out before, what exactly have they learned from it? What exactly are they doing to apply it? And in those situations, because I would say that this Yoru and Fate lineup is very, I wouldn't say situational, but it requires a very particular lineup setup and timing in order to get right. So what if they're not able to execute it the way they want? Do they have a plan B to kind of make it work?
We'll have to find out. That is the big question over here as we proceed to game number 1 of the final series of the day. It's gonna be Griffin Esports versus Gaimin Gladiators.
We're finally back in the series on the final day dito sa ating group stages. I'm Honey Gracie the Double E. Kasama ko ngayon si Black and Blue. Guys, sayang hindi natin makakasama muna ngayon si Taylor. So makalibilang bakod muna siya. But let's all welcome Black and Blue for our stream today ng laban between Gaimin Gladiators and Griffin Esports.
Kaya medyo naninibago ako. Inisip kong, "Hey, hello! Welcome here to the VCT." Pero nga pala, dito tayo sa Tagalog stream. Ako naman ang dadaan dito. Nakikidaan lang po. Kaya we're gonna be joining you para sa unang mapa natin dito, Ascent Honey Grace, sa Gaming Gladiators versus ang Esports.
Just really excited na na full on Tagalog yung naging intro ni Black and Blue kanina, guys. So kaya let's cheer Black and Blue in our stream right now. We have here the battle between Gaimin Gladiators at ng Griffin Esports para itong panunumbalik ng nakaraan dahil maglalaban na muli sila dito in the redemption arc ng Griffin Esports laban sa Gaimin Gladiators. And speaking of Gaimin Gladiators, ang magsa-start off dito ng round na ito, ng half na ito, as they are the ones attacking.
Ito na nga, Gaimin Gladiators. Ito ang composition nakita natin kahapon actually dito Honey Grace. Nung kinalaban nila ang Onyx G. Kaso medyo di gumana eh. Pero susubukan nila ulit. Itong Yoru, either gagana talaga siya ng impacto or walang mapapala. Pero tignan natin, si Fat BB, susugod naman dito pumuntan sa B site. B-Link ang kanilang atake. At mukhang dito nga ang laban. Wire select, makakaisa. Winner, pangakapakalawa. Pero si Frey, tutumban lahat sa kamay niya. And with the classic pate. Ito naman ang Headhunter. Inubos dito ng Gaming Gladiators. Nagbakbakan sa B-Link at doon lang natapos.
Biglaan nilang inariba kasi dito ang mid, kaya nahirapan ka agad dito na makapagbigay ng magandang execution sa Griffin Esports. Napano sila kaagad sa mga pagkakataon na nakapag-aggressive push man sila pero ready naman din si Frey dito to get those pick-offs happen. Nag-line up sila for him para makuha niya kaagad yung numbers advantage, yung counter nila dito against Griffin. And now, Gaimin Gladiators, yun lang naman ang kailangan nilang abangan. Yung mga aggressive pushes ng Griffin, paano ma-punish sila kaagad. But this time, they have the vice. Meron silang mga Spectres dito. They have what it takes to control in their second round in this half.
Ngayon, syempre gusto ng Gaming Gladiators dito na medyo mas mapabagal ang pace nila, di ba? Gapang-gapang dang. Oportunidad na mabibigyan sila sa side. Eh na nga, tumama si Nef dito kay Sirpas Gibi at tumba naman ang lahat ng depensa dito sa A site. Walang makakaisa. Actually si Fung, nakadalawa pa nga. Pero ayun lang din ang nakuha nila. So, Gaming Gladiators, dalawang opening round dito na talagang maganda ang kinalabasan. Pero tingnan natin kung maitutuloy ba nila ang bonus.
Dito kasi talagang they waited for those entries na pwede nga maganap dito for Gaimin Gladiators. Ang nangyari lang din talaga is yung mga difference between the firepower na meron tayo dito for Gaimin. There's also the advantage na makapag-dash or makapag-TP in na kaagad dito sa Nev to give a lot of distraction inside of the site. But speaking of distractions, maging distracted naman dito kaagad si Soyfat BB as we have a lot of members stacking up on mid. Meron ng Molly para magpwersa kaagad si Soyfat BB pero mauuna niya pa rin. Madadali dito si Dizzy. Down to one member ang players ng Gaimin Gladiators. And there's also another one through the smoke na ginawa dito ni Rainy. There's also the bailout tactics na ginawa dito ni Nepo with his decoy. Finally down to 3 members. Dalawa kaagad yung in-eliminate nila pero Soyfat kailangan niya mag-ingat dito kundi talagang malalagot siya or talagang malilikuran siya dito ni Nep. 3v5. Still doable for the side of Gaimin.
Kung sakaling umabante siya, mahanap nga siya ni Nef. Ayun nga, trigger discipline. Mukhang gagripuhin pa, may balak saksakin. Pero si Nef, lumalayo siya. Nadaanan pa! Pero si Winner ang makakapitas. Talo pa si Nef, talagang winner na winner to.
Winner na winner. Kahit na sayang sana dapat na unahan niya na rin dito si Soyfat BB. Na unahan niya na ma-pick off. Makakakuha pa sila nag-kill. Makakakuha pa siya na free upgrade. Ang nangyari lang dito is follow up from Winner. We are down to 20 HP for Winner to make things happen for them. Pero nandito na si Styron. Styron na may Spectre lang nakasama. Styron na matatag and pa kaagad ng mga turret dito. Makakapass silang dalawa but it's all up to Fong na hindi na nga dito nagkaroon ng malay para ma-defensa niya pa yung Spike. 2v3 situation still doable for Gaimin Gladiators. They still have the utilities and Styron makes it 2v2. Equalize na kaagad yung scoreline natin. Numbers advantage. Still in favor of Griffin dahil nakuluhan kaagad ni ni Suifat. 34 for Frey. Will he be having that advantage? Laban dito sa dalawang ito, nabuti na lang din isang star or dalawang star na lang din ang meron dito 5 years, kay years sila.
Low HP, rendezvous nga siya para makatakas. Ayun na nga pumunta sa backside pero sakto tumama ata ang Onka. Si Fat BB susugurin nga siya pero hindi niya makakatama. Dito si Frey, si Fat BB. Tatlo dito sa round na to. Dapat kanina pang patayin eh. Nung nakita ni Nef, nakaabang siya dun sa may defender-sided spawn. Pero buti na lang, medyo naswertehan din ang Griffin. Nahanap nga ni Winner doon. After that, parang nawalan tuloy ng kilos dito ang Gaming Gladiators. Pero still, good bonus para sa kanila. Nakuha nila yung plant, extra credits, tatlo yung napitas pa nga nila, muntikan pang 4. And especially dito sa attacking side, magandang bagay na yun.
Kailangan na lang nila maging consistent pagdating sa mga buy rounds nila on the next ones. They are on par pagdating sa firepower. Slow pace na siguro ang magiging expectations natin at the meantime. Lalo na't ngayon may hawak ng operator dito si Frey. This is a big thing. Especially na attacker-sided sila. But this time around, matatag-in kaagad sila ng recon. Bigla naman dito marangkada ang Ares na hawak ngayon ni Winner. That is one of the warning shots siguro na ginawa niya dito to delay the players from Gaimin Gladiators from getting inside the sites.
Griffin, kahit panalo sila sa huling round na yun no? Parang medyo nabawasan pa din talaga sila ng economy kaya naka-Ares, naka-Guardian, Bulldog lang ang kanilang gamit dito. Tingnan natin kung kasing kalakas ba ng tahod nila ang ilang kagat gamit sa mga baril lang na naidala nila dito sa round. Griffin, okay naman ang hold nila doon papuntang short. At napaatras tuloy ang Gaming Gladiators. Naghahanap ng ibang paraang makapasok sa site. Pero mukhang pinabalakan nila tong B site. May mga nano swarm nga. Ang daming utility nakaabang dito. Tignan mo, si Winner nakaabang na nga ang kanyang Recon Dark. Pag sakaling sumugod na dito ang Gaming Gladiators. At ito nga, smoke up at naghahanda na rin sumabog sa site ang Gaming Gladiators attack.
Swarm is already the deny sa mga entry na gagawin dito sana ng Gaimin. Maiisaan agad si Frey. Maulo naman si Pong. There is the following setup naman na ngayon para kainin na buo ang side. The blinds will be the reason kung bakit naman din sila magkakaroon ng opportunity makapag-plan. But it's already down to a 3v2 scenario. Still doable for the side of Griffin Esports. But they have the biggest problem kasi dito na may mga smokes pang pwedeng mag-regen for Arten to use. They have the guns, they have the vandals, pero ngayon kasi kulang sila sa numbers. They still have the smokes, yes, pero what more can they do kapag bigla na lang sila lilusog dito ng crossfires na gagawin na ngayon nila Swift at BB. Pero nadedelay sila, Blacken mo parang nababagalan ako sa pagpasok nila ng site. They're very low on HP, yes, pero hold into dice. Dito si DC, it's all up to him, but unfortunately hindi ito magiging sapat pa sa kanya para makuha na nga yung scoreline nila for the 3-1, pero they still have time to defuse.
.02! Nung isang araw meron tayong .06 pero ito .02. Mas malapit pa. Yan ang pinaka dikit na defuse timer na nakita natin sa buong VCT APAC Stage 2 na to. At ito, laban sa Griffin at Gaming Gladiators. Muntikan pa sila matalo sa round na yun. Buti na lang. Naabutan pa. Dizzy, if he held on for one more second, kung yung talon nga yan ng Chaos, si Rainy, medyo sumablay, kung nadapa siya, detalo na sana sila.
Tapos magkakaroon pa ng 2-round lead ang Gaimin Gladiators, which is already big dito sa Ascent na pagpapatuloy lang naman ng Gaimin dito yung kanilang momentum, yung kanilang advantage pagdating sa mga impact kills nila, yung mga rotations pa. And speaking of rotations, wala pa naman tayo nakikita in the meantime, but what is already happening here is nakakaramdam naman na si Rainy na may nakatawid na nga. At yun, mahulo na kaagad si Arten, pop flash para makapag-wide swing siya, and that is a good opportunity for him to take down 2 for Gaimin Gladiators. Back to reset na tuloy agad ang Gaimin.
Okay Gaimin Gladiators. Nakaka-damage dito, pero tingnan natin kung makakapitas pa talaga sila. Siyempre, ang Sheriff, medyo nakakatakot pa din yan. Kahit anong sabihin nyo, sana na pag ang mga tutok nila kasing katindi ng GMN squad na to. Ayan na nga, sinasabi natin, si CFAT, So ang tutumba dito sa likod ng side si Fung. Dami niyang kailangan gawin pero nahawakan pa nga niya ang backside. Trade nga naman ni Styron, but that's it. So the round dito na-secure ng Griffin at ang lead nga after the first 2 rounds ako ng Gaimin. 3 naman sunod-sunod ang nakuha ng Griffin. Talagang lumilipad na sila dito na balak sanang hindi maabutan ng Gaming Gladiators.
This really goes to show na alam ni Rainy yung kanyang dapat gawin at yung mga utility usage siya nang hindi siya naghinayang ng gamitin kagad ito, gamitin ito sa mga full potential na lang makuha yung advantage once na makapasok na nga, or itry if makapasok ng site dito ng Gaimin Gladiators. Frey talagang kumukulit, gumugusto. Operator na naman ang hawak niya dito. Magiging advantage nga ba ito or talagang ito yung magiging reason kung bakit sila magkakaroon ng hesitations? TP para dito kay Nep. He will be TPing inside of mid. Wala siya makukuhang info pero little does he know na nakakaramdam na rin naman na dito si Rainy and your select. They're just holding para kung sino man yung mag-hold or kung sino man yung mag-push in, mag-pick in aggressively laban dito ng Griffin Esports. Talaga mababaluhan kaagad sila ni Frey.
Punish you. Face your fear. 30 seconds left.
Perfect.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down B. Got some home.
I don't know what just happened. Crazy movements na ginawa dito ng Griffin para makaligtas. Nakapag-save pa ng operator. They went in wild. Gaimin Gladiators. Nakakapanghinayang nakapasok na sila. Pero kasi sa mga naging back and forth duels na naging pabor na nga dito sa mga retake na ginawa. Hindi nga halos retake. Ito talagang dinepensahan lang nila yung side bago maman makapasok dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. Gotta commend here winner. Pero nagulat ako sa pag-ulan ng Swift at BB dito ng isang jet sa loob mismo ng site. Kaya naman nagulantang ang players ng Gaimin Gladiators. They went back, punish sila ng isa pa pagkakataon doon sa round na yon. But this time, look at the rounds. 4-2. Dalawa na yung lead ng Griffin. Foof.
No targets. Spike planted.
2v2. Tapos separated pa yung gagawing push ngayon ng Griffin. Longgadol makikipaghambasan na dito against the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Wala siya matatag, wala siya makukuhang info. Pero nandito naman na din si your select to make things happen all the way from Kobe. But the problem is, ito ang mangyayari. Crossfire, nakapag-hold na rin ang dalawa, nakapag-intay, nandito na nga sa bandang corner na ito, sina Frey. Abangan niya lang dito yung white swing, mahuuluan niya kaagad si your select. Odin lang ang hagamit dito ni winner at ngayon, isi-save niya na lang dito ang kanyang Odin dahil wala na rin talaga, ang hirap na rin na noon, lalo na't wala na siyang time to defuse in the spike para makuha pa yung following round. At nakaisa na, finally, ang Gaimin Gladiators.
Itong composition ng Gaming Gladiators, sa totoo talagang feeling ko mas malakas sa attacking side eh. Almost anytime you have a Yoru and a composition based around that Yoru, dun talaga siyang nakaka-secure ng mga kilos niya sa mga entry, daming flash, yung mga fake out with the entry of the gate crash din, pero they can get as many rounds as they can dito sa attack. good, but they have to really secure this attacking side of theirs, which is a hard thing to do considering nasa Ascent tayo na alam natin kadalasang mas defender-sided. Pero, ngayon, this is the silver lining. At the very least, naka-eco na ngayon ang Griffin para sa Gaimin Gladiators, so kayang-kaya nilang tamakan pa po.
Pasok na kaagad sila dito. Nep with the blind, with his ultimate, gathering info. Makukuha na kaagad nila si Select. He's just yelling all the way from that corner ng entrance natin dito, pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging pabor dahil nga may tumagan sa kanya Tony Flower ng art-nerd siya. Finally, we have the post plant all in favor of Gaimin. They had the numbers and they have the guns. They are down to a 4v5 situation, pero ang problema lang talaga dito is kung paano mo mabibiluhan na dapat mabawasan mo yung natitira pang tao dito for Gaimin Gladiators. Dapat mabawasan or mabanish mo man lang yung eco nila para sa susunod na mga rounds dito ay may nagiging palag na ang Griffin. That the question is, kaya ba nila or talaga magsisave na lang dito again si Swift at BB?
Tignan natin. Honestly, I think the best situation you can do dito kung Griffin guys, either play for exits or subukan nyo, maka-isang pitas. Kung maka-isang pitas, edi go, try natin. Pero hindi siya darating dahil nga kahit nag-flank dito si Winner, may trademark, so mahuhuli siya. Naka-classic man lang din. Frey will win that fight. Tutumba lang sila dito sa Spike. Hindi na bibigyan ng dagdag na credits na economy dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. So, ang operator nga lang ang kanilang i-save. 4-4. May rounds pa naman silang ibigay, pero they have to get as many rounds as they can dito sa defensive side para sa Griffin. Kasi pagdating sa attack, minsan mahirap talaga tapusin ang laro dito sa Ascent. And we know, the last time around, nanalo dito ang Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin. So, kahit ganong kalawak pa yung pakpak nila, kahit iba ng composition din nila dito ng Gaimin Gladiators, they still have that history of na nanalo sila versus Griffin dito na Ascent.
I already saw the stats on what happened earlier on their previous matches dito in Ascent ng Griffin at ng Gaimin Gladiators is hindi nagiging sagana dito ang Griffin pagdating sa attacking side. But this time, they need to make an impact. So if at WB mukhang nadali na kaagad dito si Nef, hindi na siya makakaisa pa muli. We have the mollies to deny those follow-ups. Reposition na lang ang magiging sagot dito ngayon ng Gaimin Gladiators. Thankfully, we have that alarm bot para ma-sight nila dito kung may magro-rotate na ba dito going into B, kukuha ka agad ng info at para syempre madali ka agad kung sino man yung magpo-push. The smokes are already placed in pero makakatapat nila dito si Fang. Fang who is already chilling with his turrets. Matatagpuan siya ng Tony Fowler ngayon. Hindi man siya makakagat pero kailangan niya muna mag-reposition. We have the hunt. Makukuha niya yung info. There's a cosmic divide. There's the wide swing. Winner dito gets in one. This is naman for the trade. The two members. Ang members natin yan. Players natin ngayon for Gaimin Gladiators. It's down to a 3v1.
3v1. Si Frey na naman natitira dito. So gonna have to do something to save the day. Si Sea of Fat BB. Nakaabang kamo dito. Sa kabilang dulo ng Cosmic Divide. Nakuha nga niya ang round. Griffin, hindi ibinigay ang lead dito sa Gaimin Gladiators. Hawak pa nila. They bring it back up to 1 pagkatapos ma-all game ng GMN. HG, ako lang ba? O narinig kong tinawagan mong Tony Prowler? Yung Prowler na binato.
Oh, welcome to Filipino Broadcast.
Nadamay pa.
Kaya pala nag-react ka kanina.
Oo, hindi dahil sa nangyari, dahil sa sinabi mo eh. Sabi, ha?
Ito na ang pang-welcome natin guys kay Black and Blue. So Tony Prowlers na umaariba. Mayroon pa nga dito, may nakalimutan ko lang yung ibang utilities. Pero hello my friend! So if at BB dito, hindi na pinagbigyan ulit si Nef. Kumukulit ka pa talaga, gumugusto ka. Down to 1 member agad. Walang duelist muna dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. Pero hindi naman sila pwede magpang-hold on lang doon. They have the utilities, they have dual initiators, they have everything para makakuha ng site. Yung suppress pa nga lang, ang laking factor na ito laban sa Killjoy na nandito lang sa loob ng site. It's just chillin', waiting for something to happen inside dahil nakaabang na kaagad dito sa mga kamay ni Frey, ang kupunan ngayon from Griffin. Rainy goes down, gantihan lang din ang nangyari dito. 4v4 na kaagad and the remaining 50 seconds in this round.
Bawian lang no? Isa sa inyo, isa sa amin. Pero ang Nano Swarm, Medyo maaga, pero sige. Medyo napigilan din ang momentum ng push nila doon. Flashpoint out dito. At tumama naman kay Pong. Easy makakaisa pero traded out immediately. Ang generator dito nakaabang na posisyon. Hawak ni Styron pero siyang tutumba. Fongi, great kills dito. At nakapick nga si CFAT BB. Shut down ang operator ni Frey dito sa attacking side. At Griffin, iaangat pa nga nila ang kanilang lead dito to 2 rounds, 6-4.
Hindi nakabuelo ang Gaimin Gladiators the moment in time na nawala ka agad sa mapa si Nef. Narinig nila kasi mag-TP ka agad kaya naman nakapag-react dito si Swift at Libby and really just goes to show na kaya nilang ma-counter ka agad dito. Players from the side of Gaimin Gladiators really need to be thankful of that cloudburst na binigay dito ni Swift at Bibi para matulungan niya dito yung Killjoy na makapag-hold pa fully in the site. Ito yung naging distraction niya against Gaimin Gladiators kaya hindi kaagad sila nakapag-aim ng tama sa kanya. We have now here the recon spotting in one. So, it only relies to the decision making dito ng Gaimin Gladiators kung itutuloy pa ba nila yung B, lalo na't nabawasan agad sila ng controller.
Okay, wala na ang smokes. Ang rifle dito ng kay Nef nga lang, wire select. Mapipitas nga dito si Frey na ipag 1v1 duel dun sa A main. We'll have to find an entry dito si Nef. Gate crash out. Mukhang makikita pa nga ata to ng CU at BB. O nga, inabangan niya. Sinira nga. So yun, alam niya na malapit nga dito si Nef dito sa A short. Lalabas ang 0 point para makasuppress at nahuli nga niya si CU Fat. Nef, he finds that kill. Importanteng pitas. Pero mapipitas din siya. Traded din agad galing dito kay CU Fat BB. Kahit konting cancel ang binigay mo, kahit may kling pagkakataon lang, mabilis makapitas agad dito si CU Fat. Hindi ito tama ang follow-up shot niya, but okay lang, alam nila kung nasaan si Styron. Siyang tutumba. 7-4 at Griffin, na-secure na nila at the very least ang advantageous na half dito. Kahit anong mangyari, may 7 points na rin sila.
I really like what is happening here in favor of Griffin Esports. Nung mga nakaraan nang nagtapat sila dito ng Gaimin Gladiators, parang hindi sila nagiging sagana, hindi sila nagiging komportable. Nakikita natin ngayon ng mga factors na ang daling ma-shutdown ni Nef once na makatapat niya dito si Swift at BB. At yun yung nangyari na for the previous 3 rounds na in this half. For the final round in this half, mukhang makakakita na naman tayo dito ng delayed or separate pushes, all in favor at the side of Griffin. Dahil ngayon nakikita natin, Gaimin Gladiators, nagdadalawang isip sila kung ano ba yung uunahin.
Di sila sigurado no? B ba tayo? A. Tulad nga ng sinabi mo, si CF at BB has been shutting down itong mga entry ni Nef. Ulit-ulit, Frey, naghahanap ng pagkakataong sana maka-wallbang din, makabawi kay Winner. Pero, hindi pa darating. Opportunity na yun. Pushing dito sa A short. Naglabas sila ng isang fake out, pero wala namang kakagat. Wala naman makakagat doon. A short being held here by Griffin and they're playing this really slow. Honey Glaze talagang nag-aabang sila. Nag-aabangan lang din pareho sa attacking at defending side.
Pabor sa Griffin. Lalo na kailangan lang naman nila ito Yung pressure dito ang attacking side, kung ano ba dapat yung mag-decision na ito na yung magiging problema. Ang laking tinik nito na lumipat si Swift at BB, nakaramdam siya na walang nangyayari dito in B, walang nakukuha yung recon, walang nasa spot in. Now, we hear the ultimate given to us by Dizzy. This may be an opportunity for them to go inside, pero again with another round for Swift at BB to clean out Nef. Shorty ang hawak niya dito. He still has a lot of opportunity to dominate in the players of Gaimin Gladiators dahil 4 na lang silang natitira. Matatagin sila, masusuppress yes, pero kulang na lang din naman yan para manalo sa mga duels dito against Griffin. Griffin is just too confident enough to win out these duels and ngayon, what are they going to do next? Lalo na this is the open opportunity for Griffin. Lalo na nakakuha sila ng isa, no more blinds. There is the wide swing, makakakuha naman ng pangalawang kill. Dominated enough na dito at isa na lang sila natitira. Frey with that operator, slowly siyang nakakuha ng shot against the players of Griffin. Hindi niya naka-connect and now this is just a really commendable half. All in favor of Griffin Esports.
Oo nga, talagang nasa kanila ang momentum, ang kilos at lahat. Gaimin Gladiators, talagang nagsastruggle dito sa composition na idadala nila. And si Nef, na-shutdown nga na naman ni CF at BB katulad ng sinabi mo, Honey Glaze. Over and over. Itong Yoro nila, nahihirapan mahanap ng tamang oportunidad na makagawa ng play o even makakilos dito. And that's more of what we saw nung kinalaban nila ang Onyx G pare, nung sa Ascent kahapon. Talagang nahirapan sila na kumilos with this Yoru. So I'm not too sure if ito nga dapat ang talagang comp nila kasi when we saw them the first time na nakita natin nagdala sila ng Yoru, it was against Paper Rex din at medyo nahirapan din sila. So a lot of their accomplishments na nanalo sila sa Ascent, especially nung kinalaban nitong Griffin Esports nung group stages, nung simula ng group stages, naka-Jet na composition sila. Jet, KO, Omen, Sova, ganon. So, for them to go into this Fade and Yoru comp, it really hasn't been working for them. And kaya ako nagtataka kung ba't try pa din nila. Alam mo yun?
Yeah, that is the question. Talagang nakakapagtaka na bakit ito pa rin yung ginagamit nila, bakit hindi sila nakapag-adjust and fully, kung hindi naman din naging problema yung last composition nila against Griffin Esports, bakit pa nila kailangan baguhin? Yun na lang din ang katangungan kahaka-haka natin at the meantime. Dahil ngayon, napapunish sila dahil lang din sa composition nila. Wala silang pang distraction. Yes, meron tayong mga decoy, may mga blinds nga dito kay Nep. There's also the TP-ins. Dagdagan mo pa dito ng smoke sila Omen and the availability for the suppress of DZ. But the problem is, wala sila yung katulad dito ni Swift at BB who can immediately get inside of the site. He can immediately take advantage of those distracted players inside, holding into their corners or their angles. Yung mga crosser places nila, naka-ready na para sa mga kung sino mapapasok na dito. Uunahin na lang din nila dito is yung completely distracted na for the attacking team para makuha nila yung advantage sa mga susunod pang rounds. This time, Griffin, sila ngayon ang ating attackers. Will this be in favor of them? I really think so dahil meron sila ditong dalawang initiator to keep Surf at BB flying in this round in this half.
Oh, man.
Wala kaming nakita.
Nice one. Si teammate the turret, medyo antok pata. Pero tingnan natin. Griffin on the attacking side. Si Fung dito. Siya yung unang sumugod, unang lumapit rather sa main mid position para si DZ. Ang dami niya kailangan gawin. Hindi niya sinasara. Hindi. Sinarado nga ang pintuan. Pero si Frey. Pa nga niya ang pitas. Pero muntikin pang hindi. Na low HP na rin. Si Yufan dito sa likod. Pero nahanap nga ng Prowler. Napaka-delikadong sitwasyon yun para sa Griffin Esports. Pa-back off na siya dito. Rainy getting that kill but Nef will be able to get the trade out immediately. DZI and Nef finally showing up dito para makuha naman nila ang pistol round. And Gaming Gladiators, good defensive round pero I think medyo nagkamali lang din sa timing at pacing ang Griffin doon.
Really just goes to show na mahirap yung magiging attacking sided dito ng side ng Griffin. Lalo na may maibibigay kasing assistance dito ang Killjoy, especially with the lockdowns or its utilities. Pero balikan natin yung round na yun na kung saan naging scattered sila sa pagkakataon na nasarado kasi ni TC dito yung pintuan. Hindi tuloy nakapasok, wala tuloy nagawa dito ang Griffin kundi mag-travel through 3. And now in this round, they are delayed for a bit. Hesitations are there. Matatag and masusuppress for a bit. There's also the molly zones now. Wala mo na magagawa dito. Yung dalawang nagtatry na kumuha man lang ng mga flanks dito from Gaimin.
Nagdalaban nila ang A main sa simula. Pero nandito yung spike papuntang B main. Papuntang B link. And Frey, with that Marshall, might as well be an op. Dahil sa HP na no armor ng state ng Griffin. Still slowing down the pace. Hindi sila nagmamadali na matapos pa yung round. They know that they can bide their time. Kung mataguan to ni Fung, okay, they deny the info na gustong ikuha ng Gaming Gladiators. Pero Styron, perfect hunt here. And now they know na meron nga presence dito sa B-Link. B-Main, ito na nga, susugod na ang Griffin dito. Pero ang weapons advantage nasa Gaming Gladiators. Nef, dalawa gamit ang Ghost. Marshall dito mga kaisa. But Fung, 2 with the pistol. Trying to find even more. Styron though will stop that intent. Gaming Gladiators na bawasan pa nga nila dito ang lamang ng Griffin to 2 rounds.
Really is unfortunate kasi nakikita na natin na halos nagla-landslide na for the first 2 rounds dito ang Griffin Esports. In the attacking side, hindi sila gaanong nakakakuha ng good numbers, lalo na dito sa mapang ito na laging napupumanoan dito ng Gaimin Gladiators, especially from the previous rounds or the previous matches na meron sila laban sa Griffin. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan ngayong habulin ng Gaimin Gladiators But this time, this is already the buys. Ito na ang magiging opportunity ng Griffin Esports na ma-deny itong buys or itong bonus round again for Gaimin Gladiators or talagang mamumuno na naman dito ang Gaimin pagdating sa mga positioning sila dahil magiging aggressive dito si Nef once again.
Hindi ko gets yung buy ng Gaming Gladiators. But si Frey naka-sheriff, kung medyo may pera pa itong bonus, may headhunter naman din siya. At tutumba na nga, Fongy and Rainy, they get to kill a piece. Kahit mag-spector nga ito. Okay, pero sige, sabihin na natin. Ayun ang balak nila. Safe at BB gets a kill onto the B side. At tutumba nga ang Gaming Gladiators around na they don't really have much cushion to give. Pero mukhang ibibigay pa nila dito sa Griffin.
2 members remaining for Gaming Gladiators and it really just goes to show na kailangan nilang maging maingat pagdating na sa mga buys. Kulang lang din naman kasi dito sa firepower ang Griffin kanina. So, hindi sila nananalo sa mga duels sila. And speaking of duels, hindi na nakaisa pa dito muli si Dizzy. Mukhang pati siya ay nabiktima ng kanyang sariling blind. 9-6 is our scoreline. Ekins na Ekins, syempre, especially dito for the side of Griffin. They had the buys na wala man lang nabawasan sa kanila. It was a flawless round. They can save up their Vandals for the next one. So, magiging problema na lang dito is paano nila mabebeluhan dito ang Gaimin. I think they were saving up for that operator. Magiging worth it nga ba ito? Yun ang tanong for Gaimin Gladiators.
Talagang, he was saving up for the op. And yun yung expect ko. Pero at that point, kahit downturn ka na lang. Total, chamber ka naman. But, I guess, for more bullets, since 8 bullets nga lang. Hawakan. But, let's see now. Winner here. Na-deny nga ang drone niya as nakadikit dito si Artin sa may a main, knowing that at 0 point got information, kailangan niyang mag-ingat. At nang nakamark dito sa A main, habang naka-smoke pa, pwedeng mag-out bigla dito ang Griffin. At nga, nakita nga niyang smoke out, flash out as well. Pero ang paranoia hindi makakalabas. Dizzy able to get that 1 kill, pero dahil nga sa 0 point, hindi makakalabas nga ang paranoia. Fonte will be able to get that kill dito kay Artin and Dizzy. Siyang tutumba, si Wheeler makakahanap ng pitas. 3v4 na ngayon. At mukhang nag-retake pa ang Gaming Gladiators. Do they have the utility to do it? Full util pa dito si Styron. Perfect sees. Nakuha pa nga niya ang decay. But Nef cannot win the fight. Ayun na nga, natumba pa nga. But naka-specter nga lang siya.
Nef dito, 5 piso na lang din ang HP na. What is he going to do now? The only options here is mag-save or talagang papasahin nilang mabawasan man lang yung mga numbers dito ng Griffin Esports. They're holding on their position fully. Wala kaming nakita, Nef. Wala kaming nakita. Ngayon, tumumba na naman siya, especially sa mga kamay pa dito ng turret. Wala na siyang iba pang magawa. Kumulit siya dito ng bagya para makakuha sana ng pick-off. But unfortunately, yun na nga lang din ang nangyari. Natagpuan siya ng turret and down to 10-6. All in favor of the side of Griffin Esports and really just is the problem for Gaming Gladiators na magsisave sila, magbabay, salitan na lang din throughout the rounds. And commendable ngayon ang Griffin Esports dahil ang nakita ko dito from their previous game against Gaming Gladiators is laging namuno yung Gaming Gladiators. Nakakuha sila ng 2-0 from their previous series.
Hindi, parang itong Gaming Gladiators, they don't look the same way nung nakita natin sa local qualifiers nila. Although, sabihin natin, sige, mas competitive dito. Siyempre, nasa APAC ka na. But even those yung mga common mistakes again, like, ang dami pang utility ni Styron doon. But hindi niya naiba to. Yung Sizang, pero asan yung Prowler? Asan yung follow-up na Hunt? Para lang masecure nila yung kill agad dun sa switch. Tapos move on na sila. Lamang, di ba, 3v4 pa sana. But things not really working out here for the Gaming Gladiators. Parang sila pa ang nagugulahan sa sarili nilang balak. And that's not a good case to be in dito sa series. Mas lala na kung sino matalo dito sa series na to, tanggal na sa ipa.
Nalaglag na oo. Yun pa, ang magiging problema dito ay, yun pa ang talagang pressure. Just really note what you mentioned earlier na talagang iba yung laro ng Gaimin Gladiators dito. Parang walang full-on confidence on how to counter out Griffin Esports. They are a little bit rattled, and sa mga factors pang naibibigay dito ng mga composition kasi ng Griffin Esports with their lockdowns, speaking of, nagamit na nila kaagad ito, makukuha nila sana yung space dito, pero in the meantime, Frey won't be connecting in those shots. Mauluhan kaagad dito si Styrona, and also having here Arden falling down into the hands of Sufay. BB goes in for another long to one remaining member. Isa-save ba muna niya dito yung operator, or talagang ipapwersa niya ipanalo itong round na ito? Unfortunately, they were down for the hunt. Tatlo ang nakuha kaagad dito ni Year Select. 11-6 is our scoreline. Ang hirap nito for Gaimin Gladiators. Parang question na ano ang nangyayari para sa kanila.
Ito na rin ang medyo expected. Katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, Honey Glaze, ang comp dito, ang composition na dala ng Gaming Gladiators does perform better on the attacking side. Anytime you have a Yoru, that tends to be the case. At ito na nga, nakikita natin that even on a defender-sided map like Ascent, nahihirapan pa rin sila ang makaangat dito at makakuha ng kahit tatlong round man lang dito sa defensive side. Aside from the opening pistols, ayun pa lang ang mga round na nakuha dito ng Gaming Gladiators, and the rest of Griffin, talagang susugurin nila tong B main position. Ipitin, nakapinser na ngayon ang Griffin dito sa B link. Left on the swing. Rainy, si Van BB, na sila tutumba! At makukuha nila ang lahat ng pitas dito para sa Griffin Esports. Gaming Gladiators, sumugod sila. Pero sila ang tutumba.
Hindi naging pabor sa kanila. I don't know why they didn't follow up on that Nightfall. Nagamit nila ito fully, pero bulaga sa'yo, sir. Dito ka pa talaga magdadasal under the smoke given to us by Omen. Artin na lang ang natitira dito. And now, magkakarinigan pa ba sila dito ni Winner na it's already crawling all the way from catwalk. Naghahanap pa na lang sila. It's already down to one remaining member kasi dito ng Gaming Gladiators. It's just really questionable for Gaimin na bakit sila nagkaroon ng hesitations pero silang advantage with that Nightfall. And the question remains is, bakit hindi naging pabor yung nag-push mula mid-link para ma-pin down nila dito ang Griffin Esports? Griffin parang pabor pa na nag-push sila, nakuha yung mga numbers na yun, and now, eto na yung punishment sa Gaming Gladiators.
Medyo naguguluhan sila sa sarili nga nilang balak. Artin dito, last one alive, makakapangatlo, but the round is done. It's been planted. Hinahunting lang siya kasi ang dami ng economy para gawin to. When they were trapped dun sa may B-link position, nandun lang sila sa isang kanto na yon, and Artin gets another kill. Nakatrap na din sila sa kanto na yun. Natamaan ng decay, may Prowler pang sadang pwedeng ibato, may hunt din, daming pwedeng ibato sa kanila, but they make the mistake of not also as well smoking yung papuntang attacker-sided spawn. Kung na-smoke na lang yung yan pakaliwa doon kung saan sila si Fat BB, kung nasan yung Jet, walang magagawa yung mga player galing doon, and those two, yung KO at yung Killjoy na nasa B-link, may ipit lang din sila. Every gunfight, every play dito, lamang na lamang ang Griffin. Kahit mukhang sila pa ang mayayari, sila pa nga ang nakakalamang.
Lamang na ngayon ng Griffin, at kung makikita natin ngayon, match point na ang Griffin Esports. Yoro na naman dito, kukuha lang naman ng info gamit ng ultimate niya, pero wala siyang magiging wordplay dito kasi alam na at nakita na natin yung naging impact dito nila Swift at BB to get in those kills multiple times from the first half laban kay Nef. So speaking of that impact, ito yung nagiging reason kung bakit nagkakaroon ng pagdadalawang isip yung Gaimin Gladiators na hindi nila mapagpatuloy yung gusto lang maging play, yung gusto nilang maging strategy, yung gusto nilang maging push. That push is already committed by Arten, but will it be in favor of him? That is the question kasi baka patuhan na lang siya dito ng mga molly, especially dalawa pa naman yung makakapag-clear nun. They have that swarm grenades, dagdagan mo pa ng molly. And speaking of, nandito na nga kaagad. Kailangan na talaga niya tumakbo ngayon, and he only has the Spectre at hand. So this is really a question kung makakasurvive pa ngayon ang Gaming Gladiators, lalo na't may matatag na bagya lang dito ang Hunter's Fury na may ibibigay ng Sova.
Ayun nga, Hunter's Fury, di makakahanap ng pitas pero damage done. 1-to-1 trade si Rainy, low HP versus si Frame, makakakuha ng pitas dito gamit ng Druid Force, makakapakalawa pa dito si Rainy at makakapakalawa nga si Styron as Rainy gets a third. Nef ang makakatapos ng round dito. And Gaming Gladiators, hindi pa sila tutumba sa map number 1. They go for another.
Surviving in for another day ang Gaming Gladiators dito. Thankfully enough kay Frey na nakakuha ng multi-kills from that round. really is just the expectations na hindi nagiging pabor on the odds of Gaimin Gladiators dahil nga nabebeluhan sila at nakikita ko rin na hindi nagiging laganap yung Yoru pick nila. Although nakakakuha siya ng mga kills, pero ano ba yung nagiging kapalit nun? Yung buhay niya lang din and syempre yung info na mababawasan na kaagad dito ng firepower ang Gaimin. We have now here into our minimap is the slow push. Info gathering muna dito, players from Gaimin Gladiators and talagang patient play lang dito. There's the pop flash. Wala naman magiging follow-up. They're just creating so many distractions all the way from garage.
You know, when I see something like that, ang unang isipin ko is they're trying to pull the rotation dito ng Gaimin Gladiators para pumunta sa B site. But the fact that they still haven't maybe tried to cut noise or go towards ang A site and the spike is still here towards B lane, I'm not sure what the plan is. Maybe almost like a double fake. Isipin na, pinefake din na tayo. So, rotate tayo pumuntang A site. At mukhang ganun nga ang nangyari. The fact that he threw a flash tapos hindi sila kumilos, this could work well for them. At yan, Rainy. Uulanan nga niya dito si Frey. See you, Fat BB. Parang nag-aabang din ng kung sino magpupush dito galing sa mid. But knowing ang disiplina ni DZ, hindi niya sasigurin yon. Si Fong makakahanap ng patas dito. Pero tama na ngayon ang null command. Naka-frenzy man lamang dito. Si Fat BB na nag-flank. Pero sa malayuan, medyo mahirap ipagana yan.
Pero at least pwede niyang mapatay dito yung nagro-rotate lang. Arten, wala siya ka-idea. There is one already down. Spectre ang madadampot niya. Wala ng ultimate dito. Given to us by Dizzy. Now it's all up to DC to make a move, to make a stand. Laban kay Super BB and he will. The suppress won't be connecting into the members of Griffin. And now this is the finisher. One member na lang ang natitira dito. The takedown pa kaagad. Rainy. Uulan na kaagad dito ng winning conditions si Griffin to finish out this map with a 13-7 scoreline. What a game indeed for Griffin. They're turning the odds all in favor of them.
Oo. Griffin Esports here. Looking very, very confident sa series nila at nabawian pa nga nila dito ang Gaimin Gladiators dito sa Ascent. Tignan natin kung maitutupad nila ang talagang revenge match nila versus Griffin, versus Gaimin Gladiators rather na 2-0 sila ng group stages. Kaya ba nilang bawiin at ibalik dito sa Gaimin Gladiators ang kung anong ginawa sa kanila, gagawa ba din nila? We're going to Breeze para sa map 2 natin. And that's a different map kasi yun ang mapa na wala tayong information. Nung huli, binaan ng Gaimin Gladiators yon at iniwan nilang bukas yung Haven. But ang Haven, kung umabot man tayo doon, map 3 pa yun. For the meantime though, Ascent looking very, very formidable galing sa Griffin Esports. Let's see how map number 2 goes.
Game number 1 is just really the effect of the players of Griffin Esports para makakuha ng mga multi-kills na yun. At thankfully kasi dito, hindi katulad ng mga na-last games dito ng Griffin Esports, nakakakuha ng magandang highlights na dito. Pop of potential sila Swift at BB. So, just really excited to see kung ano pa yung pwede niya pang ibigay dito in the next following maps. Dahil sabi mo nga, Black and Blue, wala pang naging info dito between our teams kung paano ba yung execution sila in Breeze. And that is the question, kung kaya bang panindigan dito ng Griffin yung kanilang momentum, yung kanilang nakuhang winning condition on game number 1. But this is just our last and final series. I'm Honey Glazy the Double, kasama ko ngayon si Black and Blue. Huwag kayong aalis, malalaman natin kung sino ang magka-qualify in our playoffs sa pagbabalik.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
The battle cries are working, girls! Cacao! VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers is back with your panel trio, Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Griffin Esports getting that first point, putting Gaimin Gladiators closer to elimination. So if I didn't mention it before, then I'll mention it now. This is a do or die game. And Trix, so far, it's looking like a revenge story.
It is looking like a revenge story. Initially, Gaimin Gladiators knocking down Griffin Esports 2-0 in their first series. And ever since then, it looked like Griffin is out for them. They've just been showing how adaptable they can be. They've shown us that they can control the pace of the map. They know how to be aggressive. They know how to be defensive. I do recall that, I believe it was Raf, one of the casters, mentioned he wasn't so sure about that operator pick on the defender side. Like, yes, you get that initial peak, but what do you do afterwards? It's not as much impact. But I feel like Shiofat maybe on that operator just proved him wrong. It had a lot of impact when you choose to just go for that aggression, get that next pick, reposition yourself, go for another one so that you don't let your teammates fall.
Personally, it felt like Gaimin, they had an idea what they want to do, but execution-wise, this was the question I was asking pre-game, and I think it's already answered now. And it felt like the idea is there. The same thing goes for Onyx, but they have to remember execution is always key. You're not, because this is a very, very conditional comp where you require the Fade to really, really enable your Yoru. So if you're in that situation where you're not able to pick up or really, really enable your Yoru, what's going to happen? And my question is right now, if you have DZ that's already so comfortable playing the Jet and he's done such a great job at taking up space, why not continue it? Why are you trying to force this comp that did not work out before? Regardless, Griffin this time around, we saw them pop off against Myth before, and at first I thought, was this a one-shot streak wonder? Was this going to be an inconsistent thing? But it looks like the consistency coming from Griffin has just been amazingly over and over again. Let's just not talk about consistency. Let's talk about performance in general. Every single round they take has been absolutely phenomenal, and this comes from every single member of Griffin. It's not that one player is standing out. It's literally just great teamwork, and this allows you, Fat BB, to take up so much space, go for the aggression, and get these aggressive plays. And in terms of denying information and grabbing information as well, I don't think that there was really an issue, because if say that that Gladiators played slow, they took the fight to them. That's how aggressive they are, how confident they are, and they are winning this fight. There are situations where Gaimin wanted to bring it to them as well, but you saw them literally, okay, that's fine, push out, we'll give you the space, but best be ready from another angle. We're ready for you with the crossfires.
Yeah, I think, Gaimin Gladiators, I did say that you need to sometimes challenge the meta, but it's also to say that you need to understand the kit that you're working with while you're challenging that meta. What kind of mobility do you have? What can you what kind of value are you looking for? How are you going to get that value even? Everyone has been talking on this panel, whether it's casters too, about that fade composition with the Yoru, with that Omen, especially for that kind of deafen. But you need to consider, it's not just about the aggressiveness, it's not just about taking that space, it's also about how can you force the opponents in certain areas, regroup with your team, how can you flash for them to get that entry. And I feel that that kind of understanding and combination and practice was lacking in this lineup, in this agent selection from Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, and to add to that, I do have to commend that Griffin Esports' timing was so uncanny. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators was trying to set up these really good crossfires for post-plant, but Griffin Esports just really made sure that they would be entering the site or like retaking the site at the perfect timing to not even let Gaimin Gladiators take that opportunity to be fully settled down and, just have their crossfires ready. Nope, not gonna do that. We're gonna come at you guys aggressively as you plant down that spike. This is our map, this is our territory, and we're not letting you take it.
It was great seeing that kind of, just aggression on those retakes, being like, it felt like every time they went into the retake, every time they went into a duel, Griffin was going in there saying, I'm going to win this duel, and they won it every time, or almost every time. Some rounds I felt were a little dicey though, but how about you, Tash?
I personally think that in terms of map control, it was a bit strange coming in from Griffin, I have to say, because they sent one person mid, one person coming in from tree, and it felt like they were so scattered throughout the map. And this is what happens when I talk about like when their idea of execution wasn't able to be taken, wasn't able to be done. Suddenly it was a lot of question marks in a lot of situations. What do we do now? Where do we go exactly? We're getting pincered from a long flank where we can't go mid because there's someone standing in mid, and in a lot of situations, Fung again and again, every time he watches those really unusual corners, he's always good for 2 or sometimes 3. Yes, we see Frey really coming online toward the second half of the game, but in those situations we cannot really just expect our teammate to really come on top just to bail us out of these situations. I want to see everyone really shine and take responsibility for their own roles, and this is what exactly that we saw happen from Griffin. But I have to say, perhaps this is just the inexperience coming in from Griffin. From Gaimin. It is their first time here, and it looks like it does require a little bit more time to break out of that playing in Malaysia, Singapore only sort of mindset and opening up to different sort of play styles as well as aggressions.
It's looking kind of rocky on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and that's really troublesome because again, this is an eliminations game. So you have to bring your best foot forward over here. No more excuses, no more jitters. Just bring the best of the best out here, Tricks.
Yeah. Just to touch on a quick point on what Tash Bunny just mentioned, if anyone else here was also looking at those interviews, actually Griffin Esports says exactly that they're going into this wanting and understanding the way Asia Pacific has been playing and understanding how they want to adapt to it.
Yeah.
And I feel they have shown that they are adapting to it. I'm hoping to see more of that, that push and pull that Griffin Esports is showing us on Ascent in Breeze right now, because this is their map pick.
Oh my god, I'm really liking this lineup from Gaimin. This is something that I usually see them play back in Malaysia and Singapore, except for the Cypher. This is new to me. But other than that, it's very normal for the rest of them. Like Neff has played on KO and it has been very, very good. DZ is great at making space, and Styron on Sova has been amazing. On Arton as well, on Viper has been absolutely great, just as good as him on Omen. But the Cypher is kind of throwing me off a little bit, and I'm worried because I'm so used to seeing him play on the Cypher. But what do you think of Griffin?
I think Griffin also has a pretty solid lineup. We see that it's the same except for the Sentinel. I do prefer a Chamber on this map personally.
Absolutely.
I find that Chamber is a lot more mobile and there's a lot more that he can do, get to better positions, set up for that retake, and I find Cypher to be that kind of make or break positioning.
Yeah.
Like either you're in the perfect spot to get the kills, you're playing around your wires, your traps, or you end up getting flushed out too soon and just get overwhelmed on that site. So I think that Griffin Esports, with the way that they've been playing and the standard composition, I feel they're going to be able to set that push, and then they're going to be able to pull back quickly.
I think one big scary problem about Cypher on this map, that yes, you can get the information, but you have to understand it's a very, very big map. There's a lot of places for you to cover when it comes to you, and I would rather see a more mobile. As you said, Chamber is good on this map, and honestly, that lineup for Fade and Yoru, I believe would work a lot better on this map than on a set. But personally, that's just how I feel. However, this adaptability coming from them has been great. But I mean, we're seeing a lot more Cyphers this stage of APAC compared to stage 1. In a situation where a lot of people are asking for a change of Cypher. However, if they do it right, it can bring so much value. But as you mentioned before, make or break. Can you get the impact? Can you get the information? Can you get those nice lurks out? And if you're not able to cover a lot of the ground with your traps as well as cages, your presence may not be impactful for the team.
I just want to say that I love seeing the Cypher. I get it. It's an old meta, or we don't see it as much, but that's what makes it interesting. How they're still able to have the old strategies, pull it out this time, and make it work, despite all of the adjustments that the other teams have been doing here. Now, one more thing that I do want to point out, if the players out here have been listening to us, especially Tricks, make sure that you guys take out those Cypher or Chamber utilities so that you guys have so much more room to move on to. But with that, guys, we are going to be going into map number 2. It's going to be Breeze, and once again, it's Gaimin Gladiators versus Griffin Esports.
Guess who's back? Muling nagbabalik nga. Dito na muli ako pagtapos ako i-prank ni Miracos Pratis. Muling nagbabalik nga pala for game number 2. Griffin Esports pa rin versus Gaimin Gladiators. Taylor at Honeyglaze nga pala magiging casters nyo. At habang wala ako kanina, Honeyglaze, ang expected ko dito, Gaimin Gladiators yung makakakuha nung first round natin or first game natin. But when I came back, pagbukas ko ng PC ko, hala, sakto 1-0 tapos nasa side ng Griffin Esports.
Yan nga yung reaction nga natin dito. Talagang nagulat din tayo kung ano yung nangyari, kung bakit hindi naging komportable yung Gaimin Gladiators pagdating nga sa mapa ng Aset. Dahil alam natin kung gaano nila nabigla yung Griffin on the previous series na nilaro nila dito and VCT APAC. So really, it's just a question kung kaya bang ipagpatuloy ng Griffin dito yung momentum nila mula first game hanggang second game.
True. Kung may momentum na sila, no, madali nang mas-snowball yon. But heading to this second map that we are gonna be looking at, syempre nagkaroon na rin tayo ng agent picks pagdating sa mga players at sa teams natin dito. And when we look up upon it, no, Griffin Esports, as we know, is from Hong Kong, Taiwan. Ngayon na nasa Breeze nga tayo. At Gaimin Gladiators from MYSG naman. And now we are in Breeze. Nagsimula na agad. Okay, sige. Ito na. Mukhang headhunter ang puhunan dito ni Fong Tri. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay. But seems like tamang ambahan lang naman din on Halls itself.
Uy, si Neff naman dito, makakabelo ka agad. Laban kay Swift at BB. Ito na daw yung ganti kasi kanina, game number 1, Taylor, kung hindi mo nakita, laging kotang-kota na si Neff kay Sulfa at BB. Laging siya yung natatalo pagdating sa duel. And now, dalawa na kaagad ang nawala ngayon for Griffin. Unfortunately for them, hindi nila nadala kaagad yung momentum na kaya nilang gawin from the previous game. And Breeze, we see here the duels na naipanalo kaagad ng Gaimin Gladiators. Kaya naman, ngayon, very low on HP pa si Winner.
4 laban sa 3 pa to, pero naspata na nga dito yung Jet. Kawawa to kapag binatuhan. Snake bite out na nga, and this will detonate or completely kill off DZ. And now, 3-3 ang labanan. Ang kaso nga lang, low on HP na dito si Winner. At the same time, si Rainy is also 50 HP. Kailangan nila makakapag-plant ng spike dito to make sure that they secure the round itself and do the post-plant. Pero tumatakbo ang oras. Pero ngayon, naghahanap pa rin sila. Meron na namang ibang tumambay and on that corner. Yet again, may namatay na naman. Parang deja vu ang galawan. Pero si Arten, nakaikot na siya dito. Ni Clay, sa malaking flank to. Kaso nakita ni Kuya Morini. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike right now for the side of Griffin Esports. They wouldn't need to because they would find Frey on the corner itself.
Disiplina ang sagot dito, Taylor, ng Griffin Esports. Alam nilang may numbers advantage siya dito yung Gaming Gladiators. Kaya hindi sila pwedeng basta pumasok lang ng site. They need to be disciplined and they need to think wisely kung ano ba dapat ang kanilang unahin. Tama na lang din at nabaluhan nila dito sina Dizzy. Dagdagan mo pa yung mga nagsistay dun sa corner nila. Parang hindi sila natuto na bakit dun pa rin kayo nagsistay? Bakit dun pa rin kayo nakabantay ng angulo? Ngayon, napuruhan ang Gaming Gladiators. Griffin, Bulldogs at Sheriffs ang mapangawakan nila pero full on armors naman.
At the same time, finorce din nila na silipin, no? Even though hindi naman nila kailangan dahil nga nag-aantay lang din sila on the defensive position at sila naman yung kailangan pasukin on that site. Ang kaso, wala ganun talaga kapag decision making mo and hindi talaga minsan minsan gumagana. But heading here, we have Bulldogs, 2 Bulldogs or 3 Bulldogs actually in action. As CFAPB secures the first kill here towards Arten. Low on HP na agad. 6 HP na lang pala si Neff.
Ay, nako, Gaming Gladiators. I really am surprised sa mga nagiging plays sila ngayon na parang puro na lang din silang hesitations or it's either hesitations or either recklessness na nakikita kung kinocommit nila. But now, at the meantime, meron tayo nakikitang nagiging mainit na nagiging tarima dito against Griffin, Frey, and Fong. It's already going in with the support dito. May bibigay ni Year Select down to 2. Nakagad sila dahil nga sa naitulong dito ni Year Select. Meron kasi siyang bulldog para makakuha pa ng isa. And so Bad Beauty naman dito makakapagbigay pa ng pressure laban kay Neff. At si Frey na lang dito ang natitira.
Frey left alone at classic nga lang ang hawak-hawak niya dito, no? Someone will spot him from up above. Any angle na galawan dito, magkakalabasan din naman. Frey already pushing in. Nakakuha pa siya ng isang kill. Hindi siya nakita agad-agad ni YR Select, but in the end, it's still an inevitable death here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. 2-0 ang magiging score natin dyan. Nakapitas pa ng isa kalahin mo yun. Nakakuha pa siya ng isa bago siya mamatay.
Classic lang yun Purong right click lang ang ginawa niya dito. But this is a replay that this is just all in favor of Gaming Gladiators. Maganda yung ginawa dito ni Fang na tumawag siya ng tropa niya, si YR Select, para matulungan siya dito sa mga nagpo-push ng info. Nung nag-jiggle pick siya, nung nag-jump pick siya, nakakuha siya ng info na dalawa to, tol. Tulungan mo ako dito para makakuha tayo ng pick-off. And they did it fully. They did it wisely para hindi sila mabawasan kaagad as they go into the site, plant in the spike, get in that round. And this round naman, buy round na ngayon ng Gaming Gladiators. Goes to show naman na nakakuha at naging worth it naman yung buy nila laban dito sa isa.
Just using utilities lang kung sakali ma-delay kahit papano itong Griffin Esports. But they've planted the spike already. Rotations from the players of Gaming Gladiators on its way already. 3 mula doon sa likod at meron din naman manggagaling dyan sa mga doors, no? Pero ito na nga lumabas na. Si Fat PB sees everyone here pero hindi pa rin siya makahanap ng kill. That kill goes to YR Select. Instead, meron na rin silang ultimate dito. The Viper Spit being used on the site. Makakabuelo na maayos ang Griffin Esports when it comes to the post plant. This is still a 3v1 situation and it's all up to Rainy to make sure na hindi madedefuse yung spike, but he's all the way up here to Halls na napakalayo dahil nakaplant for A main yan.
Layo na yung mga utilities niya. Hindi niya ito madedelay pa. Ang nangyari is naubos pa ang Griffin dito. Sa mga pagkakataon na nag-retake na nga dito ang Gaimin Gladiators. They had the guns. So they made it worth it talaga dito na hindi pwedeng basta-basta lang makukuha ito ng Griffin. We had here the plays and the composition is Tyron to stay on put dito sa isang corner niya para makakuha ng info at makakuha ng numbers lead against Griffin. But speaking of Griffin, buy na ito. It was also a good round doon sa bonus round nila kanina dahil nabawasan rin naman nila kahit papaano dito. Yung naging buys ng Gaimin.
Tsaka aside from that, ang bilis ma-pick up ni YR Select yung ultimate niya, yung Viper Spit niya na nagamit niya kanina doon. The third round, he was able to use it already, but still in the end, kailangan pa rin trabahuin to ng Griffin, knowing na meron na silang full buy on the Vandals itself, habang ang Gaimin Gladiators, DC is just sticking with his Spectre still. And probably in the future, makakapag-operator na rin siya rito. Now the rotations coming in from Griffin Esports, they wanna take control here sa may mid. Ang magiging problema lang nila dyan is no one really is playing for picks right now for the players of Gaimin Gladiators. They're really playing on close encounters, on the choke points kung saan papasok yung mga players ng Griffin. And the thing is, wala talagang mahanap at makikitang kill itong mga players unless sumilip talaga tong mga Gaimin Gladiators natin. They don't have a choice. They have 40 seconds to play around this time and just make sure an entry can happen. But Fong, rotating here, makakapag-flank siya. Ang kaso madedetect din naman siya nung trap na yan. Pumapasok na nga dito yung mga players. As CU Fab BB was able to shut down DZ already. YR Select naman para sa susunod na kill. 5v3 situation. Naghahanapan pa rin ng mga players dito. As YR Select is in the corner, he spots Tyron out. 2v4 situation as one man goes down. It's up to Arten on how to make a retake happen. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. It's now planted at tamang hanapan mode na lang dahil this is still a 3v1 situation and so many utilities that can be used on the side of Griffin Esports.
Talagang dumampot pa ng prime bundle dito si Arten. Wise choice. Nakapag-shopping pa kahit papaano. Another round goes to Griffin. Really just is unfortunate dahil nga hindi man nagbigay ng info dito yung Gaimin Gladiators pero yun yung naging rabbit hole para dito sa Gaimin Gladiators na sige mag-hold sila ng site pero naman nandito yung Griffin na mas compose sila pagdating sa mga nag-hold ng site. Nakuha nila yung winning moments na yun sa mga duels na dapat napapabor sana dito kay Dizzy, naunahan siya sa ulo ni Swift at BB, dagdagan mo pa kaagad. Sina Siron dito was holding into backside pero it was really just too late to use their utilities to make a delay happen for Griffin. Sa pagpasok nila ng site, nako-confuse talaga ako kung paano nangyayari to lalo na ang ganda ng mga nagiging pabor dito ng Griffin sa mga utilities sila and decision making nila dahil nag-full on rush sila. Ayaw ibigay yung info kaya naman biglain na lang natin yung site.
Yun naman yung cons, no? The actual cons of not peeking out and just literally waiting on the defense side. You have no idea kasi nga walang nagpe-play for picks eh. So you don't get any info because hindi ka rin sumisilip. And that's what happens. You literally wouldn't have any idea kung paano yung magiging entry, saan lahat manggagaling because you don't have any information to play around with. Now moving forward, baka matuto na yung mga players natin o baka mag-change ng strategy dito pero nakadepende pa rin naman sa kanila yan. Wall of the Viper going down here. No one is being spotted yet. Ayaw pa rin magbigay ng info dito as well as they also have a Cypher na may camera naman. Kaya walang problema kung hindi sila sisilip.
Kaya yun yung advantage nila eh. Meron silang pang kukuha ng info, meron silang pang delay kahit pa paano pero madedelay nga ba dito ang Griffin? Dire-diretso yun nila yung site. Uunahin kagad nila si Nep. Nep goes down. Nandito naman si Frey for the trade up. Winner goes in for the finisher naman dito. Laban kina Styron. And now it's all up to a 2v4 scenario. Malalaman pa nila kung saan dito matatagpuan si Dizzy. Pero Dizzy makakakuha pa rin naman na ng isa. Swift at BB. Makukuha niya naman din yung flank dito. Really, it's just unfortunate dahil ito na yung pangalawang beses na hindi gumana yung flank ni YR Select. It's all up to Dizzy na nakakuha pa ng isa pero Swift at BB is already boosted up. Kahit na mag-isa na lang siya ditong natitira, hindi naman alam ni Dizzy kung saan siyang angle
hindi kita yung spot.
Pero hindi
kita yung angle. Yun lang, sir. Na-half na nga yung spike. 30 HP remaining para sa last remaining player. Pero si CU Fat PB pa rin ang magwawagi. Kung tinuloy-tuloy niya yung pangalawang top niya after the fake. Malay natin. Pero hindi natin masasabi. Sila ang bahala dyan. Sila ang nagko-control niyan. At syempre, it is what it is. 50-50 chance. You have to take risk in actually making a peak happen dahil pag pinupush ka na, wala ka na magagawa. Pero tiniis talaga yun ni, ano dito, ni CEO Fat BB na hindi silipin. Parang yung kabilang side pa, yung na-pressure.
Kaya nga eh. Hindi pala kita doon sa angle na yun. So, unfortunate yun. If ever, natagong-tago pa dito yung spike. So, with that, makakakuha pa rin naman dito ng round ng Griffin. They have the commanding lead. And, there's no one in the side para makuha nila kayo agad ngayon yung side. Makakapagbigay sa kaagad sila dito ng pressure, and that's all up to Swift at BB kung paano nila maka-cut off kaagad yung immediate rotation dito nila DC who's already down to 29 HP. We have here the right click, tatama naman dito sa ulo niya yung Vandal kaagad ni Swift down to a 4v4 or 4v5 situation. Down to 4v4 dahil Swift at BB nadali na kaagad dito ni Nef. Frey naman dito, on the other hand, has the Sheriff. Abangan na lang siya dito na wide swing ni Fong. Pero hindi pa rin pala dito nanalo si Fong even though that he has the firepower. 2v3, still doable for Orton and Frey. But the problem is they don't have the guns. Naiipit sila dito ngayon sa B-main and they don't have anything what it takes para makakuha pa ng pick-off dahil crossfire ang nilaro nila dito sa bala ng mga meron pa sa kanila dito ngayon. Laban sa Gaimin Gladiators, 1-5 is our scoreline. Ano na, Gaimin Gladiators? Ano pa bang pwede nilang gawin?
The rotations na ginawa nila dito, if you actually take on a look sa minimap natin ngayon, every angle, every choke points, actually nilabasan ng Gaimin Gladiators dito. Every angle from B main, papuntang city side, kahit sa McDo, kahit sa may tunnel mismo. Lahat yun may tao actually from Gaimin Gladiators. Now, the problem with those kinds of rotations, wala kang kasama, wala kang kaduo. So, walang buddy system, walang sunod-sunuran o trade-off. Pero ito na nga si Dizzy with his first kill, marerest out naman dito. Si Winner on the other hand, kaya naman isang bale o isang buwelo lang mula dito sa players. Pero ito na nga si CEO Fat BB going in and getting a kill on Frey. Naghahanap pa siya ng pwedeng mapatay dito on site itself. Pero wala nang mahahanap pa. Dahil with the wall coming up, nakatago din yung ibang players ng Gaimin Gladiators. Nakapag-plant sila ng spike dito. Tour de force in action right now. Tignan natin kung meron pa mahuhuli si Fong 3. Si Fat BB going down and the kill from Fong 3. Pero pa bang susunod? Dahil naghahanapan lang dito, alam na. Dahil because of that recon vault, they would probably see where the other enemies are. Winner already finding one. That is gonna be Styron. 4v2 situation ngayon. The operator in the hands of Z. Will he be able to capitalize on it? Because, or rather, wallbang lang sapat na para patayin siya.
Ano ang nangyayari na counter? Nila kaagad dito sa DC. Pinag-ipunan niya ng dalawang sunod-sunod na rounds yung operator niya pero hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat. Dahil nagugulat naman sila dito sa mga pagkakataon na nakakapag-rush dito ng site ang Griffin Esports. So if at BB, I really commend this guy dahil nagsusunod-sunod na rin yung win condition niya na makakuha ng mga pick-offs, composure niya dito, makakuha ng space for his team. Tapos, may follow-up pa dito nangyayari for Griffin Esports. Ang nakita ko ba dito is yung fundamentals sila na i-bait out lang nila dito yung mga shots from Gaimin Gladiators. Tapos, madadali nga dito, mapapatola nga dito ang Gaimin Gladiators para ma-miss out nila yung shot na yon. At fully wide swing naman ang gagawin dito ng Griffin. So, it goes to show na ang laki na naging improvement dito ng Griffin Esports. Kaya naman ngayon, purong-puruhan na ang Gaimin Gladiators. 1-6 is our scoreline.
And if you can vividly remember para sa mga nanonood talaga ng mga VCT all across the regions that we have, ang Gaimin Gladiators is actually named Blaze before, is actually the team that beat Paper Rex in the upper bracket. So, kaya sila nandito din, no? Kaya sila nakapasok din. And they made Paper Rex go to the lower bracket. So, isang team na to, there is something, there is a foundation on this team as well. And aside from that, sadyang parang naging kryptonite sila ng Paper Rex sa sarili nilang region. Maybe there's the cap on the regions as well that they don't know the playstyle right now at hindi pa nila mahanap kung paano sila makakapag-retake dito. But it's very much obvious na nahihirapan sila. Ngayon, sinusubukan nilang labanan. Kung kanina lagi lang silang nagtatago, this time around maybe fighting and going for the aim duels will work out.
Will it be though? Dahil ito na naman ay makakakuha ng isa. That was a wide swing from net. Really as just a wide shot para ma-counter nila kaagad. Ma-shutdown na nila dito finally si Swift at BB. Pag bawala si Swift at BB dito, hindi na magiging panado dito or plakado dito ang Griffin Esports. That is just really the question. But now, kahit mula dito si Swift at BB, makakabuelo na naman dito sa isang player ang Griffin Esports. It's all just one remaining member na nagtatry na nga with the Sheriff. It won't be enough. 7-1 again in Breeze. Ito, again, ang pinili ng Griffin. So, ang laking advantage lang dito ngayon laban sa Gaimin Gladiators.
Alam nila yung mga battle to take, alam nila yung mga angle to hold, and you can definitely see they even really secure the flank itself mula kay YR Select na hindi ka talaga makakaikot despite not having like a cipher trap, for example, for those flanks. Kung meron naman silang chamber trademark dito na pwedeng gamitin, and aside from that, YR Select making sure no one's around the corner, then it definitely works out for them. DZ though, he was able to get 1 kill here towards Fong, and isang malaking factor rin to actually consider dahil nakapitas na nga sila ng isa, but the chamber is always playing on the back ends anyway.
They're just really chilling para in case na may makuha silang mga pick-off dito, makakapag-reposition sila kaagad. Ultimo ditong isa lang yung makuha nilang pick-off, but I really do doubt na pwede silang manalo dito pagdating sa mga retakes dahil nga sa mga opportunities na naman dito na meron pang Swift at BB na kasama. Sabi mo nga, we have here Fong na lagi siyang nasa backlines lang din naman para makakuha ng mga flanks. So, sa apat na ito, they need to make it worth it dahil ipit sila dito ngayon in halls ha. Apat sila ngayon nagdodora the Explorer to get info, pero wala muna itong maibibigay pang ang Gaimin Gladiators dahil may nakapag-push na kasi sa mid, and now it's just all up to them para makapasok na side, makuha nila dito si Arten. Hindi tumama yung mga tinidora sila dito, pero buti na lang nandun si YR Select.
Buti na lang talaga, pero ito na nga ang Hunter's Fury na tinamaan pa rin naman si YR Select with the operator from Dizzy. Naghahanap pa rin siya dito ng pwedeng mapatay, pero nakapag-planta sila ng spike. Kailangan matras. No iba for the pulse plant position, but this is a retake happening right in front of our eyes as they were able to take 2 kills here. Isa na lang ang natitira. That is gonna be Rainy. Na-detected pa ngayon nung Aldrone. Alam nila kung saan nakaposisyon to, and this is just gonna be a firing squad all over again on A main and Cave just to make sure he dies off. Safe plant pa yan, so mahirap.
Naman yun, Good take nung ginawa nila kanina dun sa host, pero ang nangyari lang din talaga is hindi sila naging kapos. Ang tagal nila mapatay kaagad si YR Select, so, or rather si Arten. Parang na-take time sila doon, na-delay sila from planting the spike to quickly reposition out of the way ng retake dito mangyayari na nga for Gaming Gladiators. So now, at least it's still a good half. Mayroon pa namang round solos dito ang Griffin Esports. Dalawa pa lang ang nakukuha ngayon ng Gaming Gladiators, pero ang nagiging problema lang dito is paano pag umabot to ng 7-5 scoreline? Gaming dito, hindi imposible makakuha sila ng magandang comeback.
Pero kung makikita mo at mapapansin mo rin talaga, no, when it comes to strat plays and clearing out angles and corners, meron talagang plano. May textbook strat talaga na nakikita on the side of Griffin Esports. Immediately, right off the bat, as soon as the round starts, alam nila kung anong utilities yung gagamitin nila, anong combination, sino yung magsistay dito, which is very typical naman pagdating sa mga pro plays. But here, it's one of the best maps that we've seen Griffin Esports. Isipin mo, they went up against Myth, kung di ako nagkakamali, in a 13-1 score in this map too. So, winner! Ito na, ang titignan natin kung gana rin ba yan against Gaimin Gladiators. Tamang chacha lang naman for mid here, pero wala pa namang certain kills na nakikita.
Nakakuha man ng info pero walang nadaplisan dito ng Hunter's Fury. So, sayang yun kasi syempre, it can be a following reason kung bakit mababawasan kaagad ng players dito ang Griffin. Hesitations muna for Griffin to get inside, pero the moment na gamitin nila kaagad yung utility, magkakaroon na sila agad ng advantage. We have now here Nep holding all the way from the backside. Nandito naman din yung mga hold sila, especially nakakapasok na rin naman din dito. YR Select is already down with Dizzy na nakakuha rin naman ng white pick dito. Operator din ang hawak kasi dito ni Fang, kaya naman madetonate siya ng bahagya to get in that pick off, to get in that white swing. Finally, another round for Gaimin Gladiators.
Ang ganda ng anchor ni Nef doon actually on the side itself. Kung wala siya doon and kung ibang agent, literally kung ibang tao yung nandito sa site, baka hindi parehas yung magiging resulta. Because as soon as he heard the Aldrone pop, immediately niyang binato yung knife niya. Agad-agad nalaman niya na may tatlo. So, tatlo agad yung nasuppress doon. And isa sa mga kasama doon, Honey Glaze, is actually si Fat BB na kailangan mag-entry. So, walang pang smoke, walang anything else na utility na pwedeng gamitin yung iba. Kaya naman dry pick kung dry pick talaga. So, good hold from Neff. But moving forward here on another round, magiging ganun pa rin ba? Because this might be a hit for the side of Griffin Esports.
Na-mention mo nga rin talaga dito yung unfortunate event na naging pabor nga dito for Gaming Gladiators na mabaluhan nila ng tama dito si Swift at BB. Guys, kailangan na kailangan kasi niya kaagad na ma-shutdown. Siya yung nagbibigay ng space, nakakakuha ng impactful kills laban dito sa Gaming Gladiators na hindi sila nakaka-comeback, hindi sila nakakatayo kaagad. But this time in this round, delay muna or hold and slows muna ang Griffin Esports. They're trying to get an info but unfortunately hindi pa ito ibibigay ng Gaimin. Why? Dahil meron naman silang Cypher but this time hindi na sila magpapatumpik pa kaagad. Makukuha kaagad nila ni Nep. We have here the operator already in hands dito ni Dizzy. But the problem is, will this be happening in favor of them? Dahil may Viper Spit na kasama dito. Maalalayan ng Gaimin, or rather ang Griffin Esports.
Despite the Viper Spit, yung literally Viper lang yung matitira dyan sa loob ng pit na yan. At nahanap na nga dito ang unang player. That's gonna be CU Fat BB. This is still an info game for the rest of the players here. Lalo na may Viper Spit and the walls as well. Ngayon, hanapan mode tagu-taguan naman for Griffin Esports as they were able yet again shut down one more player here for Gaming Gladiators naman. Inuubos na nila isa-isa. Napipitas na dito. Rainy is the only man left alive. Pero tuloy-tuloy ata yung pagde-defuse dito ng Spike o sakasakali man. Viper Spit being used right now and he's spotted out immediately. No more time to defuse. Nagamit yung Viper Spit. Aabot pa nga ba? Parang hindi na. Point 12.
Sayang yun.
Naubos, natanggal. Yung orb, natanggal lahat. Besiwap.
Dami nga dun. Dami nilang inexhaust sa round na yun para makuha lang nila yung pang-apat na puntos dito for Gaming Gladiators. Ang nangyari?
Grabe si Dizzy no? Kamay lang yung kita, napatay na agad eh.
Di na nagdalawang isip.
Sayang to, no? Arten was really just gauging and praying and hoping it will reach, but that point 16 was actually the same time he put out a Viper Spit and walked into sight. So, it is what it is. But heading here, they are still not on an eco. Disadvantage naman. Meron naman sila mga barrel. Dizzy, though, on the other hand, this operator has been impactful for so many rounds.
Ito lang din yung nagiging reason kung bakit sila na-delay. Pero even though naman din kasi na apat lang natitira dito for Griffin, hindi naman din sila parang mag-hold back para makapasok ng site target and the pick-ups na kailangan nila. This is dito though, is just waiting patiently. Kahit kasi kanina, di ba, braso lang ang nakita niya, hindi siya nagdalawang isip, napitikin ka agad dito yung kanyang trigger. So now this is a good one. Rainy will be trying to reposition immediately. This is dito, out of that aggressive corner. Cloudburst para makatakas. There's also the tailwind. Mafa-follow up naman dito.
Ganda ng flank.
Oh my gosh, Frey. Ganda kaagad ng flank na dito. -1. Or rather, -2 na dito ang Griffin. Make it 3. Make it 4. Dahil nandito na kaagad yung great holds of Frey para ma-deny nila yung mga possibility dito ng Griffin na makuha na nga itong 93. 8-4. Finally, given the side of Griffin Esports.
The slow play didn't work out sa Griffin Esports. No? Isa-isa silang napipitas, isa-isa silang nauubos, especially the first shot pa lang from Dizzy. He was able to actually pick up players already. Aside from that, may flank na pala from the Cypher itself. Kaya hindi na makabuelo yung ibang mga players dito. It's either they don't have any info or the other way na ikutan na rin sila agad-agad. Ngayon, 8-4 yung score natin. Not too bad of an half para sa Gaming Gladiators. I was already expecting that it's gonna be one-sided, totally.
Kasi rin kanina, na-enable nila yung mga sarili nila na maging komportable in Ascent. And now, the following momentum is gathered here in Breeze. 8-4 is our scoreline. So, magiging alanganin ito for Gaming Gladiators kung hindi nila makuha yung first 2 rounds and this half. Tapos, mabigyan pa nila ng pagkakataon dito na ma-flankan sila dito ni Swift at BB. There's also YR Select. Pero ang most likely kasing mangyayari dito is holds lang muna dito for YR Select to make things really hard for Gaming Gladiators to get inside para makakuha ng pick-off. Pero by all means, meron pa rin naman silang KO na magiging isa sa mga game changers ng round na ito, ng facing na ito. Still in favor of Griffin, guys. Pero kasi, alam naman natin kung gaano din kalupit dito ang Lays or ang Gaming Gladiators para maibalik na nga dito yung odds sa kanila.
Odds is in their favor right now for Griffin Esports. Lalo na! Series point na nila to, Honey Glaze. Literally, one map away from winning this. And they move forward yet again. Griffin Esports, the last time we've seen them, it was an okay team. Alam mo yung may foundation sila, di na masama, pwede na, pero may kulang pa compared doon sa mga ibang
Oo,
mga
kulang
players or ibang mga teams natin that can actually pop off more and sa mga nakilala na natin. But Gaimin Gladiators is fairly the same. The thing that really surprised or is surprising about this team is their performance against Paper Rex. But other than that, it's not been long that we've seen them here in the APAC stage. Last time na may APAC tayo, wala naman sila rito din. So, it's just labanan ng execution pagdating sa mga players natin. Halos the same pagdating sa experience. It's just all up to the executions of the players and teams.
Uy, execution. Sino ba ang unang may execute dito? Dahil aggressiveness ang nangyayari na nga all the way from halls. Nandito yung push dito ng Griffin. Winner goes in for 2. Dito naman si Warrior Select for the follow-up. Down to 10 HP na lang tuloy si Warrior Select. We have now here numbers all in favor of the side of Griffin Esports. This is just really the problem here for Gaimin. Gaimin is down to 1 member. Artin na lang ang natitira. 35 HP pa. Tapos makakatapat niya pa dito. Si Fang nabeluhan niya pa na tama. Uy! Nakapag-react on time dito si Fang. Ang sakit nun. Headhunter ka agad. Laban kay Warriors or kay Artin.
Pistol round, tunaw ka talaga dyan. Isang bullet lang. Tunaw talaga yung HP mo pag sa Headhunter. Although nabigla naman niya yung isang player doon, which is the Chamber. Siya pa rin yung nakapag-react. Isang bala lang ang kailangan niya doon. Even with the Ghost, hindi nga nakuha yung headshot eh. So, anyway, with the push from Gaming Gladiators, pinush din sila ng Griffin Esports dito. Binigla, sinindak. Kumbaga, ngayon makakabili sila ng mga baril, no? And Bulldog agad ang nais.
Ang nangyari pala doon, Taylor, is nag-push pala dito si Winner from that farmer's corner ng mga box doon in cave. At dito, in-expect ka ng Gaimin Gladiators. Yun naman, napapacheck tuloy sila sa mga likod nila. Guys, always check your corners. Kahit sa VCT, nangyayari na nalilikuran sila ngayon. 9-4 is our scoreline. 5 pa yung kailangan nilang habulin. Merong rounds to lose ang Griffin. Pero they also have the buys. Now, they only have classics to rely on. Kaya naman, madali lang for Rainy to pick onto someone free. Agad ang nawala sa mapa.
Uy, may gusto pang sumunod sa Marshall kill kanina. May napitas na, pero parang may gumugusto pa. Si Ufap BB, he's gonna be stuck here for a little bit longer. Knowing na wala naman na siyang smoke na pwedeng paglaruan dito. Literally, he's gonna be using the dash later on. Pero I feel like he's gonna try to play for a pick here before he goes away. Pero hindi na atake kailanganin dahil inubos na ni Kuya Moraini. Marshall lang sa kalam, 4 kills.
Di bali ng Marshall lang ang hawak niya. Nadali ka agad ang gaming dito. Hindi nakapag-react on time. Sa bilis lang din kasi ng reload capabilities dito syempre ng Marshall. Madadalian na lang para sa kanya dito. Makuha ka agad yung mga gusto niyo maging pick off. Wala nang maging pasok dito ang Gaimin Gladiators inside of the site. Ano ka this? 4 yung nalimos niya. Laban dito sa Gaimin Gladiators. Dagdagan mo pa ng pang-finisher dito ni Warrior Select. 10-4. Ang hirap na nito kaagad for Gaimin para makakuha ng comeback.
Tsaka aside from that, nasa eco disadvantage naman yung players ng Gaming Gladiators. So, magko-connect talaga ako if I'm not mistaken, 120 around that damage ang kayang output ibigay ng isang Marshall. So, kung wala kang armor, paalam talaga, one hit delete ang mangyayari, no? So, lalo na sa malaking mapa na kagaya nito. Pero mukhang nagkakitaan na nga ata. Mukhang merong nagpa-flank from halls at nahuli sila dito, napicturan ng mga players ng Gaming Gladiators. Nabasa na nila kanina. Sabi nila, parang napapansin ko, lagi tayong merong flank ah. Nakaharamdam din.
Nag-aabang na sila, no? At least nakapag-adjust sila while they are in the middle of the game. But with the free fires already happening, so much reason para makapag-delay We have the blinds, toxic screens dito para makakuha ng magandang space. Pero lahat sila matatag in kaagad ng recon. Swift BB goes in for one. Sayang hindi niya pa nakuha yung pangalawa dahil naging ready na rin na yung crouch dito ni Nef. We have also the poison cloud para makapag-reposition pero expect na kagad ni UI Air Select kung saan siya magagaling. It's all up to Frey who is already down to 6 HP. With Night Sweep pa dito ni Warrior Select and 11 to F4 na kaagad ang standing natin close to a match point already in favor of Griffin.
Matagal yung rotations na nakapakita ni Frey doon. Lahat ng players or some of the players, if I'm not mistaken, 2 of the players are already on site itself. Habang yung Cypher nagro-rotate, ito yun, exactly this moment. Nakita mo lahat nagsilabasan na and the Cypher just was around the corner. Papunta pa lang siya sa cave. And dahil nga na-late siya sa party, na-late siya sa aim duel, eh syempre, patay na. Huli na ang lahat, isa na lang siya natitira. Hindi na siya nakapag-trade kasama yung ibang mga players dito. Ngayon, winner was already picked off here by Nef. And that is an immediate kill on towards a KO. Ibig sabihin, pwede nga may space dito nang pumasok ang Gaming Gladiators dahil nga wala ng pang-cancel.
Yun ang magiging problema ngayon ng Griffin. Kung sakali mang hindi sila maging maingat sa bawat pag-pick nila aggressively dito laban sa Gaimin. And kakasabi ko na, Rini dito, nadagdagan ka agad ng casualty. Bye-bye ka agad.
Pong, na may operator, mapapa-rendezvous na lang talaga. Masakit yan dahil lahat na ng mga players dito ng Gaming Gladiators, they were actually successful in taking on the kills as well.
Bilis ng mga naging pangyayari dito kahit na save round or kahit na broken by dito sa Gaimin Gladiators yun. Was just talking earlier kung paano pwede mag-ingat dito ang Griffin. Pero dun sa round na yan talagang hindi sila nakapag-ingat. They were hoping to get in immediate info from those aggressive picks. Pero kasi ang hawak dito kanina nila Nef, hawak dito nila Siron kanina is just the Guardian. One tap lang ang kailangan niya to the head. So, nansaglit niya kaagad yung pag-pick off nila dito. Now down to a 5-11 scoreline. They have the Poison Clouds to deny and so many entities na pwede nga panggalingan dito ngayon ng Gaming Gladiators. But it just goes to show na may malaking impact pa rin naman dito ang Griffin kung ano ba yung unahin.
Tsaka may Viper Spit na rin pagdating sa B-site. So, it's either, there's only 2 choices for this. It's either you push in on the Viper Spit or you wait it out. Or, may 3 option pala. Ang pangatlong option mo, pumunta ka ng A-site kung saan may triple stack ng mga players for the side of Griffin. Kaya naman napakadelikadong entry nito mula sa Gaming Gladiators. Una nang napitas dyan is actually Frey. They wanna take mid. They wanna take control of mid here. Ang kaso, mahirapan sila. Lalo na si CU Fat, nakaabang na dito with an operator. Good pick off from Dizzy right here. But they're still trying to find and look out for the Viper. Maaaring mahanap siya dito with the pre-fire. He goes down and the Viper Spit as well will go down with him. Now in a 4v3 situation, mapaparotate na ang 3 nag-stack on A site a while ago, Honey Glaze. And this is a retake bound to happen. Tignan natin kung paano gagawin ng Griffin Esports as they start off with the recon. Not spotting anyone here. Styron going down dahil nga si Winner naspatan na rin siya. Ito na ang retake na kaya nilang gawin. Tinapatan din sila with their own Viper Spit right now. Kaya kailangan pasukin ito ng players ng Griffin Esports. The poisons are being set in place already. Kaya naman hahanap sila at Bubuelo. Nakakita na magandang angulo si Fong pero makakaalis din naman siya agad-agad. Time is of the essence as the spike is already almost detonating. Arten goes down 2v1 situation and he wouldn't find the other remaining players here. And still, Gaming Gladiators secured pa rin ang round.
What a round indeed for Gaming Gladiators. Gusto ko lang din sabihin dito na sana nag-push out of the 5% dito si YR Select habang nakikipag-duel nga dito si Suifat BB. Let's go back into the replay. Good start for Suifat. Pero pumasok na rin kasi kaagad dito si DC. Yun ang pagkakataon na pwede niya maboga kaagad. Shotgun naman yung hawak niya. So, with that being said, pwede niyang mapanadali lang nandito yung buhay ni DC. Reposition agad inside her Viper Spit. He can still win up the duels. Kailangan siyang patayin kaagad dito ng Gaimin. Kundi, magkikip problema yung Viper Spit niya dito. But, by all means, a round is still around for Gaming Gladiators. It's 6-11. 5 more. At we are making a wish kung makakakuha ba dito ng overtime agad ang Gaimin Gladiators. Or it's just really the Gaimin na makukuha na nila agad ang pick-off laban kay Rainy.
1 man down for the side of Griffin Esports and nasa eco disadvantage ngayon tong team na to. So, they're just gonna try and get some pick off some kills using a Sheriff here. May Headhunter naman si Fong para sa kanilang side, no? Pero tingnan natin kung makakapitalize na. Ang hirap pasukin nito knowing that there is a Viper wall. Antayin nila ng saglitan, pero syempre merong mag-aabang dyan. That is gonna be Frey getting double kill here. The last remaining player right now is gonna be the KO. Nababagsak din naman. Griffin Esports, napako sila sa 11 scoreline. Isa na lang match point ni.
Oo nga eh. Ano kaya ang nangyayari? Talagang nabasa na siguro ng Gaimin Gladiators kung paano ba yung place nila inside of the site. Yun yung importante para makakuha ka agad ng wild executions for their first post plans. Kasi kapag nag-hold and sight dito ang Griffin, bawas na sila kaagad ng isa. Dahil syempre, nakakakuha ng mga multi-kills dito, good opening si Dizzy, at hindi sila makakuha ng magandang retake. There is also some time na parang nag-choke out sila sa mga magiging retake nila dito is because of Dizzy and yung control nila dito to cut off those rotations. Kaya naman, tama lang din yung timing dito nila na makapag-time out. Griffin, they are already down to 2 more rounds para ma-close off nila itong game with a 2-0. Pero dito kasi sa series na ito, alam natin na may mamamaalam na bago sila makapasok sa qualifiers.
Kasi kung natatandaan nyo, nagkatapat na tong dalawang to, guys. Nagkalaban na sila dito sa VCT APAC natin. And the last time, 2-0 ang naging score, no? At I think it was actually on the side of Gaming Gladiators na naging 2-0 yung score nila. Yeah, I'm completely right. It is 2-0 for the Gaming Gladiator side. So, pantay pa rin, no? Kung tutuusin talaga, experience level, execution level, pati yung capability mechanically ng mga players and skills natin dito. Very much a 50-50. Whoever wins, will move forward, and whoever loses will be out. Pero dito muna tayo sa laro natin because Frey is already controlling halls right here. And if we can see, there is a trap from the chamber kung sakasakali man na makatawid siya dito. But this will give out the info at least that there is someone on halls. This can be very careful for the side of Gaming Gladiators na feeling ko naririnig na to eh. Naririnig na nung Cypher yung trap na yan. Kailangan niya lang ng tulong.
Na siya eh.
Tumawag ng backup. Ayan na.
3 na sila. Hindi na sila lalagpasan yung trademark. Papasok na kaagad sila all the way from those gates. Mabubulaga kaagad si YR Select, Griffin dito. So if at BB natitira na lang sa loob ng site. Winner naman para sa pangalawa. Down to 3v3 scoreline. Oh no! Retake ang mangyayari na nga dito in Griffin's side. Pero hawak na kaagad dito ng Gaimin Gladiators. Yung mapadal nakakuha pa rin naman dito si Dizzy ng isa. He's just now finally popping off. We have the recon. We have one already tagged. Dash away na lang dito si DC. Mauulon talaga siya kaagad ngayon ni Fong 3. Rainy naman dito makakakuha. May nakampas ng Longgadog. Timing lang din sa kanya na nakuha siya. Na habang nagre-recon. Wide swing for Siron. Finally another round. For Gaimin Gladiators, kailangan na siguro dito mag-save ngayon ng Griffin for another round para makuha nila yung match point.
Ganda ng take nila dito actually. Because may trap nga or may trademark from the chamber on halls a while ago, ibig sabihin hindi na kinailangan silipin ng mga players ng Griffin Esports. But the problem is that hindi naman nila tinawid yung trap eh. Because the trap is placed on the door. So makikita lang nila yun kapag may papuntang city. The thing is, kapag binuksan nila tong door na to, mabibigla ka talaga. Especially with the KO using suppress. Mahihirapan ka makapag-utility, lalo na kung malapit ka sa kanya. So just a very good take, a very good decision here for Gaming Gladiators on that take itself. But rendezvous out for Fong 3 here. Hindi siya pwede makagamit ng utilities, but he was still able to take on a kill on that classic. Makakahanap pa ba siya ng isa? Not gonna be able to, pero si Winner makakapitas ng isa. 3v3 situation, makakapag-plant ng spike ang Gaming Gladiators dito, preparing for that post-plant situation. The wall from the Viper, definitely nakapag-set up na rin naman siya dito sa may Macdo. Ang kaso na lang, paano nila i-entryhin? Meron naman silang Blade Storm.
They have equal amount of numbers, firepower. Pero wala pala sila gaano firepower dito. Sheriff lang ang hawak ngayon, YR Select. So now they need to do something dahil kumpiyansa na ngayon ng Gaimin Gladiators kung paano na ba nila mapapanalo yung duels. Mukhang exit frag na lang ang maabangan dito ni Winner at expected na siya dito na manggagaling all the way from flank. Pero makakaisa pa rin naman siya dito against Snap. Very unfortunate. Hindi siya nanalo sa duel against DZ, but this is just really doing it for that 3K. dito sa round na ito, konti na lang ang kailangan nilang kaburin. Terror 9-11. Pero this time, vice na ng Griffin Esports. Sana maging worth it ito dahil kung sakali man, kailangan na naman tuloy nila mag-save nun.
Comeback is real. All the way from a scoreline of, I forgot already kung ano yung naging score natin kanina. Pero parang 9-3, 8-4 muna on the first half itself.
8-4, oo,
Tapos nagtuloy-tuloy, naging 11. Ang kaso, kumambak dito yung Gaming Gladiators, nagtuloy-tuloy na yung mga rounds. The thing is, iniiba nila yung galawan nila each and every time. You see a wall here on mid is to cover up the entirety of it. So press dito on 4 na players from Gaming Gladiators. Baka ito na yung opening na hinahanap ng Griffin Esports. Walang makapaggamit ng utilities nila at all. And this is just a skirmish upon skirmish upon kills. Parang minasakar sila here on A site itself.
Match point.
Okay na yung mga mid-take nila eh. Okay na yung whole take nila going into A. But the problem is kanina nagkaroon lang din ng wild crossfires by winner. And syempre dito si Soif at Bibi, nakita natin yun, no? Nakuha nga na attention dito na winner yung 3. 4 nga yata yung nakatutok sa kanya eh. Tapos naman dito, follow-up na lang ang ginawa dito si Soif at Bibi. Hindi na naging komplikado pa yung round na yun for Griffin. Kailangan na lang nila dito is mabobahan kaagad ang players from Gaimin Esports. Hindi sila nakabuelo, hindi sila nakaligtas. But at the very least, Taylor, thank you na lang din at meron pa silang eco dito na kasama. They still have rifles para may fight off nila dito with equal amount of firepower against Griffin Esports.
Bilis kasi mabasa nung play kanina. When you set up a wall here on mid using a Viper, matik yun. May magbabantay talaga nung doors. Kasi hinaharangan mo yung entirety ng kalahati ng mid eh. So hindi ka nakikita from nest. Ibig sabihin they're quite aware. Hyper-awareness here on the side of Griffin Esports kahit pa paano. Gumalaw ang baso finally. Ngayon nasa match point na tayo. It all boils down to this following rounds. Ito na ba ang huling round na makikita natin? Or is it gonna be another round for Gaming Gladiators? We're starting off with an owl drone here. Hindi masuspatan si Fong 3. Pero makakapag-feeling ko rendezvous lang naman to. Ang kaso nga lang, nabasag ata yun. Hindi siya umalis. Talagang tiis pogi, sir. Pero low on HP na ang chamber. 70 HP kahit pa paano. Hindi naman ganun kasama.
Meron naman din silang mga utilities dito. So, baback-upan na lang siya. It's either follow-up, pero kailangan mag-ingat dito versus select. Pero hindi pa rin pala dito makakapag-engage yung Frey. Fong 3, at least bago siya tumamba, may naisama siya sa hukay. 3v4. Still doable for the side of Griffin, but this is already the match point of them. Kaya naman ngayon, they have full-on confidence. Very low on HP pa dito si Morten. 5 piso na lang ang natitira sa kanya. White swing coming from Zyron will be the finisher or will be the reason kung bakit na magkaka-casualty na dito ang kanilang KO. It's so love to him. To planted the spike. Pero naman nataga pa ng Recon. Oh no, it is just too real. Griffin Esports with a 2-0 on the series laban sa Gaimin Gladiators. Ano nangyari?
Ganda
Redemption
ng
arc?
Na-comeback is real na sana nila eh. Kaso, doon na nagsimula after that round kung saan nabasa yung play ng ng Gaming Gladiators nung dumaan sila sa mid. Okay na eh, they have those creative plays, but the problem was the score was already too big of a gap, Honey Glaze, kaya wala nang room for errors. Isang error na ganon is already like a big problem for the entire or the rest of the team dahil nga din hindi na sila magkakaroon ng space to actually be more creative in creating and making a take happen on the site itself. Now, Griffin Esports parang long coming. Ang tagal nilang napako. Maganda naman yung performance nila ever since the start of the game anyway. So, it was just a matter of time bago mabasa tong Gaming Gladiators.
Sayang yung mga rounds na yun. Ang laki ng mga naging habol dito ng Gaming Gladiators. Pero kasi yung full-on pressure sa mga balikat nila na, guys, match point na agad yung Griffin Esports. It's just started off strong for them. 8-4 yung naging scoreline from the first half. Tapos nagpatuloy pa yung strongholds nila. Dagdagan mo pa ng commendable popping of potential dito nila. So if at BB, dagdagan mo pa nila Orton. Grabe yung round na ito. Grabe yung series na ito, Taylor.
Sa true lang. Last time, no, nakabawi na nga dito ang Griffin Esports against Gaming Gladiators because the last time they've met, it was actually a 2-0. Griffin Esports ang pinabagsak nila, guys. So, nabaliktad na ang storyline ngayon. And it's just nice to see that Griffin Esports, syempre, Hong Kong, Taiwan region is fairly small right now, but heading here in the APAC stage, we all know that they are capable of and making something happen dito sa VCT APAC. Kaya naman, congratulations sa Griffin Esports. Good rotations, good post-plant positions, and a good defense as well. Sadyang may creativity rin na kayang idala dito ang Gaming Gladiators. But I guess, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, hindi na naging enough dito yung executions dito ng Gaimin Gladiators. So I really hope for the best for them in the next ones. Pero Griffin dito, nakapag-qualify na to our playoffs. I'm Honey Glaze, the double kasama ko ngayon si Taylor. Magbabalik tayo bukas sa bukas yan. 2 PH din, guys. Huwag kayong mawawala in VCT APAC. See you tomorrow for another round.
River of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they stuck. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chain, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Where's the Vinci?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and
There you have it, folks. The first group to come to a close. This is VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with Likeable, Tash Bunny, and Trix. Group A comes to a close with Griffin Esports becoming the second qualified team for the playoffs. What a wonderful revenge story for the mythical creatures over here. You know, I thought that Griffin was gonna get this as a swap at certain parts, but I heard Trix's voice in my head saying, it's not over till it's over.
I mean, it is true. It's not over till it's over. Gaimin Gladiators also seeming to believe that, starting to kind of get their grip into the game, really get their minds at it, trying to figure out what to do, adjusting. But I think that they adjusted a bit too late, don't you, Tash?
Yeah, I really agree. It was until round number, 10 points in, 11, that we finally see Gaimin finally have an idea on how to play. On defense, it felt very, very lackluster in my opinion from their end, just because of how At first I thought it was more they need to be more reactive instead of proactive, but when you pointed out that being more proactive in terms of getting information is just honestly key at this point. And I understand that when you play as a Cypher, you don't necessarily play on the front lines, but as soon as Spray started going on the aggressive, they finally figured it out. But that was already the last round of their defense, and while they did take so many rounds from Griffin in the attack, it felt like it was already so very late. It has such little room for error in a lot of situations, and we really didn't see any of the players on Gaimin really shine when it came to defense. But on attack, though, it's a whole different story.
It really is. And I gotta bring this to the audience's attention. We were all talking backstage, and then Trix was saying, you know what? If that were me, I would have placed the spy cam a little bit more forward to fish for more information. And the next round, Frey actually does that, and he spots 3 people in mid, and that actually turned that game around. That was the first round wherein we saw signs of life over here from Gaimin Gladiators, right, Trix?
It really was. We were discussing, we want all of the agents to get that value, right? And you look at the kit that you have, you look at what you can do and what it limits, and you play around that. So it just felt, the first couple rounds, I could see what Gaimin Gladiators was doing. They were trying to get a feel of the map. They were trying to get a feel of how Griffin is going to approach it, only to realize Griffin is, it's not inconsistent, but they changed the play.
Yeah.
They like to change.
They changed
what
their
they're
pacing.
doing.
Yeah.
Exactly. So if that's the case, it's better to just get that early information. If that's the kind of team you're playing, get that early information, see how you can kind of punish them a bit or bully them a little, try to push them back, and we could see that that's what was happening.
I think the flexibility coming in from Griffin makes them an interesting wildcard sort of team. I wouldn't say wildcard because they're a wildcard, but rather because they're so randomized. You can never really pinpoint what they're gonna bring next. And because of this inconsistencies is where the question marks come in from Gaimin. Yes, we see Frey really trying to bring in a lot of value as he usually does, but sometimes when you are on a map this big, it felt like, sometimes they get their information a little bit too late because they're not proactive enough in getting that. On top of that, the rotations coming is very, very late. So by the time they come in, it's already one by one already picked off. And on top of that, it felt like even if they play it together, the post-plant defenses coming in from Griffin has just been absolutely incredible. Speaking of incredible though, YR Select as the MVP is just, I don't disagree with this MVP because his performance on the Viper has been impressive. We always talk about how Viper is just so great on Breeze, and the way he plays it not only gave his team so much value, but also really enabled his team to get a lot of frags because of the decay that comes through as well. They're not able to push through, and the sprays has just given the team so much value.
Also constantly using his smokes to help his teammates, to bait the opponents out to certain locations. We even see it just at the pistol round. They keep going to that little cubby corner, and there's just the snake bite. The snake bite twice that just goes there and he gets 2 kills, and I was just thinking,
why did you do that again?
I like to have.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just so sneaky. But again, girls, this is where Group A ends. I can't believe that one group is already down. I understand that it's already day 5 rather of the group stage, but just thinking about it, it's been crazy getting to this point, and it's about to get crazier tomorrow. But before I get too ahead of myself, why don't we take a look at how today's series went down so far? So let's take a look at today's recap. Alrighty, it is the end of day, and let's take a look at the scoreboard that we have here. 2-0 for PaperX versus Order, 2-1 for Bleed Esports versus Fancy United Esports, and 2-0 between Griffin Esports and Gaimin Gladiators. So across the board, it just looks like plain paper, right? We got the score, we got the teams. But the sad reality is, for game number 3, is that because Gaimin Gladiators actually lost, they're out of the running. Griffin Esports is gonna be moving forward to the playoffs, and for the game 1 and game 2 teams, they're still in the running. They still have a chance to win this, Tash.
I'm actually really disappointed that we can't see Gaming Gladiators bring the Cinderella story home. But at the end of the day, the best one wins. And I have to say that Gaming Gladiators will definitely have learned a lot from this. And from this it really reminds me of No Namer's run as well. It's very nostalgic, or rather deja vu when you think about it, because they didn't really make it as well. And I'm not saying that it's because like they're new or anything. It's just more of like the lack of experience does sometimes, really give into that. But at the same time, when you look at Griffin, I remember that Trix pointed out that they came to APAC with the intention to learn and grow with the APAC playstyle.
Yeah,
that is true. We have in Group B, Cersei having that great match against AE, the one I was so excited for and love to see. So I am hyped to actually find out which one's gonna go through between AE and RRQ.
Me too!
I know I have my heart set because of where I'm from, but I also have that analytical side of me that looks at the numbers, looks at the experience, and wants really to see AE play again.
I have to absolutely agree with you there. I know I always root for the Filipino team, but it's undeniable that AE has had a phenomenal performance recently. Tash, are you okay?
No! Oh my god! Hamada was right! We might see an order. We might see an order versus Paper X again. We might. But at the same time, Boom Esports has had quite an impressive run as well. What do you think, Trix?
I think so. I'm always a fan of Boom Esports. I think they play very well. Order, I finally saw what they were like against, Paper Rex. That was when I was really looking forward to see how they would perform. And I'm not going to say anything about who I think will have the upper hand, but I think it's going to be quite the game to watch. But Bleed over here, taking that win over Fancy United, looking a little dicey on that second map, but pulling through just because they've been so structured, so disciplined, and doing so well.
I really like the mental reset coming in from Bleed. I was a bit worried about that, but I have to say, mentally, they are one of the most, I think, not necessarily great in like the whole map, but then they reset again when they move to the next game. That reset is really, really what we need to see in terms of stamina and for those long games that goes up to best of fives.
Yeah, that's what I've been teaching my kids. Anyway, moving on to the schedule that we'll be having tomorrow. All of these, every single one, do or die games. So you guys better keep your eyes peeled tomorrow. Do not let any of these matches slip away. These are so good. And my God, I'm just excited. I don't want the group stage to end just yet, but of course it does have to culminate. And I'm just so interested to find out who's going to be making it into the playoffs as we progress here on APAC. My God, it's been a crazy ride so far, and I can't believe that tomorrow it boils down to fewer teams.
Oh man,
it does.
This is where it gets really sad, actually. Yeah. It's like we have our hearts set on so many teams, and even though I say like, oh, I love to support the underdogs, but it's also it's also like impressive when you see some teams really, really perform. Like, oh man, I think I have to jump on that bandwagon as well. Oh, I also like this team. I also like that team. I like all the teams because each team has brought something very unique to APAC, and I love to see how flexible and how much this region has evolved from a minor region. I think you can take that out of the vocabulary to a region that that encapsulates not only W gaming but also this creative plays. I'm very, very proud of the APAC region.
I am very, very proud as well. It's just been so fun. You get to see all of these different play styles, and there's just so much personality behind it as well. I can't put my fingers on it. Like, what is it so enticing about all of these matches that we get to see? But at the end of the day, I think part of it is just being part of the storyline, part of like witnessing the development that all of these teams just go through. Definitely. It's just so fulfilling, even on our end as panel or as analysts. It's just been so cool. So with that, folks, it has been a pleasure serving you guys stories over here, especially today. We will see you guys again tomorrow, but tonight, rest up, everybody. It's been an amazing day of Valorant.
Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized. A whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.